Chapter 779. Xiao Hong went to Shang Wanyan's room. There were a total of 5 palace maids serving Shang Wanyan. One was the little palace maid Huan brought from Jiayang Hall, and the rest were the 4 people sent by Zhang Dequan this morning. These 5 people didn't know that Shang Wanyan was pretending to be sick, but because Huan served Shang Wanyan for the longest time, Xiao Hong left her in the room. "Did my mother wake up?" Xiao Hong asked Huan. Huan bowed and said, replying to His Highness Zhang's son, "The third princess hasn't woken up. It seems that she didn't expose herself. She won't drop the chain at the critical moment." Xiao Hong stood in front of the bed for a while and said to Huan, "Well, you continue to guard her. If my mother wakes up, remember to inform me. I will be with young Master Xiao." Huan respectfully replied, "Yes, His Highness Zhang's son." Shang Wanyan, who had been lying under the mosquito net all night, leaving just like that? Gone? "Son, I want to go out." Xiao Hong went to Gu Jiao's room. Empress Dowager Zhuang was storing candied fruits. She hasn't eaten for 3 days. The 15 candied fruits that she saved with great difficulty were broken in the heavy rain. Gu Jiao promised to give them to her without missing a single one. While putting the candied fruits into her new jar, she casually said, "Who are the 4 people outside?" Xiao Hong said, "The palace maids and eunuchs sent by His Majesty. Strictly speaking, they are my mother's people." Empress Dowager Zhuang asked, "They were just sent?" Xiao Hong said, "Yes, they were sent this morning." Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly said, "That little eunuch with protruding ears, keep an eye on him." Xiao Hong realized something and asked with a frown, "Is there a problem with him?" "Yes." Empress Dowager Zhuang gave him an affirmative answer without hesitation. Xiao Hong was slightly stunned. That little eunuch seems to be the most honest of the 4. Moreover, the 4 of them were sent by Zhang Dequan. My mother said that Zhang Dequan is a trustworthy person. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Either your mother trusted the wrong person or Zhang Dequan trusted the wrong person." Xiao Hong pondered for a moment. "How did Grand Aunt know?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "I think that person is an eyesore and I hate him. If he can make me feel this way, there must be a problem." Xiao Hong, "Is that so?" Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed and said, "When you have been betrayed by 1,000 palace servants, you will remember the appearance of 1,000 betrayals. All your little thoughts will have nowhere to hide." Gu Jiao said, "Great Aunt, please speak human language." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "I want a candied fruit." Gu Jiao, it was impossible to give more candied fruits. If she said 15, then it was 15. Empress Dowager Zhuang finished the last candied fruit and smacked her lips. She wanted to take 2 more while Gu Jiao wasn't paying attention. As soon as she raised her hand, Gu Jiao said, "There are 6 left on the plate." Gu Jiao was making a mattress on the bed. She didn't look up, but she saw the shadow on the ground. Empress Dowager Zhuang's body stiffened. She curled her lips and pushed the plate of candied fruits to the side. She snorted with a sour face. "Can there be some trust between people? Am I the kind of person who steals candied fruits? Humph. I don't want to eat anymore. Lulang is for you to eat." Okay. Xiao Hong brought the plate of candied fruits over under Empress Dowager Zhuang's death stare. Needless to say, these 6 candied fruits would become Empress Dowager Zhuang's private property in a while. Xiao Hong said, That eunuch." Empress Dowager Zhuang chuckled and said, "This kind of low-class little trick is something that I've never played before. Keep him. I want to see who sent him." She actually planted a spy beside her Jiao Jiao and Lu Lang. She must be tired of living. If I can't crush you to death, then my name isn't Zhuang Jins. Great Aunt, do you have a plan? Xiao Hong asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at Gu Jiao and Xiao Hong and said lightly, "This is my gift to you. Just wait for it." The Imperial Palace. Imperial concubine Han was copying Buddhist scriptures in her bedroom. At night, there was a heavy rain. Many places in the palace were filled with water. When Su Gao came in from the outside, his whole body was wet, and his shoes were also wet. However, he didn't dare to change his shoes first. Instead, he went to Imperial concubine Han to report the news that the spy had reported. "How's the situation over there?" Imperial concubine Han asked as she copied the Buddhist scriptures. Su Gao saluted and said, "The emperor's grandson trusts Zhang Dequan very much. He has accepted all the people that Zhang Dequan sent." Imperial concubine Han sneered and said, "Zhang Dequan received Empress Xuanyuan's favor in the past. He has always remembered Empress Xuanyuan's kindness in his heart. Shangguan Yin and Shangguan Qing both understand this. Therefore, they firmly believe in the people that Zhang Dequan sent. However, they never expected that this consort had already planted someone by Zhang Dequan's side." Su Gao laughed and said, "That person was bullied by a eunuch when he was 8 years old. Zhang Dequan saw him and saved him. After that, he turned to Zhang Dequan. Zhang Dequan took care of him for 9 years and also observed him for 9 years." Imperial concubine Han smiled proudly and said, "Unfortunately, he didn't see any flaws." Su Gao said, "How could he know that the bullying that year was arranged by Imperial concubine?" Imperial concubine Han dipped her finger in ink and said proudly, "That little eunuch is also smart. Over the years, we have cultivated a lot of people in the dark, but also exposed a lot. He is very smart. Go back and tell him that if he can help me overthrow Shangguan Yin and her son, I will ask for an imperial edict for him to be transferred to the palace supervisor." The palace supervisor just happened to be gone. Although he is still young, it is not difficult for me to help him get the position. Su Gao exclaimed, "This is really a great grace. Even this servant is jealous." Imperial concubine Han said, "Then I will transfer you to the palace supervisor." Su Gao hurriedly smiled and said, "Look at what Imperial concubine is saying. This slave is jealous that he got Imperial concubine's appreciation. How can I be jealous of the position of the palace supervisor? To be able to serve Imperial concubine is this slave's good fortune. This slave will follow Imperial concubine for a lifetime." Imperial concubine Han smiled and said, "You really know how to talk." Su Gao smiled and stepped forward to grind the ink for Imperial concubine Han. Imperial concubine Han glanced at him and said, "Go change your clothes and then come back to serve me. You're sick. I am not used to others." Su Gao was moved. Yes. Just as he was about to withdraw, a burst of laughter came from outside the bedchamber. Imperial concubine Han hated noise. She frowned and said, "What's that noise?" Su Gao listened carefully and said, "It seems to be the young commandery princess's voice. This slave will go and take a look." At this moment, the rain was not heavy. There was only a light drizzle floating in the sky. The two little kids were barefooted, wearing small straw raincoats and small bamboo hats. They were treading water in the puddle. So fun, so fun. The young commandery princess was treading water for the first time in her life. She was so excited that she shouted. Little Jing Kong often treaded water in the Zhao kingdom. He wore the little yellow raincoat that Gu Jiao made for him. However, this kind of fun would not be reduced by treading water too much. After all, he was treading water in the Yin kingdom now. And there was also the light Shui treading water with him. The two little kids were having a lot of fun. The wet nurse could not stop them. Su Gao looked at the two from afar and returned to the bedchamber to report to Imperial concubine Han. Imperial concubine, it is the young commandery princess and her little classmate. Everyone in the harem knew that the young commandery princess went to study at Lingbo Academy. It was not strange that she brought a little classmate back. Imperial concubine Han put the brush on the brush holder heavily and said, "So noisy." Imperial concubine Han did not like the young commandery princess. The main reason was that the young commandery princess took away too much of the king's favor. This made the women in the harem very jealous. Imperial concubine Han listened to the childish laughter outside and felt more and more annoyed. She stood up coldly. Su Gao looked at her in surprise. Imperial concubine Han said sarcastically, "The young commandery princess is having so much fun. This concubine also wants to see what she is playing." Yes, so he couldn't change out of his wet shoes and clothes? Su Gao braced himself and followed Imperial concubine Han out of the bedchamber. He held an umbrella for Imperial concubine Han. Imperial concubine Han stood at the door of the bedchamber and looked at the two innocent little kids. There was not a trace of love or affection in her eyes. Instead, there was a strong sense of disgust. She restrained her disgust and walked over with a smile. Isn't this the light Shui? Why did the light Shui come to Imperial Concubine Annie's place? Are you looking for Imperial Concubine Annie? The two little kids' puddle game was interrupted. The young commandery princess looked up at her and said seriously, "You are not my Annie. You are Imperial Concubine." The young commandery princess did not mean to embarrass Imperial Concubine Han. She was just stating the truth. Her auntie was the Empress, and the Empress had already passed away. The palace servants were all present. Imperial Concubine Han only felt that she had been slapped on the face. She clenched her fingers and said with a smile, "The light Shui can call this concubine whatever she wants to call this concubine. Are you tired after playing for so long? Do you want to come to this concubine's place? This concubine has delicious food in this concubine's palace." Although she hated this little girl, it seemed not bad for the king to come to her palace in a while. At her age, she had long stopped seeking favor for herself. However, there was nothing bad about being an old married couple with the king, just like the king and Empress Xinyuan. The young commandery princess, Jing Kong, do you want to eat? Little Jing Kong, what about you? The young commandery princess, I'm not hungry. Little Jing Kong, I'm not hungry either. The young commandery princess, then we won't eat. Let's continue playing. Little Jing Kong's first impression of Imperial Concubine Han was not very good. She spoke arrogantly and did not even bend her back. As a child, it was very tiring to look up at her, and she did not even ask for his name. Little Jing Kong still did not know that this was called being arrogant. He just felt uncomfortable. He said, "I don't want to play here. Let's go over there." The young commandery princess nodded. Okay. The two little kids happily decided. Goodbye, Imperial Concubine. The young commandery princess politely bid farewell. Imperial Concubine Han's face turned cold. This concubine is trying to be nice to you. You're just a little commandery princess. You don't even have real power in your father's hands. How dare you look down on me? It was not true that the older one was, the more tolerant one would be. Sometimes when a person was vicious, it had nothing to do with age. Some evil people would only become more vicious when they got older. Imperial Concubine Han could not afford to offend the young commandery princess. She could only vent her anger on the young commandery princess's new friend. The two children clattered forward. Little Jing Kong happened to be beside Imperial Concubine Han. Imperial Concubine Han calmly stretched out her foot and stretched it towards little Jing Kong's foot. Little Jing Kong did not see clearly that it was Imperial Concubine Han's foot. He thought it was a rock and stepped on it. Imperial Concubine Han. Chapter 780. The novel will be updated faster. The child's kick seemed weak, but it was a different story if the child was little Jing Kong. This was little Jing Kong, who had been practicing martial arts in the temple since he was a child and had started practicing martial arts not long ago. The strength of his kick was incredible. Imperial Concubine Han only felt that the back of her foot had been hit by a small weight. She let out a cry of pain. Ouch! Then she lost her balance and fell backwards, awkwardly sitting on the muddy path. Mud splashed everywhere. Little Jing Kong pulled the young princess and jumped to the side. In the end, only Imperial Concubine Han's face was splashed with mud. Imperial Concubine Han was stunned. She was already so old. She didn't expect to fall down like this, especially in front of all the servants. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. There was a piercing pain in her right foot and ankle. Her well-maintained face was scrunched up, and she could no longer maintain her usual noble calmness. The palace servants were frightened. Su Gao hurriedly walked forward. Imperial Concubine, are you okay? The two little kids stared at her blankly, not understanding what had happened. Although the touch of stones and feet were different, how could children be so sensitive in this aspect? Little Jing Kong was completely surprised. Why? Why did this old granny fall down? Imperial Concubine Han was about to be helped up by someone, but the word granny made her so angry that her entire body exploded and she fell down again. Old granny, Little kid, do you have any eyesight? Imperial concubine Han was a first-class beauty when she was young. Even though she was old, she paid special attention to her daily maintenance. She looked like she was less than 50 years old. She was an elegant beauty. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at Imperial concubine Han. He didn't understand why adults cared about the title. After all, his master was 27 or 28 years old and already called himself an old granny. In addition, his grandaunt didn't care about her appearance or her age at home. She wasn't even satisfied with her current seniority and wanted others to call her old granny. Therefore, little Jing Kong was very modest when he called her granny. Imperial concubine Han was so angry that her mouth was crooked. While the atmosphere was extremely solemn, the monarch walked over with Jean de Quan. He was here to look for the young princess. The little lass didn't insist on going to the state preceptor's hall today. At first, he found it quite strange. Had the little lass's personality changed? Or was she tired of playing with her little friend? Then, he heard that she had brought her little friend back to the palace. This little girl had even learned to bring people home. But he couldn't say anything. Because of Jean de Quan's reminder, he remembered that he had indeed told the little girl that if she had any friends in the future, she could bring them back to the palace to play. The monarch arrived at the scene and saw that it was a mess. Imperial concubine Han looked like she had suffered a disaster, and the two little kids seemed to have been frightened by her. "What happened?" he asked in a deep voice. "Your Majesty." Imperial concubine Han and the others hurriedly bowed to the monarch. Imperial concubine Han didn't bother to tidy up her appearance and said to the king, "Your Majesty, it's nothing serious. It's just that child just now, she accidentally stepped on my foot." Before she could finish speaking, the young princess rushed over and hugged the king's thigh. She turned her head to look at Imperial concubine Han and said, "Imperial concubine Han fell. She's in pain. I'm so scared." "What are you scared of?" The king didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you're so timid, why do you still run out every day?" Little Jing Kong walked over and greeted politely, "Hello, Uncle Light Shui." He already knew the identity of the young princess, and that her uncle was the king of the Yin Kingdom. But his family had never instilled in him the concept of hierarchy between the imperial power and the commoners. The emperor of Zhao country and Qin Shiyu didn't either. It was just a simple matter of making friends. The king's gaze fell on the little boy's young face. It was normal for him to be calm when he didn't know his identity. But now that he knew he was the king of the Yin Kingdom, he could still be so fearless and calm. Was this little boy stupid and didn't know what imperial power was? Or was he born fearless even if he knew? The king suddenly thought of the Xianyuan family and what Xianyuan had said. He asked Xianyuan Li what he pursued in his life. He thought Xianyuan Li would answer that he would be loyal to the Yin Kingdom, assist the emperor, or revive the Xianyuan family and make the Xianyuan family the most powerful family in the Yin Kingdom under Xianyuan Li's leadership. But he didn't get any of his answers right. Xianyuan Li stood under the bright sky and said with a solemn expression, "Set your heart for heaven and earth. Set your life for the people. Inherit the lost knowledge of the past and bring peace to the world." Set your heart for heaven and earth. Set your life for the people. Inherit the lost knowledge of the past and bring peace to the world. He had lived for half his life and had never heard such enlightening words. At that moment, he felt that as the king of a country, he had become narrow-minded. Uncle, why aren't you saying anything?" Jing Kong said hello to you." The young princess hung on his leg and grabbed the jade pendant on his waist. Only the young princess would be so daring. Prince Ming also grabbed it when he was young, and the result was miserable. The king's face darkened immediately. The king came back to his senses and gently took away the young princess's hand. "You're not allowed to grab this." "Okay." The young princess obediently took back her little hand. The monarch didn't want to think about the past anymore. Under the gaze of his little niece, he greeted Jing Kong respectfully and asked, "Why are you treading water?" "It's fun," the young princess said. "A girl should act like a girl." The king was about to say this when he remembered that Shangguan Yin was even more naughty than the young princess when she was young. The young princess only stepped on puddles, but Shangguan Yin jumped into mud. The palace didn't let her jump, so she ran to the Xianyuan family to jump. Thinking of Shangwan Yin, the king's expression became complicated. Since the king was here, it was impossible to continue the game of treading water. Imperial concubine, please return to the palace. The king said to Imperial concubine Han. Imperial concubine Han smiled softly and said, "It's raining. Your Majesty, why don't you bring the young princess and her little classmate to my palace? I'll let people prepare dinner. There's crispy meat that the young princess likes to eat." The king looked at the young princess, but the young princess shook her head. "I don't want to go to Imperial concubine's place." The king took the two little kids back to his bedroom. Imperial concubine Han saw that the king didn't care about her at all. She was so angry that her feet hurt even more. Little Jing Kong had a pleasant night in the palace. He stepped on puddles and ate the imperial food. Although he could only eat vegetarian dishes, the taste was very good. It was getting late. The king called Zhang Dequan. "Go to the rearguard commandery and ask Wang Su to send Jing Kong to the imperial teacher hall." The imperial grandson liked children very much and asked him to accompany him in the imperial teacher hall. The king was very tolerant toward the grandson who was about to die. As long as he didn't kill or set fire, the king would let him do whatever he wanted. Wang Su had a friendship with the imperial grandson. Asking him to send Jing Kong back was also a disguised way for the imperial grandson to see more of his former friends in the last days of his life. However, Wang Su was not there. He went out to do something. "Then you will personally send him back," the king said. "Yes." Zhang Dequan brought two imperial experts and sent little Jing Kong back to the imperial teacher hall. Little Jing Kong held the bag of books and said, "Okay, I can go in by myself. Goodbye, eunuch Zhang." Zhang Dequan said, "I will send you in." Little Jing Kong waved his hand. "No need. I know the way." He had walked from the entrance to the Qilin hall many times. It was no longer raining. Little Jing Kong held the bag of books and jumped out of the carriage, running towards the Qilin hall. "Slow down." Zhang Dequan couldn't catch up with him even if he wanted to. How could this little guy run away so fast? Little Jing Kong wanted to jiao jiao, so of course he ran fast. He ran forward energetically and didn't notice that there was someone in front of him. But the moment he was about to bump into the person, he suddenly became alert. He held the bag of books and dodged to the side, brushing past the person. However, his wrestling attribute suddenly flared up, and he fell forward with a cry of pain. That person suddenly turned around and grabbed little Jing Kong with her slender, jade-like hand. The bag of books in little Jing Kong's arms fell down. He was quick to react. He hooked and grabbed the bag with his little toe. He caught the bag of books that almost fell into the puddle. "Wow!" the man exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect the little guy to react so quickly. "What's your name?" he asked. Little Jing Kong was still being carried by him, like a little silkworm hanging on a tree. Little Jing Kong turned his head to look at him and said, "I'm Jing Kong." "Who are you?" He said, "I'm Feng Wuming, Taoist named Qing Feng." "What does Taoist name mean?" Little Jing Kong only knew the Taoist name, but this guy was very good-looking. Taoist Qing Feng said, "It's also a name." Little Jing Kong said, "Oh, why do you have so many names?" Because one of them was a Taoist name. Taoist Qing Feng didn't have any experience with children, so he couldn't explain it clearly. He simply changed the topic. "Who did you learn your skills from?" Little Jing Kong asked. "You mean the skills just now? I created them myself." Did he learn how to wrestle from others? It seemed that he didn't have a master. In fact, Taoist Qing Feng and Little Jing Kong met once. But at that time, Taoist Qing Feng was busy dealing with Liaochen and didn't pay attention to this little guy. Little Jing Kong was only looking at his master and didn't see Taoist Qing Feng's movements clearly. Taoist Qing Feng only felt that this little guy's voice was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it. Taoist Qing Feng said, "I just saved you. How are you going to repay me?" Little Jing Kong thought for a while. "Can I thank you with words?" Taoist Qing Feng pointed at his wrist and said, "But you tore my clothes." Little Jing Kong looked down and found that when he grabbed the book bag, he accidentally grabbed Taoist Qing Feng's sleeve and tore it. He said in a daze, "Then, I'll compensate you?" Jiao Jiao, said to be a little man brave enough to take responsibility. Taoist Qing Feng said without changing his expression, "This set of clothes is very expensive. You can't afford it unless you compensate me with yourself." He wanted to take this kid as his disciple. Little Jing Kong exclaimed in surprise. He hugged his bag and frowned in embarrassment. But I'm already Jiao Jiao's. How about this? I'll compensate you with my master." On a roof somewhere in Chengdu, a monk who was drinking with his head up sneezed fiercely. Chapter 781. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. Jing Kong. Not far away, Yi Qing walked over. He looked at Taoist Qing Feng and then looked at little Jing Kong, who was being carried in the air by Taoist Qing Feng. He asked in confusion, "What happened?" Little Jing Kong explained, "Big brother Yi Qing, I almost fell down. It was big brother Qing Feng who saved me." Yi Qing was even more confused. "You guys know each other?" Little Jing Kong said, "We just met, so that's how it is." Yi Qing nodded and reached out to take little Jing Kong. "Thank you, Qing Feng." Since Qing Feng failed to take in a disciple, he didn't say anything else and left without looking back. His temperament was different from normal people, so Yi Qing didn't take it to heart. The road was muddy, so he directly carried little Jing Kong back to the Qilin Hall. When Zhang Dequan finally caught up, little Jing Kong had already skipped to find Gu Jiao. Zhang Dequan went to visit Shang Wanyan. Knowing that Shang Wanyan didn't have any benefits, he sighed in melancholy. Little Jing Kong entered Gu Jiao's room and found out that his grandaunt and uncle were here. His reaction couldn't be said to be very similar to Xiao Heng's reaction, but it was exactly the same, a proper little chicken. "Little monk, come here." Empress Dowager Zhuang sat on a chair and said to little Jing Kong, "I'm not a little monk anymore." Little Jing Kong corrected and patted his little ponytail with his little hand. "My hair is so long." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "Humph, look." Little Jing Kong ran over with his bag of books, stuck out his little head, and let his grandaunt see his ponytail. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "And it seems to be a bit long." Empress Dowager Zhuang took the bag of books from his arms and put it on the table. He looked at the two and asked in surprise, "Grandaunt, granduncle, why did you guys come so far?" "To steal your food," Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Little Jing Kong acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He immediately pressed down on his pocket and said, I didn't hide any food." Empress Dowager Zhuang was speechless. On the way here from little Jing Kong, he was tanned. Now that he was back, he was more muscular and stronger than when he was in Zhao country. It was indeed a healthy calf. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say anything, but a trace of imperceptible relief flashed through her eyes. After the brief shock, little Jing Kong quickly regained his talkative nature and chattered away for the whole night. Empress Dowager Zhuang's fear of being dominated by the little trumpet spirit came to her head again. She leaned back in her chair as if she had nothing to live for. The old chancellor tested him on his homework in Little Jing Kong and discovered that he had learned quite a lot of new knowledge in Yin Kingdom. Even the old knowledge from before didn't fall behind. In the trip to the Yin Kingdom, only little Jing Kong was studying seriously. Little Jing Kong insisted on sleeping with Gu Jiao and Grandaunt tonight. Gu Jiao didn't object. In the dead of night, the mysterious hall of the state preceptor closed its sharp eyes like a giant abyss beast. The mosquito net was filled with the smell of wine and medicine on Empress Dowager Zhuang. Little Jing Kong was sprawled out in the middle of the room, holding his favorite little golden abacus in his hand and breathing evenly from his little mouth. Gu Jiao pulled a small piece of cloth and put it on his small belly. When she was about to close her eyes, she heard Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sleeping outside, ask in a daze, "Is Gu Yan's illness really cured?" Gu Jiao said softly, "Yes, the operation was very successful. He will be like a normal person in the future." "Oh." Empress Dowager Zhuang turned over. After a while, she asked as if she was sleep-talking, "Xiaoshan has grown taller?" "Yes, a lot taller. It will be quieter here in a few days. I'll bring them here." "Okay." Empress Dowager Zhuang answered vaguely and finally fell into a deep sleep. After Imperial concubine Han lost face outside the bedchamber, She came back and sat in her room for a long time. She didn't reconcile with her temper until midnight. Su Gao breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Highness." Imperial concubine Han calmed down and looked calm for a long time. "I'm fine. You can leave." "Your Highness, do you need to do anything over there?" The over there, Su Gao, was referring to the spy they placed in the Qilin Hall. Imperial concubine Han sighed. "No, it's just a child. There's no need to make a fuss. Follow the original plan and don't act rashly." Hearing Imperial concubine Han's words, Su Gao's hanging heart returned to his stomach. A little impatience spoils great plans. "Your Highness, you are so wise." His praise was sincere. Imperial concubine Han was a person who was easily angered, but her temper came and went quickly. Once that ferocious energy had passed, she would no longer go down a dead end. "How can I delay my business for a child?" She vented her anger on the child because it was an easy thing to do. It was as easy as swatting away a bug that had fallen on her body. There was no need to consider or plan. She didn't expect that she would fail. But no matter what, she couldn't let herself be immersed in the anger of such a small situation. Her real enemies were Shangwan Yin and Shangwan Qing, as well as the new commander of the Han family's Black Wind Cavalry, Xiao Lulang. Shangwan Yan's group still needs to be treated with caution. She said, "Let's wait for them to get some useful information first. It won't be too late for me to take action." The next day, Xiao Hung sent little Jing Kong to Lingbo Academy first. Then he went to the insurance company in the inner city of Chengdu to find a suitable house. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the old chancellor finally realized that this was the Imperial Preceptor's Hall, the most sacred and mysterious place in the great Yin Kingdom. More than 30 years ago, the Yin Kingdom and Zhao Kingdom were both lower kingdoms. Relying on the wisdom of the 6 books in the Imperial Preceptor's Hall, the Yin Kingdom rose rapidly. In just a few decades, the Yin Kingdom had the strength to compete with the Jin Kingdom and Liang Kingdom. As the Empress Dowager, Zhuang Jin's dreamed of seeing the 6 books of the Yin Kingdom. And as a powerful minister, the old chancellor was also full of curiosity and yearning for this treasure land that gave birth to such powerful wisdom. After the two got up, they were shocked for a long time in their rooms. They really came to the Imperial Preceptor's Hall that they dreamed of? It seemed that the 2 children still had some ability. They could get the qualification to enter the Imperial Preceptor's Hall in just 2 months and be treated as a guest of honor. Although they had the support of Xiao Heng's royal family background, it might be the 2 children's ability that made it to the Imperial Preceptor's Hall alive. They were young and lacked experience, but at the same time, they also had a wise mind and the courage to move forward. They had the luck that the Empress Dowager and the Chancellor couldn't have. "Well, not bad," Empress Dowager Zhuang muttered. Gu Jiao didn't understand why her grandaunt said that. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't intend to explain, lest the little girl's tail rose to the sky. She asked, "What is that protruding ear doing?" Gu Jiao said, "Little Li is sweeping the corridor with the other 3. I paid special attention to him this morning. He hasn't moved at all. He doesn't take the initiative to ask for information, nor does he try to get close to Shangwan Yan." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. "He is biding his time." Gu Jiao said, "If he is biding his time, how can we find the culprit behind the scenes?" Empress Dowager Zhuang casually said, "If he doesn't do it himself, we will find a way to make him do it." Empress Dowager Zhuang went out of the room. She came to the corridor. The 4 of them were diligently cleaning, not too far from each other, but not too close. Empress Dowager Zhuang walked over with a body full of medicine and the smell of wine. She was just an ordinary patient, so the palace servants naturally wouldn't salute her. Correspondingly, she also wouldn't attract attention. When she passed by little Li, who was sweeping the floor, Empress Dowager Zhuang's footsteps paused and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Master told you not to act rashly. You must stay calm." After that, she walked away as if nothing had happened. Gu Jiao observed little Li from the crack of the door. Little Li's expression was still the same, but he looked at her grand-aunt strangely. This was a perfectly normal reaction after being accosted by a stranger and said strange words. This acting skill was superb. If her grand-aunt didn't say that he was a spy, who could see it? Empress Dowager Zhuang went to Gu Jiao's place. She didn't let anyone find out that she stayed here at night, so it didn't matter during the day. She was a patient, so she should come to see the doctor. Gu Jiao closed the door and went to the window with her grandaunt. She whispered, "Grand, what did you just say to him?" Jiao told him not to act rashly and to stay calm. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, and then added, in the language of Zhao country. Gu Jiao blinked. Don't worry, he understood. The three of you are not hard to deal with, and you're also under his surveillance. You are for Zhao country. If you want to exchange information with someone, is it safer to speak Zhao country's language or Yin country's language? Zhao country's language, because ordinary disciples couldn't understand. Gu Jiao understood. In order to better monitor her, the mastermind behind the scenes would definitely send a palace servant who understood Zhao country's language. It was too hard to be a spy these days if you didn't know a few foreign languages. Gu Jiao said again, but what did that sentence mean? Why didn't you directly let him act, but let him stay put? Wasn't he supposed to stay put? Empress Dowager Zhuang explained to Gu Jiao patiently, like an eagle elder teaching a young eagle how to hunt with all her patience. His master told him not to make a move. If I let him make a move, he would be able to tell at a glance that I am testing him. And I said the same thing as his master, so he wouldn't be sure if I was testing him or if his master really sent another one. Gu Jiao nodded in realization. Plus, Grandaunt also speaks Zhao country's language. It's equivalent to a secret signal between the two of you. You can say that. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly. Next, he will definitely carefully verify the authenticity of my identity. Will he believe it? Gu Jiao asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, he can't completely believe it, but he can't completely not believe it. He is a careful person, but because he is too careful, he will definitely verify the authenticity of my identity to eliminate the possibility that he has already been exposed. Everything was as Grandaunt expected. After holding in for a whole day, Little Lee finally couldn't hold it in anymore. In 1 minute, he looked outside the Qilin Hall 3 times. This meant that he couldn't wait to go out. Gu Jiao was happy to make things convenient for him. She called 2 eunuchs. I don't have enough herbs. Little Lee, Little Deng, you 2 go to the medicine shop and buy some herbs for me. I'm embarrassed to always use the Imperial Preceptor Hall's herbs. The 2 took the prescription she handed over and sat in the carriage to leave the Imperial Preceptor Hall. Little Lee was a person who had received special training. Ordinary experts couldn't hide from his eyes. However, he would never dream that the one who was following him wasn't the expert he faced in the past, but the sky overlord, Little Geo, who would notice a bird flying in the night sky. They couldn't even see it, okay? Little Lee put some medicine in Little Deng's tea. Then, while Little Deng kept running to the toilet due to his abdominal pain, he went to a gambling house. He met a person in the backyard of the gambling house and took a pigeon that was already prepared. He dipped a brush in ink and drew 3 strokes on the pigeon's right leg. Then, he released the pigeon. The pigeon flew all the way to the Imperial Palace and flew into Imperial Concubine Han's bedroom. Just as it was about to land on Imperial Concubine Han's windowsill, Little Geo flew over and took it away. Little Geo flew back to the Qilin Hall and threw the pigeon that had already fainted on Gu Jiao's windowsill. Little Geo also brought back a Buddhist scripture that was pierced through by its claws. There was no useful information found on the pigeon, only 3 ink marks, which was probably a secret signal. It was quite cautious. Gu Jiao took the Buddhist scripture and went to Shang Wanyan's room. Shang Wanyan recognized that it was Imperial Concubine Han's handwriting at a glance. Gu Jiao. It turned out to be her. It's good that it's her. If Zhang Dequan had the intention to harm her, then Empress Xuanyuan's kindness would have been fed to the dogs. Regarding how to deal with Imperial Concubine Han, the 3 female Zhuge sisters had a fierce discussion in the room. It was mainly Gu Jiao and Shang Wanyan's discussion, while Great Aunt listened calmly. Shang Wanyan advocated to beat Imperial Concubine Han at her own game. When Imperial Concubine Han asked Little Li to frame her, they would counterattack. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even lift her eyelids. Too slow. Gu Jiao took the initiative to attack. She had a hallucinogen. She could make Little Li tell the truth and confess that Imperial concubine Han was the mastermind behind the scenes. She could also reveal the wrong information to Little Li and lead Imperial concubine Han to jump into a trap. Empress Dowager Zhuang. It's too complicated. They didn't have much time to waste, nor many opportunities to take advantage of. They must hit Imperial concubine Han with one blow. And the more complicated the method, the more variables there were in the middle. Empress Dowager Zhuang's meaningful gaze fell on Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan felt a chill in her heart. What? Empress Dowager Zhuang. Your injury has healed. Shang Wanyan, I haven't. Empress Dowager Zhuang. No, you have. Chapter 782. The novel was updated faster. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. After school today, the young princess came to the state preceptor hall again. The two little kids finished the homework assigned by Master Lu. The process was like this. Little Jing Kong did every question seriously, and the young princess drew every little tortoise seriously. Master Lu didn't dare to scold her, and he had to give her an A every time. The young princess was the first person in history to be able to make it out of the circle with tortoise skills. The little loudspeaker spirit was noisy enough, and now there was another little loudspeaker spirit. The two channels were played on a stereo loop, and the Grand Ant was almost sent to the sky to stand side by side with the sun. Zhang Dequan didn't know that the Empress Dowager's soul was out of her body because of the noise. He just felt sorry for the Emperor. The Emperor loved the young princess so much and looked forward to seeing her every day. But a grown girl couldn't be kept at home. In the yard, Zhang Dequan said embarrassedly, "Young princess, we can't always come to the state preceptor hall." The young princess said confidently, "I'm here to visit my nephew and cousin." "What's wrong with that?" "Are you here to visit Prince Zhang's son and the third princess? Do you want to put down the comb in your hand before you talk?" The two little kids were grooming the horse. The Horse King had already escaped. Now, the Black Wind King was lying on the ground meekly, and the two little kids were lying on its body fearlessly. "Your hair is really beautiful." The young princess was grooming the Black Wind King's mane as she said in a cute voice. The Black Wind King was very tolerant of human children. They were grooming him, and he was resting. He was no longer as tense and alert as he was in the Han family. He didn't allow himself to show any signs of fatigue or weakness. No one asked him to be a war horse that would never fall. He could rest, be lazy, and enjoy the leisure time that he hadn't enjoyed for 15 years. He didn't live for his master, and he didn't live for waiting. For the rest of his life, he only lived for himself and fought for his companions. Fighting side by side wasn't a task, but a conscience. In the house, Gu Jiao finished the third figurine. She had been working on it the whole day, and her eyes hurt. "Is this all right, Grand Aunt?" Gu Jiao handed the little person to Empress Dowager Zhuang and asked. Great Aunt nodded and said to the old Chancellor, "You still haven't finished writing?" I'm done. The old Chancellor put down the brush and pasted the notes on the back of the little person. The method that his Great Aunt mentioned was actually very simple, but also very crude, the yin sheng technique. It was commonly known as stabbing little people. In this feudal and superstitious era, the art of yin sheng was forbidden by the law because everyone believed in it and thought it was extremely vicious. It was similar to murder and arson, and was also sinister. "Silver needles," said his Great Aunt. Gu Jiao took out a silver needle and stabbed it into the little person's body, jokingly asking, "Grand Aunt, are you not afraid of stabbing Ahing to death?" Empress Dowager Zhuang calmly said, "These are not Ahing's birth characters. They are Shaoqing's." Gu Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, "Also, this thing is useless. It's completely useless." Her tone was filled with hidden bitterness. It was as though she had personally tested it and wasted a large amount of energy only to have it end in failure. Gu Jiao was curious and asked, "How do you know? Grand Aunt, have you tried it before? Who have you stabbed before?" Empress Dowager Zhuang secretly glanced at the old Chancellor across from her and gently coughed. "No one." Gu Jiao took in her Grand Aunt's gaze and felt admiration for the son-in-law. To be able to survive under his grandaunt's methods, he really was tenacious and strong. Gu Jiao continued to make the little person. The little person has been made. Now, we just need to see how it will be placed in Imperial Concubine Han's palace. It was a dark and windy night. A small figure wearing a eunuch's uniform passed through the dog hole in the cold palace and stood up with a head full of grass. Outside the walls of the cold palace, a young man's voice sounded, "I will wait for you here." "Understood," the eunuch said. "Take care of yourself." "So long-winded." The little eunuch snorted and turned away. The little eunuch swaggered in the palace until there were more and more palace people in front of him. The little eunuch's shoulders shrank and made a submissive appearance. The little eunuch came to a palace that emitted a burst of flower fragrance and knocked on the closed door. "Who is it?" A little palace maid came over impatiently. "Nyang Nyang has already rested." "Who is knocking on the door and making noise outside?" The little eunuch didn't speak and just kept knocking. The little palace maid was annoyed. She removed the door latch and opened the courtyard door. She saw a petite eunuch at the door. The eunuch lowered his head, making people unable to see his appearance. The little palace maid asked, "Who are you? You dare to break into our Xianfu palace in the middle of the night?" The little eunuch still didn't speak and just faintly raised his head. Coincidentally, at this time, an older mama passed by. She suddenly saw a pair of bright phoenix eyes in the night. Her legs went soft, and she almost knelt down. The little eunuch, or to be exact, Shangwan Yin, said, "I want to see you, Nyang Nyang." The mama busily went to the inner hall to report. Not long after, she turned back, dismissed the little palace maid, and politely welcomed Shangwan Yin. All the palace people were dismissed, so the road was very quiet. Only the mama led Shangwan Yin through the picturesque courtyard. Every Nyang Nyang in the palace has their own persona. For example, Imperial Concubine Han worships Buddha. Imperial Concubine Wang Xian plants flowers. The two people bypassed the corridor and stood in front of a room. The mama guarded the door and said to Shangwan Yin, "Nyang Nyang is inside. Third princess, please." Shangwan Yin entered the room. Imperial Concubine Wang Xian sat on the main seat, like the sun in the clouds. When she saw Shangwan Yin, her eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then she came over and gently asked Shangwan Yin to sit down at the table. Shangwan Yin was very polite. She waited for her to sit down first before she sat down. This was a treatment that none of the previous imperial concubines had ever received. As a crown princess, except for the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, everyone else's status was below her. Imperial Concubine Wang Xian smiled. "Yin'er is very polite today." Shangwan Yin said, "Today is different from the past. I am no longer the crown princess. Naturally, I can't put on the airs of a crown princess." Imperial Concubine Wang Xian took a sip of tea. Her eyes moved and said, "I heard that Yin'er was seriously injured." Shangwan Yin bluntly said, "To tell you the truth, I faked my injury." Imperial Concubine Wang Xian was stunned. Shangwan Yin smiled and said, "With Nyang Nyang's intelligence, you should have already guessed it, right?" Imperial Concubine Wang Xian lowered her eyes. "This concubine is surprised that you have the courage to admit it in front of this concubine." Shangwan Yin said, "I came with sincerity. Naturally, I won't hide anything from Yang Yang." Imperial Concubine Wang Xian, "The crown prince hurt you, and the Han family tried to assassinate Qing. It's reasonable that you would find a way to dismiss this case." "I don't just want to dismiss this case." Shangwan Yan's boldness and straightforwardness made Imperial Concubine Wang Xian unable to resist. Imperial Concubine Wang Xian opened her mouth. "You..." Shangwan Yan's expression suddenly became solemn. "I want to be the crown princess again. I ask Imperial Concubine Wang Xian to help me." Imperial Concubine Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise again. This concubine will put in a good word for you in front of His Majesty. But whether you can get back the position of the crown princess is not something this concubine can decide." Shangwan Yin smiled. "Imperial Concubine Wang Xian, I came with sincerity. Why do you have to hide it? Can a 10-year-old sixth prince really be more reliable than me?" Imperial concubine Wang Xian lowered her eyes and took a sip of tea. This concubine doesn't understand what you're talking about. Shangguan Yin faintly said. Concubine Wan was banished to the cold palace. Her 10th prince was handed over to Imperial concubine Wang Xian to raise. Imperial concubine Wang Xian has everything except for a prince who can ascend the throne. But with all due respect, compared to King Su, King Ling, and King Li, the 10th prince's combat ability is not enough. Even Shangguan Shi, who has been stripped of his position as the crown prince, has a higher possibility of making a comeback than the 10th prince. Imperial concubine Wang Xian clenched her fingers under her wide sleeves. Shangguan Yin then said, the Wang family is a family that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Han family. Unfortunately, it will never happen to eldest sister and second sister. Imperial concubine Wang Xian is very unwilling, right? Why can I be the crown prince just because I am a princess? I want to tell Imperial concubine Wang Xian that people are born different. My starting point is the end of so many brothers and sisters. Even if I am a dragon in the shallows, as long as I want to come back, I still have the greatest chance of winning. Imperial concubine Wang Xian faintly smiled. The Xianyuan family is gone. What chance do you have to win? Shangguan Yin smiled and said, I still have Imperial concubine Wang Xian. As long as Imperial concubine Wang Xian is willing to help me, I will help Imperial concubine Wang become the empress. The Wang family will be my mother's family in the future. Words are no guarantee. I will write it in writing. This temptation is too big. Imperial concubine Wang Xian didn't say anything for a long time. The incense on the table was half burnt when Imperial concubine Wang Xian asked in a low voice, What do you want me to do? Shangguan Yin took out a brocade box from her wide sleeves and put it on the table. Imperial concubine Wang Xian, please put the things in the box into Imperial concubine Han's bedroom. But do you think it's over? Not at all. Shangguan Yin turned around and went to the Qin Palace. As long as Imperial concubine Wang Xian is willing to help me, I will help Imperial concubine Wang Xian become the empress. Dong family will be my maternal family in the future. As long as Imperial concubine Wang Xian is willing to help me, I will help Imperial concubine Wang Xian become the empress. Yang family will be my maternal family in the future. Imperial concubine Wang Xian is treating me as an outsider. We will be a family in the future. Chun family will be my maternal family. I will help Imperial concubine Wang Xian become the empress. Imperial concubine Wang Xian, please rest assured. As long as you and I join hands, the position of empress and crown princess will be ours. I don't have a maternal family, so I will have to rely on the Feng family in the future. After all the little people were sent out, Shangguan Yin put her hands behind her back and took a long breath. Sure enough, shameless people are invincible in the world. Chapter 783. After Shangguan Yin finished her business, she went out of the cold palace's dog hole and met with Gu Chengfeng, who had been waiting for a long time. Riding a horse or riding a carriage was too noisy. Qinggong was the best choice to make trouble in the middle of the night. Gu Chengfeng used his Qinggong and brought Shangguan Yin back to the state preceptor's hall. Gu Jiao, grandaunt, and son-in-law had been waiting in Gu Jiao's room for a long time. Xiao Heng had also returned from looking at houses. Little Jing Kong washed himself clean and fell asleep on the bed. After the two entered the room, Gu Jiao first went behind the screen to check Shangguan Yan's injury. Shangguan Yan's spine had been treated with percutaneous pedicle fixation. Although the best medicine was used and the recovery was good, it was still hard to endure such a hard work. I'm fine. Shangguan Yin patted the armor on her body. This thing saves a lot of effort. Gu Jiao took off the armor and looked at her wound. The stitched area was not red and swollen. Do you have any other discomfort? Gu Jiao asked. No, she was just a little tired. Shangguan Yin didn't say this. Everyone was sparing no expense for the common cause. So what if she was a little tired and in pain? It was worth it. Shangguan Yin wanted to put on the armor, but was stopped by Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, Go back to your room and rest. You can't sit or stand anymore. I want to listen. Shangwan Yin refused to leave. She wanted to join in the fun. She was born with a lively personality. After being locked in the Imperial Mausoleum for so many years, she didn't feel at home for a long time. She wanted to be with everyone. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "Then you can squeeze with little Jing Kong first. After we finish talking, Ahun will send you back to your room. But you have to be careful of him kicking you." Little Jing Kong's sleeping posture was very strange. Sometimes he was as obedient as a silkworm. Sometimes he was like an invincible little king of destruction. I know. In any case, she had some skills. Shangwan Yin lay down on the bed behind the screen, and Gu Jiao put down the curtain for her. Through the curtains and screens, she told him about how she had sent the servant to the palace. Although Gu Chengfeng already knew about the plan, when he heard the entire process, he still felt that this operation was simply too outrageous. Even in their dreams, those imperial concubines never expected that Shangwan Yin would say the exact same lines to everyone. He even wrote a letter as a pledge. How sincere! But will they really take the bait? Gu Qingfeng was very worried that these people would shrink back at the last minute or sense that something was wrong. Grand Aunt said indifferently, "They are on guard against each other and won't exchange information, so we can't expose them." As for taking the bait, after casting so many nets, there are bound to be a few fish on the net. What's more, the temptation of being the empress is too great. Empress Zhao's position in Zhao country was stable, and the crown prince had the support of Marquis Xianping. There was basically no possibility of being shaken, so the court was still stable. Gu Qingfeng came to Great Yin and realized that a harem could be so bloody. I still don't understand. Concubine Wang Xian and Chun Jiaoyi will be tempted. After all, they don't have any princes. Supporting the third princess to the throne is the best way for them to consolidate their power. But don't the other three have adult princes? Xiao Heng said, "First, they will support Shangwan Yin to the throne. Then, they will use Shangwan Yan's hand to become the empress. Then, they will wait for an opportunity to depose Shangwan Yin. As the empress, their sons will be the legitimate sons, so it's only right for them to inherit the throne." Empress Dowager Zhuang nodded. "And that's the truth." Gu Qingfeng was shocked. So, they're still using each other. There were no simple women in the harem. Whoever lived longer depended on who had deep thoughts. Empress Dowager Zhuang yawned. "Okay, go to sleep. The next thing is their business. They will worry about what to do and whether they can succeed or not." Oh, Gu Jiao stood up, went to clean up the table, and prepared to go to bed. "Then I will come back tomorrow." Xiao Heng whispered to her. Gu Jiao nodded and curved her lips. "See you tomorrow." The old chancellor also got up and left. "This old man is also tired. I will go back to my room to rest." Gu Qingfeng looked at everyone, leaving one by one, with a dumbfounded expression. "No, you were just going to leave like this. Are you not going to worry more? Are you so careless?" Gu Jiao said, "Great Aunt, you go to sleep first. I will go to Gu Chongqing's place tonight." Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand. "I know you can go." Gu Chengfeng fell into deep self-doubt. Is there something wrong with me, or is there something wrong with you? Xianfu Palace. Concubine Wang Xian, with her long hair and silk pajamas, sat quietly in front of the windowsill. Nyang Nyang, Lu Mama, came over with a candlelight. Lu Mama was the one who recognized Shangwan Yin. She was concubine Wang Xian's personal maidservant. She has been serving concubine Wang Xian since she was 11 or 12 years old. She can be said to be concubine Wang Xian's most trusted maidservant. "Chunxiu, what do you think of tonight's matter?" Concubine Wang Xian asked. Lu Mama gently put the candlelight on the windowsill and thought for a while. "It's hard to say." Concubine Wang Xian said, "There is nothing between you and me that can't be said. What is in your heart? Just say it." Lu Mama said, "This slave thinks that third princess is different from before. She has changed a lot, even more than the rumors." Concubine Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of approval. This concubine also thinks so. Her performance tonight is too scheming. Lu Mama looked at concubine Wang Xian. "But Nyang Yang still decided to give it a try, didn't you?" Lu Mama is the person who knows concubine Wang Xian the best in the world. She knows what concubine Wang Xian is thinking. Concubine Wang Xian did not deny it. She is indeed a more suitable candidate than the sixth prince. She is more likely to help me ascend the throne. Hearing this, Lu Mama knew that concubine Wang Xian had made up her mind. She no longer refuted and dissuaded her. Instead, she asked, "But it is not so easy to get imperial concubine Han." Concubine Wang Xian said lightly, "If it was easy, she would not have come to me. She could do it herself." Thinking of something, Lu Mama asked puzzledly, "All the aristocratic families participated in the framing of the Xianyuan family. Why did she target the Han family?" Concubine Wang Xian sneered. "Isn't it the crown prince who started it first? It's okay to send someone to assassinate her in the imperial mausoleum, but he also sent someone from the Han family to assassinate her son. It's not normal for her to swallow this." Lu Mama nodded. "The crown prince is too hasty. Shang Wanqing is a dying man. What's the need to deal with him?" Concubine Wang Xian looked at the moonlight outside the window. "The crown prince is worried that Shang Wanqing will use the emperor's sympathy to help the crown princess before he dies, right? Otherwise, concubine Wang Xian could not think of why the crown prince would target the eldest grandson of the emperor. Well, let's not talk about this." Concubine Wang Xian looked at the agreement on the table. It not only contained the transaction between the two, but also their signatures. This was a shady transaction, but it was also a binding transaction. She said, "The person we planted in the Gi Palace can start." Lu Mama hesitated for a moment and said, "Nyang Nyang, that's our biggest trump card. Do you really want to use it in this matter? Once it's exposed, we can no longer monitor the movements of the Gi Palace." Concubine Wang Xian picked up the agreement written by Shang Wanyan and said lightly, "As long as Imperial Concubine Han is gone, there's no need to monitor the Gi Palace, right?" The next day, concubine Wang Xian started her plan. She asked Lu Mama to find the chess piece planted in the Gi Palace. That chess piece, like little Li, was also a spy who had been planted for many years. Imperial concubine Han always thought that she was the smartest, but sometimes the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, Imperial concubine Han was very cautious. Even after several years, that chess piece still couldn't gain her full trust. But this kind of thing didn't need to be Imperial concubine Han's first confidant to do. "Do you understand Yang Yang's instructions?" Behind a rockery, Lu Mama handed him a long brocade box in her wide sleeve. The eunuch accepted it, kicked it back into his sleeve, and whispered, "Nyang Nyang, please rest assured. This slave will definitely do this well. Nyang Nyang, please treat this slave's family well afterwards." Lu Mama solemnly said, "Don't worry, Nyang Nyang will." The eunuch looked around vigilantly and carefully returned to the Gi Palace. On the other side, concubine Dong and the others also began their own actions. Concubine Dong didn't have a spy in the Gi Palace, but the intelligence controlled by the Dong family was no less than that of concubine Wang Xian. She communicated with the Dong family and borrowed an expert from the Dong family. The female bodyguard who accompanied the expert said, "Family head said that Imperial concubine Han has a very powerful aide. We have to avoid him." Concubine Dong sarcastically said, "Is she so unscrupulous? She actually lets an outsider enter her bedroom." The female bodyguard said, "That person is not often in the palace. He only comes to discuss with Imperial concubine Han when he has something to do." Concubine Dong lightly said, "Well, do as you see fit. This concubine doesn't care what method you use. In short, you have to put this thing in Imperial concubine Han's bedroom." On the first day, there was no movement from the palace. On the second day, there was still no movement from the palace. Gu Chengfeng finally couldn't help but sneak into the state preceptor hall at night. He couldn't help but ask Gu Jiao, "Do you think they made a move? Why is there still no news?" They must have made a move. As for whether they succeeded or not, it depended on whether they had the ability to do so. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. On the fourth day, the king accompanied the young royal princess to the state preceptor hall to visit Xiao Heng and Shang Wanyan. Not long after sitting down, Zhang Dequan came over with a panicked expression. Your Majesty, something happened in the palace. Chapter 784. At this time, the king was sitting in front of Shang Wanyan's bed. The little princess and little Jing Kong had already gone to cause trouble for little Shi. In addition to him, there was only Shang Wanyan, who closed her eyes and pretended to be dead, and Xiao Hong, who accompanied her. One was unconscious, and the other was not going to live for long. They were not outsiders. The king's face sank and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" It's... Zhang Dequan was afraid of those few words and couldn't say it out loud. The king said in a deep voice, "I forgive you, speak." "Yes." Zhang Dequan braced himself and told the whole story. It turned out that the sixth prince was flying a kite in the palace today. While flying, the kite broke and flew into Imperial concubine Han's bedroom. The sixth prince went to ask for his kite. After all, he was a prince. Of course, he couldn't just stand outside the door. He went in to greet Imperial concubine Han. After that, when the palace servants were looking for the kite, they accidentally found a strange thing in the flowers. The sixth prince was young and curious. He ran over and asked the palace servants to dig it out. Who would have thought that it was a little person full of silver needles? Judging from the situation at the scene, the little person was buried under the ground. However, because of the heavy rain a few days ago, the soil was washed away, causing the little person to be exposed. Piercing the little person, the king's eyes flashed with a trace of danger. Return to the palace. Xiao Heng got up and looked at the king with concern. "Imperial grandfather, I will accompany you to the palace." The king thought for a moment and didn't refuse. "Take good care of the little princess." The king left Zhang Dequan and returned to the palace with Xiao Hong. The matter was very big. The scene was surrounded by Imperial concubine Wang Xian. Although Imperial concubine Han was in charge of the Phoenix Seal, this matter was related to her future. Imperial concubine Wang Xian directly called the people of the Rearguard Commandery. The Rearguard Commandery was the most special yamen in the outer court. It was directly under the king's jurisdiction. Although they were not allowed to break into the harem, if the emperor's safety was threatened, they could enter first and report later. The king had arrived. At this moment, some concubines who were watching the show had also arrived. Xiao Hong did not bow to these imperial concubines. Whether it was Shang Wanyan or the crown princess, he was now the only imperial grandson of Empress Xianyuan. Except for the emperor and empress, he did not need to bow to anyone. "Where is it?" the king asked. Wang Xianfei winked at Lu Mama. "Mama, give the things to His Majesty." "Yes." Lu Mama held a handkerchief with both hands. On the handkerchief, there was a little person dug out from the flowers. The sixth prince nestled in Wang Xianfei's arms in fear. He didn't understand why he was just looking for a kite. How could he make such a big scene? Imperial father looked very unhappy. "Mother, I'm scared," he whispered. "Don't be afraid." Wang Xianfei caressed his head and comforted him softly. But in his heart, he secretly said, "Fortunately, I chose Shang Wanyan. The sixth prince is so timid. After all, it will be difficult for him to take on a big responsibility." Of course, she didn't hate the sixth prince. After all, she didn't have a son. It wasn't bad to have an obedient sixth prince by her side. Xiao Hong directly took the little person. "Your Highness." Lu Mama was shocked. The king also frowned. "Don't touch this kind of unlucky thing. It doesn't matter," Xiao Hong said indifferently. "Huh?" He unintentionally turned the little person over and saw a line of words written on the back of the cloth. He asked with a puzzled look, "Imperial grandfather, isn't this your birth date?" Naturally, the king saw it. His face sank to the extreme. "Where was it found? Who found it?" Lu Mama pointed to the grass not far away that was surrounded by Wang Xianfei's people and respectfully said, "It was found there. His Highness the Sixth Prince's kite fell there. His Highness the Sixth Prince's servant, Zhang En, and Xiao Shang from Gi Palace went to look for the kite. They found it together. One was Wang Xianfei's person, and the other was Imperial concubine Han's person. There was no possibility of someone framing them at the scene. The king looked coldly at Imperial concubine Han. Imperial concubine, what else do you have to say? Imperial concubine Han, who had been stepped on by little Jing Kong a few days ago and had yet to recover, limped to the king, knelt down, and saluted. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. I didn't know anything. Your Majesty. Xiao Hung was not in a hurry to interrupt. This was because he was very confident in his imperial grandfather's ability to fill in the blanks. His imperial grandfather's imagination must be better than his. The king looked at her coldly. You mean someone sneaked into your palace and framed you for practicing the Yin Shang technique? Imperial concubine Han gritted her teeth and looked at Wang Xianfei. It must be. Wang Xianfei raised her hand to protect the sixth prince, who was so scared that he crawled in her arms, and said lightly, Imperial concubine, why are you looking at me and the sixth prince? Do you think I'm framing you? Imperial concubine Han said coldly, What a coincidence, the sixth prince's kite fell at my door. What a coincidence, the sixth prince's kite broke in my garden. Wang Xianfei's attitude was so good that there was no trace of guilt on her face. Who doesn't know that your Gi palace is heavily guarded? Even if I wanted to, I don't have the ability. Imperial concubine, I advise you to quickly admit your guilt. There are so many people in your palace, and not all of them are stubborn. You can interrogate them eventually. Instead of going to prison and suffering, it's better to admit your guilt obediently. Maybe His Majesty will be lenient and give you a lighter sentence. As she spoke, the king's eyes inadvertently swept over and caught a glimpse of a trembling figure hiding behind the people. The king raised his hand and pointed. Bring him here. The guards of the rearguard commandery strode forward and pulled the eunuch out. The eunuch knelt on the ground, trembling like a sieve. With such a guilty and trembling appearance, no one would believe that there was no ghost. Tell the truth, the king shouted. It's this servant who buried it. He stammered. It's imperial concubine, using this servant's family to threaten. This servant didn't dare to disobey. Imperial concubine Han's expression suddenly changed. Kneeling on the ground, she straightened her body and pinched her handkerchief to point at the eunuch. Feng Yusheng, this concubine has treated you well. Why are you slandering this concubine? The eunuch called Feng Yusheng kowtowed to her and cried, Imperial concubine, please let this servant's family go. This servant begs you. This servant is willing to apologize with death. But please forgive this servant's family. After saying that, without waiting for Imperial concubine Han to speak, he suddenly got up and banged his head on the rockery. Of course, he had to die. Otherwise, if he went to prison and was tortured to extort a confession, it would be bad if Imperial concubine Wang Xian was exposed. Imperial concubine Wang Xian couldn't hide her disappointment. Imperial concubine, you and His Majesty have been together for so many years. Just because His Majesty deposed the crown prince, you hold a grudge against His Majesty and use Yin Sheng's technique to frame His Majesty? Imperial concubine, your heart is too cruel. Xiao Hung, everyone in the harem knows how to act. Speaking of which, there were so many little people. Was Imperial concubine Wang Xian the only one who succeeded? He didn't feel that there were too few little people exposed. He was simply curious. Unexpectedly, just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw a puppy raised by Imperial concubine Han carrying a little person over. Imperial concubine Han only raised the puppy for a few days before she didn't like it and gave it to the servants to raise. They hadn't seen each other for many days. She didn't expect to meet again in such a desperate situation. Imperial concubine Wang Xian frowned. What was going on? Why did another little person come? Didn't she only give Feng Dushing a little person? This little person was Imperial concubine Dong's masterpiece. Imperial concubine Dong's experts lurked in the palace for 2 days before waiting for the right time. It wasn't enough to just bury the little person. They had to expose the little person. Imperial concubine Wang Xian chose to use the sixth prince, while Imperial concubine Dong targeted Imperial concubine Han's dog. The little person was buried with the bones. It wasn't buried deep, so the dog could dig it out with a few scratches. Imperial concubine Dong originally wanted to visit Imperial concubine Han so that she could discover the yin sheng technique on the spot. However, Imperial concubine Wang Xian led the people of the rearguard commandery to surround Imperial concubine Han's palace. Imperial concubine Dong inquired about it. The palace people said that Imperial concubine Han was using the yin sheng technique in the palace. Imperial concubine Dong thought that her little person was accidentally discovered by Imperial concubine Wang Xian and the sixth prince. This was a good thing. It saved her the trouble of coming forward. This little person had Shang Wanyan's birth date written on it. The monarch's face became even darker. He clenched his fists and trembled with anger. Very good, Imperial concubine, you're very good. Guards, search for her. I want to see how many dirty things are hidden in this poisonous woman's palace. Yes, the guards of the rearguard commandery responded. The guards found 7 or 8 little people in Imperial concubine Han's palace in one breath. Why were there 7 or 8? One of them was only half a person. The corner of Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. This is too much. Gu Jiao Jiao, didn't you say that you wouldn't add drama? Gu Jiao, it's little Jiao Humph. 3 days ago, Shang Wanyan found a total of 5 Imperial concubines. Among them, Imperial concubine Wang Xian, Imperial concubine Dong, and Imperial concubine Feng successfully put the little people in Imperial concubine Han's palace. Imperial concubine Chun Shu and Imperial concubine Yang De both failed. However, this didn't affect the 2 of them from coming to watch the fun. The 2 of them arrived at the same time as Imperial concubine Dong and Imperial concubine Feng. Imperial concubine Feng saluted the 3 of them. The 3 of them politely greeted each other. After a set of tedious and artificial etiquette, the 4 of them went to Imperial concubine Han's small garden. When they saw the 7.5 little people on the stone table, their expressions suddenly froze. Imperial concubine Feng, Imperial concubine Dong, Imperial concubine Wang Xian. I only put 1 little person. Imperial concubine Chen Shu, Imperial concubine Yang De. I obviously didn't put it in. The 5 of them were simply dumbfounded. Imperial concubine Han was also dumbfounded. Imperial concubine Wang Xian. Are you crazy? Do you need so many little people to frame me? Also, how did you put them in? Chapter 785. If Imperial concubine Han hadn't planted a spy in the Qilin Hall first, they could have dealt with her later. The sky wanted to rain, the mother wanted to get married, and the Imperial concubine wanted to court death. There was nothing that could be done. After the monarch issued the decree to abolish the Imperial concubine, he left with Xiao Heng with a cold expression. Wang Xianfei and the others also left the Guei palace after sending the monarch off. Wang Xianfei asked the palace maid to bring the 6th prince back first. When a noble lady fell, it meant that the position of Guei Fei was empty. The other imperial concubines did not need to be promoted to Guei Fei, but Feng Zhaoyi's position made her very eager to enter Guei Palace. But today, Feng Zhaoyi was not in the mood to think about conferring the title of imperial concubine. Her mind was filled with those little people. She couldn't figure out why there were so many of them. Also, how could it be so coincidental that Imperial concubine Han's letter of usurping the throne was also dug out as soon as the little one was discovered? Everything was too coincidental. Don't you guys feel that there's something strange about what happened today? Just as Feng Zhaoyi was puzzled, Imperial concubine Dong opened her mouth. In the imperial harem, the empress was the most respected. Below her were the imperial noble consorts, the noble, virtuous, and virtuous consorts. However, consort Dong was originally a second-rank consort. Because the positions of the 4 consorts had been filled, the monarch made an exception and granted her the title of Consort Chun, which was also a first-rank consort. Consort Dong voiced out the doubts in their hearts. Only the 5 imperial concubines who had an alliance with Shang Wanyan would have this feeling. The rest of the imperial concubines didn't know the cause and effect. They just thought that Imperial concubine Han really did something like stabbing a villain and writing an imperial edict. Chun Fei, do you feel that something is strange? Wang Xianfei asked. Unrelated people wouldn't find it strange. Only the person who framed imperial concubine Han with the little one would think that the imperial edict and letter were also framing. It was as if this was originally a perfect plan, and burying a villain in imperial concubine Han's palace was just one of the moves. Consort Wang Xian was testing Consort Dong. How could Consort Dong Chun not want to test the other consorts? Don't you think there are too many villains? She asked. Then how many do you think it should be? Chen Shufei asked. None of them were fools. After a while, who wouldn't be able to discern the underlying meaning? But no one was willing to say that number. Wang Xianfei said, "How about this? I'll count to 3, and everyone will say it together. At this point, I believe that no one is a fool, and don't treat others as fools." The few of them looked at each other. Consort Dong thought for a moment. Okay, I agree. Chen Shufei and Yang Defei nodded in agreement. The first-rank imperial concubines all agreed, but the fourth-rank Feng Zhao naturally had no reason to not follow the crowd. Wang Xianfei took a deep breath and slowly said, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1. No, no. The ones who said no were Consort Chen Shu and Consort Yangde, while the ones who said 1 were Consort Wang Xian, Consort Dong, and Feng Zhaoi. As soon as the voice fell, the faces of the several people changed subtly. Consort Wang Xian frowned and pinched her fingers. She gritted her teeth and said, "Well, the next question will be answered by the 3 of us. Where was the little one found? Again, let's count to 3. Consort Dong and Feng Zhaoi became nervous and nodded. Consort Wang Xian, 1, 2, 3. In the flowers. Next to the doghouse. Under the bed. Consort Wang Xian's trusted eunuch buried the little one in the flowers. Consort Dong's expert placed the little one near the doghouse. Feng Zhaoi loved to curry favor with imperial concubine Han. When she had the chance to get close to imperial concubine Han, she personally threw the little one under imperial concubine Han's bed. Now that the confrontation had reached this point, who wouldn't have the slightest bit of confidence in their hearts? Consort Wang Xian's eyes turned cold. Are you? Consort Dong looked at her. Are you? Consort Wang Xian thought, of course I am. But I didn't expect you to be the same. Consort Wang Xian's breath trembled. She held the last glimmer of hope and solemnly looked at the other 4 people. I think everyone already knows, but I also understand the scruples in everyone's heart. There are some things that you are still afraid of exposing yourself. So, let me say it first. This kind of thing needed someone to take the lead. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find any substantial evidence, even if they matched the secret code for a long time. Shangguan Yin is pretending. She was not stabbed by the assassin. Consort Wang Xian's voice fell. Seeing that the others were not shocked, she suppressed her anger and said, "She also came to find you, didn't she?" Her anger was not directed at Consort Dong and the others, but at the matter itself. None of the 4 people spoke, but the reaction of the 4 people said it all. Among these people, Consort Wang Xian was the oldest. She entered the palace around the same time as Empress Xin Yuan and Imperial Concubine Han, followed by Consort Yangde, then Consort Dong and Consort Chen. As for Feng Zhaoi, she was relatively young. She just turned 30 this year. Age and seniority destined Consort Wang Xian to be the leader of these people. Consort Wang Xian had never suffered such a great humiliation in her life. She didn't lose to Imperial Concubine Han because she didn't have a son. This was her biggest weakness. Otherwise, how could Imperial Concubine Han be in charge of the 6 palaces? Consort Wang Xian's eyes once again swept to the 4 people and angrily said, "Don't pretend to be mute one by one. It's useless." That hateful Shangguan Yin. Consort Dong finally couldn't bear the shame in her heart. She gritted her teeth and pinched off a flower that was blooming next to her. After Consort Dong broke her silence, Consort Chen also stomped her feet in anger. Shameless. Shameless. I knew she didn't have good intentions. This was after the horse's back. Why didn't they notice it at the time? Wasn't the temptation of the Emperor's position too great that it made them dizzy? Empress Xin Yuan had died of illness for many years, and the position of Empress had been empty for a long time. The desire in the hearts of the concubines grew day by day. Just like addicts who saw the addictive drug, they couldn't control themselves. They regretted it now. But what was the use of regret? Didn't they become the knives in Shangwan Yan's hands? And Imperial concubine Han was defeated? Consort Yang doubtfully said, but among the 5 of us, only 3 of us succeeded in putting the little ones in your palace. How did the other little ones come in? There are also those 2 letters. They're also very suspicious. Consort Dong snorted. She must have found someone else. Consort Chen Shufei was furious. Too shameless. Consort Wang lightly said, forget it. Let's not care about the others. They're just pawns used by Shangwan Yan. If they want to swallow their anger and suffer in silence, let them be. But this consort can't swallow this anger. I don't know what sisters think. Consort Dong asked, what is Sister Consort Xian going to do? In order to gain our trust, she left something in our hands. Consort Wang Xian said and paused. I'm not the only one who has her letter of commitment, right? At this point, there was nothing to hide. Consort Dong sternly said, I have it too. Me too. Consort Yangda and Consort Chen Shufei said in unison. Consort Wang Xian looked at Feng Jiaoyi. Feng Jiaoyi turned around and took out the letter of commitment from the very private compartment of her underwear. In black and white, the transaction between Shangwan Yin and Feng Jiaoyi was written, as well as the signatures and fingerprints of the 2 people. Looking at the same letter in their hands, several people trembled in anger. They couldn't wait to tear Shangwan Yin into pieces. Consort Wang said, it seems that everyone has it in their hands. This is easy. Let's expose her together. Feng Jiaoyi was helpless. How do we expose her? Do we use this letter? But we also have our own signatures on the agreement. Who said we're going to use this? Don't you remember that her injury was fake? As long as we take His Majesty to check the injury, her crime of deceiving the emperor will be confirmed. She can't escape the crime of framing the crown prince. Consort Yang, though, was silent for a moment. But in this way, won't the crown prince be restored? Consort Wang Xian didn't have a son. Anyway, she can't compete for that position. But she has a prince. She doesn't want to see the crown prince make a comeback. Consort Dong and Consort Chen also have the same idea. Consort Wang Xian stared at several people with resentment. What crown prince's throne? Han Shi just committed the crime of rebellion. Her mother's debt must be paid by her son. How can the crown prince make a comeback in such a short time? Today, we've been busy for a long time. I think everyone is tired. Let's go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to see His Majesty and ask him to visit the 3rd princess. When we arrive at the State Preceptor Hall, we'll act according to the circumstances. Several people returned to the palace. Lu Mama followed Consort Wang Xian and whispered, Nyang Nyang, are you really going to expose the 3rd princess? How is that possible? Consort Wang Xian lightly said, this consort was just testing them to see if Shangwan Yin also made a deal with them. Lu Mama wondered, then why do you want us to see His Majesty tomorrow morning? Consort Wang Xian sneered. That's just a delaying tactic. You go and prepare. This consort will go out of the palace. Lu Mama was surprised. Nyang Nyang, Consort Wang Xian sternly said, this matter must be done by this consort herself. Chapter 786. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. The Imperial Preceptor's Hall was brightly lit. Imperial concubine Han had fallen, so there was no need to keep the spy. Gu Jiao asked him to break something casually and then asked someone to send him back to the palace. Regardless of whether Zhang Dequan doubted him or not, he would not use such a careless eunuch who was sent back to the palace. The old chancellor was asking Xiao Hong about the situation of the top 10 aristocratic families. Empress Dowager Zhuang was holding the jar and eating today's candied fruit very carefully. Gu Jiao got up and said, I'm going to cook. There was a chef in the Imperial Preceptor's Hall, but she wanted to cook a hometown dish for her family. Empress Dowager Zhuang said angrily, come back. Who wants to eat the food you cook? It was so hot to go into the kitchen on a hot day. Gu Jiao said, but didn't you say you wanted to eat Zhao's state dishes at noon? I just said it casually. Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at the old chancellor. You go. The old chancellor didn't want to go. There is a chef in the imperial preceptor's hall. Why are you? I'll go. Xiao Hong said. He also knew how to cook Zhao state dishes. The old chancellor was shocked. He waved his hand and stood up. You can't go. I'll cook. Xiao Hong. In order not to eat his disciples' dark cuisine, the old chancellor went to the kitchen to cook under the hot weather. Little commandery princess went back to the palace. Little Jing Kong was led by Gu Chengfeng to buy sugar-coated haws on the street. Only Gu Jiao, Empress Dowager Zhuang, and Xiao Hong were left in the room. Gu Jiao hummed and said, Great aunt, after what happened in Han Shi's palace today, the fact that the third princess has a bunch of imperial mothers should have been exposed. What will they do? In fact, if there were only her and Xiao Hong, they would also think about it. But with grandaunt and son-in-law here, they could slack off. Empress Dowager Zhuang said calmly, They will come. Speak of the devil. A disciple from the Imperial Preceptor Hall came to the Qilin Hall and cupped his hands towards Xiao Hong. Prince Chang's son, there are two people outside. They said that they were sent by His Majesty to visit the third princess. Xiao Hong and Gu Jiao exchanged a look. Empress Dowager Zhuang nodded slightly. Xiao Hong said to the disciples of the State Preceptor Hall, Let them in. Yes. Less than half a quarter of an hour later, a eunuch and a person dressed like a nanny arrived at the Qilin Hall. In the corridor, the nanny lowered her head, and her figure was blocked by the eunuch. The eunuch looked at the little palace maid guarding Shangwan Yan's door and said with a pleasant expression, We are here to deliver clothes to third princess. Is His Highness Zhang's son not here? The little maid said, His Highness just went to the toilet. This was perfect. He did not have to find an excuse to send His Highness Zhang's son away. The eunuch smiled. Then I'll pay my respects to His Highness Zhang's son later. Can I go in and see the third princess? Okay. The little palace maid, Huan stepped aside. The eunuch and the nanny entered the room. After a while, the eunuch's voice came from the room. It seems that it doesn't fit. You measure the third princess's size and make a few new ones. I'll wait for you outside. After that, he went out of the room and smiled to Huan I'm a little thirsty. Can you pour me a glass of water? Gong Gong, please wait a moment. Huan was successfully sent away. Inside the room, the nanny went behind the screen and coldly looked at the closed curtain. Don't pretend, third princess. Come out quickly. There was a sound of movement inside the mosquito net. The curtain was lifted, and Shangwan Yan's smiling face came out. Wang Xianfei, I haven't seen you for 3 days. How have you been? Wang Xianfei coldly snorted. You're not calling me mother so soon? Shangwan Yan asked back. Do you deserve it? Wang Xianfei was so angry that she leaned back. She was really a ruthless person who kicked her aside after using her. Wang Xianfei arrogantly said. Shangwan Yan, don't be complacent too early. I already know all the things you've done, and the rest of the people also know your face. Tomorrow morning, everyone will come with His Majesty to check your injuries. At that time, I'm afraid you won't even be able to cry. Shangwan Yan raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Then Wang Xianfei came all the way here to remind me. You don't want to see me cry? Wang Xianfei's eyes were cold. Shangwan Yan, don't talk nonsense. You have so many things in our hands. Once it's exposed, your end will only be more miserable than before. Now, only I can save you. Shangwan Yan asked, Why do you want to save me? Wang Xianfei said, I want to make a deal with you. As long as you continue to fulfill your original promise, I have a way to solve tomorrow's crisis for you. Shangwan Yan didn't ask what she could do, but smiled faintly. I just cheated you, and you still dare to come to me to make a deal? Are you soaked in the rain too much that your brain is flooded with water? Shangwan Yan's words could really anger a person to death. Wang Xianfei took a deep breath and spent a lot of effort to resist the urge to stab her to death. Wang Xianfei said with a strong aura, I dare to come here. I'm not afraid of you betraying me, because you have no other choice. Shangwan Yan narrowed her eyes. It sounds very reasonable. What does Wang Xianfei want me to do? Seeing that Shangwan Yan was still reasonable, Wang Xianfei's expression became slightly better. It's very simple. In the middle of the night, you pretend to be in a situation. When the news reaches the palace, I will come with His Majesty to visit you. At that time, you just need to open your eyes, take my hand, and call me Imperial Mother. Shang Wanyin looked at her strangely. You want me to pretend to be crazy? Wang Xianfei coldly snorted. You even pretended to have amnesia. What's the point of pretending to be crazy? Shang Wanyin raised an eyebrow. What if His Majesty doesn't believe me? Wang Xianfei's face sank. That's your business. If you can't make His Majesty believe you, then tomorrow morning, you will be exposed. This old witch wants me to recognize her as my Imperial Mother. She can even think of such a thing. Shang Wanyin put on her shoes, got out of bed, and slowly came to the window. She looked at Wang Xianfei meaningfully. Wang Xianfei's condition is very tempting. I personally want to agree, but I don't know if these people will agree. After saying that, she pushed open the window. Wang Xianfei took a closer look and saw Consort Dong, Consort Yang, Consort Chun, and Feng Jiaoyi hiding outside the window. The four people didn't expect Shang Wanyin to open the window without saying anything. They were caught off guard and were collectively dumbfounded. Wang Xianfei was also stunned. 10 eyes met. At the epic-level large-scale social death scene. You? Why are you here? It took Wang Xianfei a long time to find her voice. Shang Wanyin was happy to watch a good show. She crossed her arms and calmly looked at Consort Dong and the others. Consort Dong cleared her throat and asked, "We also want to ask you, didn't you say that you will go to His Majesty tomorrow morning to report this shameless person? You were just stalling for time so that you can come and make a deal with her." Shang Wanyin glanced at her. "Hey, pay attention to your words. Who is shameless? Are you guys shameless? You guys can't wait to sell out your teammates. This is your so-called alliance? It's ridiculous. Aren't you?" Wang Xianfei coldly asked. "We." Consort Dong's face turned red and looked at Feng Jiaoyi. She came first. Feng Jiaoyi's body shook. "I am a third. When I came, Consort Shu and Consort De were already hiding outside the window. Consort De came first. Consort Chen Shu decisively sold out Consort Yang. Halfway through her deal with Shang Wanyin, she heard someone coming from the palace. She climbed out of the window to hide, only to see Consort Yang standing in front of her. God knows what kind of mood she was in at that time. Then Feng Jiaoyi came. When Feng Jiaoyi climbed out of the window, Shi Yi experienced a wave of shock. Then came Consort Dong and Consort Wang. Consort Wang's whole body was not good. She was so angry that she could see stars. It was obviously her plan, but how did she become the slowest one? There has never been a stupid woman in the harem. Even if there were, they would have died long ago. Who could hold on until now? They were tricked by Shang Wanyin because they didn't expect that Shang Wanyin would win by a surprise move. In addition, Shang Wanyin knew them very well. But because Shang Wanyin had been in the imperial tomb for more than 10 years, her temperament had changed greatly. She was no longer the crown princess they were familiar with. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. This sentence was not unreasonable. We don't want infighting. Consort Wang calmed down and stabilized the overall situation. Everyone wants to be the empress, but it seems that no one can do it. It's better to take a step back and think about how to get revenge. Of course, if you are willing to be played by Shang Wanyin, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Consort Dong sarcastically said, "You don't want to send us away and play some tricks behind our backs, do you? You said it like you didn't play any tricks? Each one of you is more impatient than me, and you still have the face to mock me?" Consort Wang suppressed her anger. She didn't want to fight with Consort Dong at this juncture. She seriously said, "Let's go to the palace together and invite His Majesty. Don't say that we have seen her. Her testimony alone is not enough to convince us. Think of a way to let His Majesty see her injury." The four people were silent. At this point, they certainly understood that the deal with Shang Wanyin would not work. They were the 5 dignified imperial concubines, but they were played by a junior. They really couldn't swallow this. "Good, I agree." Consort Chen Shufei was the first to express her opinion. "I also agree." Immediately after, Feng Jiaoyi and Consort Yang also expressed their opinion. Consort Dong impatiently frowned. You all agreed. What else can I do? All right, let's go back to the palace. Shangguan Yin slowly said. Are you sure you want to leave like this? Consort Wang warned. Shangguan Yin, don't even think about doing anything to us here. Our people are not to be trifled with. If we really go to His Majesty, we can just say that we were worried about you and secretly went out of the palace to visit you. You won't get any benefits. Shangguan Yin took out a stack of paper from her wide sleeve and patted it on her palm, saying, It seems that you don't care about this. The several people subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the paper in her hand. Shangguan Yin was afraid that they couldn't see it clearly, so she specially showed them one. The several people's pupils shrank. Consort Dong was stunned. This is the letter of commitment I wrote to the several imperial concubines. It's written in black and white. If you help me overthrow Imperial Concubine Han, I will help you ascend to the position of the Empress. Consort Feng hurriedly took out the letter that she carried with her. Don't look at it. The one in your hand is fake. The one in my hand is the real one. If you don't believe me, you can compare the fingerprint on it. Consort Feng looked at the guide she pressed on it. She pressed it with her right thumb. Her right thumb had a dough pattern, commonly known as a snail. But on this piece of paper, the fingerprint that should belong to her was a dustpan. It was indeed different. The story of the matter was like this. Xiao Hung first secretly got the handwriting of the several imperial concubines from the State Preceptor Hall's library and let Shangguan Yin write 5 letters of commitment in advance. Then, he let the old chancellor imitate the handwriting of the several imperial concubines to sign and put their fingerprints on it. Most people wouldn't compare their fingerprints after the event. After all, they had signed in front of them. Who would have thought that Shangguan Yan's hand would be so fast that she would secretly replace it under their noses? In fact, if it was just a few little people, little Gio could do it. Why would he let Shangguan Yin find these imperial concubines at night? Empress Dowager Zhuang was not a woman who only limited her sight to the harem. She was the regent Empress Dowager who commanded the court. From the beginning, she wasn't just scheming against Imperial Concubine Han. Imperial Concubine Han was just a convenience. What she really wanted was these big fishes from the aristocratic families. Imperial Concubine Wang sneered. Shangguan Yin, even if you took this evidence, so what? Prove that we are in cahoots with you? Aren't you also involved? Shangguan Yin smiled faintly. But I'm not afraid of death. Are you not afraid? Imperial Concubine Dong was angry. You. Shangguan Yan's smile faded and her eyes were a little bit cold. She walked toward them step by step like a vengeful ghost. The Xinyuan family is gone, my imperial mother is dead, and my son is seriously ill and won't live past the end of the year. What else do I have to lose? You're different. You have a huge maternal family behind you. You have healthy and long-lived children. I only ask you one thing. Do you dare to die with me? The barefooted are not afraid of wearing shoes. Right now, I am the barefooted one. Chapter 787. Novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. Shangguan Yin was right. She has nothing to lose, but they can't gamble with their children and the entire family behind them. Several people's faces were livid with anger. Wang Xianfei coldly said, Isn't your son still alive? Aren't you afraid of implicating him in your death? Shangguan Yin arrogantly smiled. When I rebelled against the Xinyuan family and became a commoner, I didn't implicate my son. Do you think that my imperial father will vent his anger on my son for framing you? This was true. The emperor's tolerance and preference for Shangguan Qing was obvious to all. Wang Xianfei clenched her fists, her nails deeply piercing in her palms. What do you want to do? Shangguan Yin said with a smile. I don't want to do anything. I just want to see your frightened look. I'm happy. When I'm happy enough, I'll send this evidence to my imperial father. At that time, we'll go to the underworld to see my imperial mother. Crazy. Chen Shufei stomped her feet. Next door, in Gu Jiao's room, Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng were clinging to the wall like octopuses. Their 2 ears grew on the wall. Well, it seems they're gone. Gu Jiao said. Xiao Hong looked through the crack of the door and saw the figures passing by. And I also know. Gu Chengfeng left the wall, straightened up, and asked in confusion, "But I don't understand. Why don't we directly ask them? For example, let them take out the evidence of framing the Xianyuan family? In the past, the Xianyuan family had so many crimes. How many of them were fabricated by these families? If they get the evidence, they can rehabilitate the Xianyuan family." Gu Jiao said, "We can't take the initiative to say it will expose our bottom price. Never reveal your bottom price to anyone. The greatest requirement is to have no desires, and the greatest requirement is to have no demands. Let your opponent take the initiative to send all the chips in their hands to you." These were the words of her godfather. Gu Jiao felt that her great aunt's arrangement was right. If Shangguan Yin reveals that she wants to rehabilitate the Xianyuan family, Wang Xianfei and the others will know that she doesn't want to die. She has a request and can bargain. As a result, the five of them are likely to use the evidence to threaten Shangguan Yin. Now, let them beg Shangguan Yin and rack their brains to find the motivation for Shangguan Yin to live. The evidence to rehabilitate the Xianyuan family would certainly be sent to Shangguan Yin, and it was likely to be far more than just evidence. Concubine Wang Xian and the other four messed around for the whole night. When the night fell, the entire Qilin Hall fell into a peaceful slumber. Little Jing Kong was sleeping at Xiao Heng's place tonight. The reason was that his great-aunt had been kicked by his little foot several times, so she didn't want to sleep with this little monk anymore. Gu Jiao went to the courtyard and removed the last piece of gauze for the Black Wind King. Its injuries were completely healed. Gu Jiao stroked its head. In 3 days, she would take the Black Wind King to take over the Black Wind Camp. The road they were going to take was finally the right one, but there was still a long way to go. They couldn't relax for a moment. They couldn't be complacent because of a temporary victory. They must always be vigilant and ready to fight at any time. "Give it to me." Xiao Heng came over and said. Gu Jiao was stunned. Why haven't you slept yet?" Xiao Heng took the gauze from her hand and raised his other hand to tidy up her hair. "You haven't slept either, right?" Gu Jiao said. "Oh, I came to see the Black Wind King." Xiao Heng said, "I came to see you." His eyes were heavy, gentle, and affectionate. His whole heart and eyes were filled with the person in front of him. Gu Jiao blinked. This guy was getting more and more outrageous as he grew up. As soon as there was no one around, he would flirt with her. He was about to become a walking hormone. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to handle it. From a physiological point of view, her body was gradually maturing. It was indeed easy for her to be attracted to the hormones of the opposite sex. "It's not my problem, it's the hormones' problem." Before Xiao Heng could say anything, he saw the little girl shake her head. He said in amusement, "Why are you shaking your head? Are you not letting me see you?" "Let me see you," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng smiled gently. Gu Jiao suddenly smacked her head in his chest, her forehead resting on his firm chest. He stretched out his strong and slender arm and gently stroked her shoulder. "Are you tired?" Gu Jiao shook her head against his chest. "I'm not tired. I'm tired for Grand-Aunt and Granduncle. They're already so old, but they still have to worry so much. Grand-Aunt doesn't like scheming against each other. She likes to play leaf cards in Jade Water Alley." Xiao Heng smiled. "Grand-Aunt likes to play cards, but she likes you even more. You being safe and sound is Grand-Aunt's greatest joy for the rest of her life." Gu Jiao didn't move. She just leaned against his chest like a lazy calf. She rarely relaxed like this. Only in front of him did she release a little bit of her fatigue. She was indeed exhausted during this period of time. It seemed that ever since she entered the Yin Kingdom, she hadn't stopped. The boxing competition, Guyan's surgery, the fight with the Han family and Nangong family, the fight for the Black Wind Cavalry. She was so busy that she couldn't stop. She was worried that others would be tired. She just didn't remember how tired she was. Xiao Heng looked at the little head in his arms and said, "At most 3 months. I'll let the Yin Kingdom finish." Gu Jiao, she had a tone of confidence. Xiao Heng hugged her and asked softly, "When you're done, what do you want to do?" Gu Jiao thought seriously and said, "Eat you." Xiao Heng The two of them stayed in the courtyard for a while until they were almost carried away by the mosquitoes. Xiao Hong held her hand and returned to the house. Xiao Hong stood at the door and said to her, "Let's go in." Gu Jiao didn't hear him. She was in a daze. Xiao Hong pointed at her forehead. "What are you thinking about?" Gu Jiao came back to her senses. "Nothing. I just suddenly remembered what Nan Gongli said to me before he died. I do deserve to die. I betrayed you and the Xianyuan family. My death is not regrettable. I'm not surprised that you came to me for revenge. There's nothing to feel wronged, but you really think that the Nangong family did all those things? You're wrong. Ha ha ha. You're very wrong. The Nangong family can't even be considered as an accomplice. They're just a hunting dog that want a piece of fat meat. The person who really harmed the Xianyuan family is, as Gu Jiao recalled, Jin something. It seems to be Yang, but it also seems to be Liang. He couldn't speak clearly at that time. It's Jin Yang, right? Xiao Hong said. The Yin monarch's name is Shangguan Jingyang. Gu Jiao nodded. Oh, then it should be him. Xiao Hong held her shoulder and said seriously, the Xianyuan family will be rehabilitated, whether the Yin monarch is willing or not. In the middle of the night, Gu Jiao went to the secret room again. She wasn't surprised to see the state preceptor inside. This person came often recently. However, he didn't seem to have done anything bad to her. I'll guard him tonight. The state preceptor spoke just as Gu Jiao put the small medicine box into the groove. I'll guard him myself. Gu Jiao said. Are you sure? The state preceptor asked. Gu Jiao felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. What do you want to say? The state preceptor said, you tricked so many people at once. Wang Xian and the others don't know about you, but the Han family more or less knows a thing or two. How did this guy even know about them tricking the imperial concubines? The state preceptor said indifferently, in the future, don't let people in through the front door. Imperial concubines came in disguise one after another. Did they really think the state preceptor hall was blind? Gu Jiao asked, who let them in? If she didn't admit it, then they didn't. However, what did this guy mean by the first sentence? The Han family's understanding of her. The Han family didn't know that she was Gu Jiao, but they knew that she wasn't the real Xiao Lulang. They also knew that she was studying at Tianxiong Academy. Following this clue, they could easily find her residence. Not good. Marshal Aunt Nan and the others were in danger. Imperial concubine Han fell off the horse. The other party couldn't touch them in the state preceptor hall, so they attacked everyone related to them. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Willow Lane was completely silent. Marshal Aunt Nan had just finished boiling the last antidote for Gu Chongqing. She rubbed her sore neck, put the antidote in a porcelain bottle, and planned to go back to her room to rest. She first went to Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yan's room. The two children were sleeping very soundly. She then closed the door to old Master Meng's room. The old man's snoring was a little loud. Finally, she dragged her heavy steps and fell on her bed. The summer was hot, and the cicadas on the tree branches were incessant. The cicadas' chirping covered the sound of clothes rustling in the night. A few black shadows quietly sneaked into the courtyard. They came to the door of the central room, took out their daggers, and began to pry open the door. Guyan suddenly woke up. He held his breath and listened attentively. The movement at the door was very light, but he still heard it. He pushed Gu Xiaoshun. Gu Xiaoshun turned over in a daze and muttered, "What?" Gu Yin covered his mouth. Gu Xiaoshun was stunned. After 3 seconds of dizziness, he woke up and looked at Gu Yin in astonishment. Gu Yin lifted the curtain and pointed outside the door. Someone was coming. Chapter 788. Gu Xiaoshun sat up. His movements were fast, but not heavy, almost silent. He gave Gu Yin a look. I'll go take a look. You wait here for me. In fact, in terms of age, Gu Xiaoshun was 1 year younger than Gu Yin, but Gu Yin had always been the sickly one. Gu Xiaoshun was used to protecting him. Gu Yin shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to look. He should go wake up Master's wife and the others. Okay. Gu Xiaoshun responded in his mind. Without even wearing shoes, he went barefoot to Master's wife and Master Lu's room. When he passed through the central room, He clearly felt the other party trying to pry open the door. However, Master Lu was the best craftsman in the Zhao country. The door bolt he had modified was not easy to pry open. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that they would use force after getting tired of prying. For example, they could kick it open. Gu Shaoshun had to hurry. He shook Master's wife awake. Being shaken awake in the middle of the night, Master's wife was startled. She was about to speak when she saw Gu Shaoshun cover her mouth. He had learned this action from Gu Yan. He used it obediently. Master's wife was an experienced person. When Gu Shaoshun woke her up in the middle of the night and covered her mouth to prevent her from speaking, she only blinked and realized that something was wrong. She kicked Master Lu, who was beside her, awake. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Master Lu asked with a confused expression. Master's wife glared at him and whispered, "Be quiet. Someone's coming." Master Lu instantly became alert. Master's wife had to get up once or twice at night, so she slept outside. Master Lu gently walked past her and got out of bed. He picked up Table Mountain's axe and walked out the door. Master's wife quickly put on her shoes, put on an outer garment, and went to the central room with Master Lu. Click! After a slight sound, the door bolt was finally pried open. The door was pushed open from the outside. A person in black walked in, but what welcomed him was an axe shining with cold light. That person was an expert. A normal thief would have been split in half by the axe. He hurriedly took a step back in an attempt to avoid Master Lu's axe. However, although he managed to avoid it, his clothes were split in the middle, and his belt was also torn apart. The other 4 people behind him and quickly pulled out their swords. One of them pulled him aside and thrust his sword at Master Lu. Mistress Nan's gaze turned cold. "You want to hurt my man?" With a flick of her finger, 3 Tang Huan needles flew towards that person. Master's wife, and Master Lu's Master Lu. He blocked 2 of them, but the remaining one hit his arm. An unusual pain came from his arm. He frowned and said with a ferocious expression, "There's poison." Master's wife shot out another round of hidden weapons. This time, it wasn't just the Master's master needles, but also her poison darts. Gu Shaoshun didn't stay idle either. He took out his newly made mechanical box and threw it at the group of people in the courtyard. "Shaoshun." Master Lu hurriedly closed the door on one side and used his axe to block Gu Shaoshun and Master's wife to his side. With a few loud bangs, the door was shot into a sieve. Master Lu wiped his cold sweat and said to Gu Shaoshun, "Next time you make a hidden weapon, can you make one that doesn't hurt your own people?" Gu Shaoshun scratched his head. Oh, he made many. The only one that didn't hurt him was given to Gu Jiao. The rest were all indiscriminate attacks. The one just now was the newest one. He hadn't tried it yet. "I thought it was a success this time," he muttered. Master's wife and Master Lu worked together to take care of the 5 people in the yard. Master's wife looked at the men in black who were lying on the ground and frowned in confusion. "Only 5 came? I heard that there were 6 of them just now." "Ah!" Guyan's scream came from the backyard. Their expressions changed, and they rushed to the backyard. When they arrived, they saw Gu Yan holding a stick with both hands, and a man in black who had been knocked unconscious by his stick was lying on the ground. "Everyone, you knocked him unconscious?" Gu Shaoshun asked in a daze. This was simply too unbelievable, okay? Gu Yan puffed out a small chest and said proudly, "Yes." Gu Shaoshun couldn't help but give Gu Yan a thumbs up. "Brother, from now on, I have a whole new level of respect for you." "But," Gu Shaoshun frowned, "why did you call him unconscious? I thought he did something to you." Gu Yan held the stick and said, "This is more imposing." Gu Yan's sneak attack was successful purely because that person stepped into the trap in the backyard and inhaled the knockout powder scatter from the eaves. As they were talking, there was a sudden whoosh from the front yard, followed by fireworks exploding in the sky. Master Lu threw an axe over and knocked the struggling man in black unconscious. Master's wife looked at the fireworks above her head and said with a serious expression, "It's a signal. They're gathering their companions nearby. We can't stay here any longer. Hurry and leave. Don't pack your things." Money was a small matter. Escaping for their lives was a big matter. Gu Yan rushed into the house and took the golden lantern that Gu Jiao had brought back from the Lantern Festival. He didn't take anything else. Master's wife went back to the house to put on her clothes and took a few masks. Although she didn't pack, she still took the banknotes that were convenient. Master Lu carried her hidden weapons and poison on his back. We can't forget this. This is the antidote for Chongqing. Master's wife took the medicine bottle from the table and put it in her arms. On the other side, Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yin went to call Master Meng. However, Master Meng was in a deep sleep and couldn't be woken up even if 5 bolts of lightning struck him. I really have to hand it to you. Gu Yin was mad. Shaoshun, you can't carry him. I'll do it. Master Lu walked into the house and handed the basket on his back to Gu Shaoshun. Go and prepare the carriage. Okay. Gu Shaoshun agreed. He and Gu Yin went to the stable, took the horse out, put it on the carriage, and opened the back door. Master Lu carried the sleeping Master Meng on his back. Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshun also sat on the carriage. Master's wife sat on the outside seat and grabbed the reins. I'll drive the carriage. I'm more familiar with the terrain of Shengdu. After Master Lu put Master Meng in the carriage, he came out and sat with her. I'll look after it for you. Okay. Master's wife didn't refuse. In the middle of the night, a carriage drove out of Willow Lane and left on the quiet street. There was no curfew in the outer city of Shengdu, but at this time, there weren't many carriages on the street. Their carriage would be very eye-catching. Go to a crowded place. Master Lu said. Where's the crowded place? Master's wife asked subconsciously. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Gu Yin lifted the curtain and said, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, the place where Gu Chengfeng sang opera. Now, only the street was bustling all night. That was the best place to go. Master's wife turned the carriage and rushed in the direction of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Quick, they're over there. Hearing the assassin's voice, Master's wife clenched the reins in her hand. Not good. They're catching up. This time, it wasn't 5 black-clothed men, but a total of 10. 10 assassins leaped onto roofs and vaulted over walls, following the loud sound of horse hooves and the clunky sound of the carriage wheels. They gradually closed in. I see the carriage. Go. Remember to capture the 2 young ones alive. Kill the rest without mercy. Yes. The black-clothed men split into 2 groups, 5 on the left side of the road, 5 on the right side of the road, surrounding the carriage. Following the leader's hand gesture, everyone used Qinggong to soar into the sky in the night. They pulled out their long swords and slashed open the carriage. The horse was frightened, and with the sword energy cutting the reins on the horse's back, the horse fled in panic in the night. At this time, no one cared about the horse. Everyone surrounded the collapsed carriage. Who did it? The leader was fierce. I said to keep the 2 young ones alive. What if they died? Everyone lowered their heads. The leader pointed at the black-clothed man beside him. You, go take a look. Yes. The black-clothed man who was pointed at bravely walked forward, using his long sword to pry open a collapsed carriage wall, but found that there was no one in the carriage. He turned back and said, Leader, they ran away. The leader narrowed his eyes. They can't have gone far, split up and chase. Did they leave? In a small shop that was closed, Madame Nan asked in a small voice. Master Lu slowly poked his head out of the wall, leaning against the wall and looking outside. Seems like they left. Phew. Madame Nan leaned against the wall and sighed in relief. This group of people's breath is different from the ones just now. They are death warriors, very difficult to deal with. Gu Yan's expression suddenly became a bit strange. Gu Shaoshun noticed his strangeness and asked, Are you okay? Does your heart hurt again? No. Gu Yan shook his head. I just feel there's danger. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword energy cut through the air. Master Lu and Madame Nan each held a child and dodged to the side. The sword energy fell to the ground. An innocent water tank was hit and split open on the spot. Old Mr. Meng, who was tied to Master Lu's back, was shaken awake. However, in the next second, his head hit the wall and he was knocked unconscious again. Master Lu, did you hit something just now? But I didn't feel any pain. Chapter 789. 2 men of sacrifice jumped into the courtyard. Nan Sherngyang said to Master Lu, "Take them away first. I'll block them for a while." Master Lu said, "No. Take them away. I'll block them." Nan Sherngyang said angrily, "If you say any more nonsense, I'll divorce you." Nan Sherngyang's martial arts were abolished, but she was an expert in using poison and concealed weapons. Her chances of winning were much higher than Master Lu, who couldn't even beat the Horse King. "Oomph. None of you are allowed to leave." The men of sacrifice attacked. Nan Sherngyang directly threw 6 darts over, opening a path for Master Lu and the others. "Go quickly!" Master Lu gritted his teeth, grabbed Gu Shaoshun with one hand and Gu Yan with the other, stepped on the ground, and flipped over the wall. Unfortunately, Master Lu and the others were not far away before the remaining men of sacrifice caught up with them. The 8 people blocked all their escape routes. The leader of the men of sacrifice said, "Hand over the 2 little ones, and I'll leave your corpse intact." "Bah," Master Lu said coldly. "Come at me if you have the guts. I'll see what skills you have." After he finished threatening, he whispered to the 2 disciples, "Do you still remember how to use the mechanism box?" The mechanism box he spoke of was not a half-finished product made by Gu Shaoshun. He made it himself. It was something that could really save their lives, but it took a lot of time to make. He had only made 2 so far and gave them to the 2 children. He and Nan Xiang didn't have any. The 2 nodded. Master Lu lowered his voice and said, "In a while, I'll hold them back. You guys split up and find a place to hide. Use the breathing technique I taught you to hide your breath." He always disagreed with Nan Xiang's various impulsive actions. For example, don't be enemies with the imperial family of Zhao country. Don't come to Yin country and take risks. You're only a master's wife, not a biological mother. But when it came to a real life and death situation, he still didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life to find a way out for the 2 children. Gu Shaoshun grabbed Gu Yan's wrist. "I know, father." The word father made the tip of Master Lu's nose sour, and a swollen pain surged up his throat. Shaoshun usually only called him Shifu, but she would occasionally call him adoptive father. This was the first sound, and also the last one. Tears flashed in Master Lu's eyes. When one got older, it was easy for their eyes to leak urine. He smiled and said to the men of sacrifice in front and behind him, "Come on, come at me together if you have the ability." The Death Warriors didn't waste any time talking to him. They raised their swords and rushed towards him. "Old Master Meng, I'm sorry. The 2 children can't run away with you. I can only wrong you to stay with me." Master Lu untied the ropes on his body. Old Master Meng had just woken up when he was thrown to the side of the road by Master Lu. He fainted again. Old Master Meng. Master Lu wasn't a match for these Death Warriors, but he fought as if he didn't care about his own life, forcibly carving out a bloody path. Originally, it was Gu Shaoshun who was grabbing Gu Yan. Unexpectedly, Gu Yan's wrist suddenly turned, and he grabbed Gu Shaoshun's wrist instead. "Let's go," he said decisively. The 2 of them rushed out of the street and fled for their lives in the empty night. In order not to let the 2 children's hearts soften, Master Lu didn't cry out even when he was stabbed. He just gritted his teeth and swallowed all the pain back into his throat. However, a few Death Warriors still chased after them. "There's a well over there." Gu Yan looked at the empty space in front of him and said, "Go, hide in it." Gu Shaoshun was very good at swimming. He pulled open the well cover and jumped down first. Then, he raised his head, wiped the water droplets off his face, and reached out to Gu Yan. "Jump down, I'll catch you." Gu Yan stood beside the well and stared at Gu Shaoshun, whose eyes were filled with encouragement. He smiled slightly and grabbed the well cover forcefully. Gu Shaoshun suddenly panicked and whispered, "Gu Yan, what are you doing?" Gu Yan said, "Don't make a sound." Gu Shaoshun paddled and tried to climb up. "Hey, come down. I'm your older brother," Gu Yan said. "This time, it's my turn to protect you." His body was very weak and his strength was very little. He almost used up all the strength in his arms to cover the heavy well cover. Then, he broke into a run. As he ran, he said to the people on the other street, "Let's split up. You go that way." The death warriors who chased after them decisively ignored the well and split into two groups to chase after them. Guyen ran forward with all his might. He had been sick for the first 16 years. He would pant after walking a few steps. After the operation, he finally understood how easy it was to be a normal person. He had never run so wildly before. He felt his heart contract violently, and there was a majestic power flowing through his body. Was this the body of a normal person? It felt good. He felt it. Stop. Otherwise, I'll make a move. A death warrior stood on a roof not far away and shouted at Guyen. Of course, Guyen didn't stop. He used all his strength to run forward. He was like a child who had never eaten candy before and wanted to eat it all at once. He also wanted to run as fast as he could. The death warrior's mission was to capture someone alive. It was said to capture, not invite. It didn't matter if he was slightly injured or seriously injured. It was fine as long as he was still breathing. The death warrior saw that Guyen didn't follow his orders. His eyes turned cold. He jumped up and slapped at Guyen's back. He didn't know that Guyen was a weak person. This slap was enough to injure Guyen's heart again. At this critical moment, the sound of horse hooves that were as swift as lightning came from the night sky. Almost at the same time, a red-tasseled spear with a murderous aura shot towards the death warrior like lightning and directly pierced through the death warrior's shoulder. The death warrior let out a mournful scream. The strength of the red-tasseled spear was beyond the death warrior's imagination. The death warrior didn't have any strength to fight back and was directly knocked over. He fell heavily on the hot bluestone street. Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King and rushed over with a cold expression. She pulled the reins and blocked in front of Guyen. She coldly looked at the death warrior who was bleeding nonstop. Who allowed you to touch my brother with your dirty hands? The death warrior kept vomiting blood. He pulled out the dagger at his waist, but before he could make a move, the Black Wind King stomped on his chest, and he died on the spot. Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear. The other death warrior saw that the situation wasn't good and ran away. He wanted to find his companions. But could he run away? Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear was like a sharp blade in the hand of the King of Hell. It didn't give him a chance to escape and instantly pierced his heart. Gu Jiao took back the red-tasseled spear and rode the Black Wind King back to Guyen's side. Guyen was in a sorry state. The tuft of hair on his head couldn't stand up and drooped listlessly. Guyen stared blankly at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao reached out her hand to him. Guyen guiltily gave his hand to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao pulled him up and sat behind her. Gu Jiao said seriously, "You're acting like an older brother now." Guyen's eyes flashed. He stretched out his arm and hugged Gu Jiao's waist. He put his head on Gu Jiao's body and said shamelessly, My head seems to be a little dizzy. Did I run too fast? My heart also hurts. Is my heart disease acting up again?" Gu Jiao closed her eyes and held the reins tightly. Biological brother. Don't be angry, don't be angry." Gu Jiao brought Guyen to find Master Lu and Madame Nan. Madame Nan had already escaped from the small courtyard and was surrounded by 6 people with Master Lu. Perhaps the mission this time wasn't too difficult. The men of sacrifice sent by the Han family weren't too strong. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King quickly took care of them. Madame Nan and Master Lu were slightly injured. Fortunately, they weren't seriously injured. Old Master Meng didn't treat them as dead people. No one targeted him. He was fine. Gu Jiao and Gu Yin went to the place where Gu Shaoshun was hidden. Gu Jiao removed the manhole cover and pulled Gu Shaoshun, who had almost reached the top, up. Gu Shaoshun was wet. Even her eyelashes were dripping with water. "Sister," he was very surprised to see Gu Jiao. But thinking of something, he glared at Gu Yin with hidden bitterness. "Don't do this in the future. It was so dangerous." In terms of running, could Gu Yin outrun him? He was the #1 village tyrant of Qingchuan village. He was a fast runner from 10 miles away. It would be more appropriate for him to be the one to lead the enemy away. Gu Yin curled his lips and snorted. He whispered, "I'm the older brother." Gu Jiao took the State Preceptor Hall's token out of the inner city tonight. If she had been a step late, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lord State Preceptor, I owe you another favor. Madame Nan and Master Lu were covered in cuts and bruises. Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin were also in a sorry state. Even if they had the State Preceptor Hall's token, they would still be strictly checked. And they didn't have the inner city's token, so it was impossible for them to enter the city. As for their original residence, it was already targeted by the Han family, so it wasn't safe. Gu Jiao said, "Let's find an inn to stay for the night. Madame Nan and Master Lu's injuries need to be treated as soon as possible." "It's just a small injury," Madame Nan said indifferently. "Jiao Jiao, who are those people?" Gu Jiao replied, "They're the Han family's death warriors. Being targeted by the Han family, they had to settle Madame Nan and the others in a safe place as soon as possible." But where was the best place? Chapter 790. Gu Jiao was now living in the State Preceptor's Hall. Her first reaction was to bring her family to her side, but then she felt that it was inappropriate. She was living in the State Preceptor's Hall because she was ordered to treat the Crown Princess. It was still acceptable to take in 2 patients who came here because of its reputation, but it was a bit strange to bring her fellow countrymen who came to Yin Kingdom with her. It would easily make the Emperor of Yin Kingdom suspicious. "I have to think about it tonight," Gu Jiao said in her heart. The few of them stayed in the inn. Gu Jiao took out iodophor and golden sword medicine from the first aid kit. She carefully cleaned the wounds of Nan, Sherngyang, and Master Lu. Most of the injuries were superficial. Master Lu had been protecting Nan Sherngyang and was slightly more seriously injured than Nan Sherngyang. "I told you not to rush over." Nan Sherngyang glared at him. Master Lu chuckled. "I have thick skin and can take a beating." Trained by fighting with the Horse King. Gu Jiao finished treating all of Master Lu's injuries and reminded him, "Don't let the wounds get wet first. They will be fine in a few days." "Are you injured?" Nan Sherngyang asked. "I'm not injured," Gu Jiao said. Yin and Xiaoshun are not injured either. Nan Sherngyang let out a long breath. It didn't matter to the 2 adults, as long as the children were fine. Master Lu asked, "By the way, Jiao Jiao, why did you leave the city in the middle of the night?" Gu Jiao took out the State Preceptor's Hall token hanging on her waist. "I have this." My goodness, she even got the State Preceptor's Hall token. This girl was doing well in the inner city. Too many things had happened recently. The length of the note was limited, so she didn't have time to tell Nan Sherngyang and the others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gu Jiao told Nan Sherngyang and Master Lu what had happened recently. Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin also came over after changing their clothes. They also heard Gu Jiao's heavy news. Everyone's focus was different, but they were all surprised by the same thing. Jiao Jiao took the Han family's Black Wind Cavalry. Gu Chongqing was injured. Empress Dowager and Old Chancellor came to the Yin Kingdom. In comparison, although the Crown Prince and Imperial Concubine Han's fall from the horse was also shocking, it did not garner much attention. They were more concerned about the situation of their own people. That's how it is. Gu Jiao concluded with a single sentence. The person involved was very calm, but Master Nan and Master Lu's hearts had long been set off stormy waves. The water in the pool that was Shengdu had been stirred up, and the situation had reached a state of mutual hostility. The 10 great aristocratic families seemed to be united, but in fact, they all had their own selfish motives. Currently, there were 5 clans that the Jiao Jiao clan had information on. However, if the Nangong clan was included, there were still 6 clans left. Among them, the conflict with the Han clan was the most intense. The Nangong clan doesn't seem to have made any movements recently. Madame Nan said thoughtfully. The Nangong clan had indeed been too quiet recently. The only time they were in the limelight was during the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. The Nangong clan's legitimate daughter represented her family and did not hesitate to ruin her own reputation to pull Han Ci down. Because she did not succeed, she suddenly became a laughingstock. Master Lu snorted. Nangong Li's death was too big a blow to them, and the Crown Prince also fell from the horse. The Nangong clan may have to think carefully about whether they should follow a different master. The Nangong clan, who held the power of 400,000 soldiers, was now in high demand. Once the Han clan fell, the Nangong clan would enter the ranks of the 10 great aristocratic families. It was unknown whether they would have this opportunity. "It's getting late. You should all go and rest." Madame Nan stopped the conversation in time, otherwise it would have continued until dawn. They had nothing to do, but Jiao Jiao was working around the clock. The 3 children returned to their respective rooms. Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin shared a room. Gu Jiao shared a room, and old Master Meng also had a single room. Not long after Gu Jiao lay down, Gu Yin came over. He climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Gu Jiao. They did not say a single word and only hugged Gu Jiao's waist. He gently rested his chin on her shoulder and breathed in the air that made him feel at ease. Gu Jiao laid flat on the bed and quietly looked in the direction of the curtains. He said with a trace of pleading, "Don't be angry at me, okay? I won't be like this in the future." Gu Jiao raised her hand, one arm behind her head and the other holding his hand. "There are too many emotions in this world that I can't feel. Only through you can I cross that black and white zone." "I'm very nervous right now. Can you feel it?" Gu Yin asked. "I can feel it. My pulse is beating very fast." Gu Yan's face darkened. "Who told you to take my pulse?" There's also excitement, happiness, pride. Gu Jiao felt all of it. It's so good to be a normal person. It's so good to be an older brother who can protect his family. Also, how can I run so fast? Huh, I'm really an arrogant baby Yin. Gu Jiao looked at the top of the curtains. "Oh, I'm really an ox." Although they tossed around until midnight last night, Gu Jiao still got up before the sun rose. The sky was gray, and a piece of white seemed to be about to roll over. Gu Jiao sat up and found 2 small boxes by the pillow. She was dazed for a while before she remembered that Gu Yin seemed to have stuffed something in her hand when he left. She was a little confused at the time and didn't pay much attention to it, so she casually put it by the pillow. As for why there were 2, after Gu Yin left, Gu Xiaoshun seemed to have come over. He also stuffed something in her hand. "Is this a mechanical box?" Gu Jiao took it in her hand and looked at it. These 2 mechanical boxes were given to Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin by Master Lu to save their lives. Last night was so dangerous, but the 2 were unwilling to use them, so they gave them to Gu Jiao without hesitation. It's obviously Master Lu's handiwork. Gu Xiaoshun couldn't make something of this level. Gu Jiao more or less understood the importance of these 2 mechanical boxes. She dressed neatly, washed up, and quietly went next door. Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun were sleeping soundly. Gu Yin's sleeping posture was very good. He could stay motionless for the whole night. Gu Xiaoshun's sleeping posture was originally quite bad, but in order not to kick Gu Yin, he forced himself to endure. Gu Jiao put the mechanical boxes back into their pockets. Gu Jiao left a note in her room, saying that she was going out and would come back in the afternoon. She was going to solve the problem of her accommodation. She went back to the state preceptor palace. Her grand aunt was still sleeping. Gu Jiao didn't wake her up and went directly to Xiao Heng's room. Little Jing Kong didn't have classes today, so he got up early and went to the courtyard to plant a tree. Xiao Heng had just changed his clothes and looked like he was going out. When he saw Gu Jiao coming back, he hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Only he and the state preceptor knew that Gu Jiao went out to save people last night. Gu Jiao said, "The Han family took action. Everyone is fine. They are resting at the inn tonight. I think it's time to arrange a place for them to live. Let's live in the inner city." Xiao Heng said, "Anyway, the Han family has their eyes on us. There is no difference between the inner city and the outer city. The Han family won't expect us to have the guts to bring them to the inner city." Gu Jiao thought it was feasible. Xiao Heng said, "I have been looking for a house these days. The guarantor said yesterday that there is a small courtyard that meets my needs. Do you want to go and have a look?" Before Gu Jiao could answer, little Jing Kong stood on tiptoe outside the window and showed half of his little head. "I also want to go. I also want to go." 2 people took the little trumpet spirit and sat in the carriage. When they arrived at the agreed-upon location with the guarantor politely cupped his hands in greeting. He didn't inquire about the identity of the other 2 young masters that Xiao Heng had brought over. He only said with a pleasant expression, "Young Master Long has arrived. I've already greeted the owner of the small courtyard. We can go take a look now? The guarantor led the way in front. Gu Jiao whispered, "Why are you still using Long Yi's name? What are you going to do when you sign the lease document?" Xiao Hung also whispered, "Granduncle made a fake travel permit. It's enough to fool the guarantor." Gu Jiao secretly gave him a thumbs up. "Granduncle, you are awesome." Little Jing Kong held the two adults' hands and jumped around happily. The family arrived at the house mentioned by the guarantor. It was a relatively quiet old street. Most of the residents had moved away. The area looked old, but the furnishings in the house were new. The lighting and ventilation were excellent. Xiao Hung looked at the guarantor who was negotiating with the owner of this small courtyard and said to Gu Jiao, "This place is very close to Lingbo Academy. Go through the alley in front and take a carriage east. We will arrive there in a quarter." Since Gu Yin and Madame Nan were hunted down, then Gu Jiao of Kanglin Women's Academy, who was related to Xiao Lulang, would soon become the target of the Han family. Gu Qingfeng had to disappear from the academy immediately, and little Jing Kong would continue to be a day student in the future. "Do you like it?" Gu Jiao asked little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Lulang, did you choose this house?" Gu Jiao blinked and nodded. "I chose it. I'll let Long Yi choose it." Little Jing Kong stretched out his little arm. "Then I like it." The corner of Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. However, Gu Jiao and Xiao Hung weren't very satisfied. They had a lot of people. This small courtyard looked big, but there were only 3 rooms for them to live in. "Aren't there 5 rooms?" The guarantor and the owner of this small courtyard discussed. The owner said, "I want to use 2 of the rooms as storage. I have to put some things in." Well, it turned yellow again. The guarantor wiped off his cold sweat and said to Xiao Hung, "Then, young Master Long, I will take you to other places to look." In the end, they weren't satisfied with a few places nearby. Little Jing Kong pulled Gu Jiao's hand. "Lulang, do we have to rent a house on this street?" Gu Jiao said, "No, it's mainly because it's close to the place where you go to school." Little Jing Kong, "Oh, then what if there's a house even closer?" "How can there be a house even closer?" The guarantor said confidently, "I've been a guarantor for 30 years, and all the best houses in the broker house are in my hands. This street is the closest to the Lingbo Academy. You can't rent any more houses than this." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw little Jing Kong silently take out a house deed from his pouch. The guarantor, Xiao Hung, was annoyed. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have a house deed?" Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and snorted, "I won't give it to you if you ask me. Jiao Jiao, I'll give it to you if you ask me." The guarantor found a shady tree to check the authenticity of the house deed, so he didn't hear their conversation. Xiao Hung said, "Jiao Jiao used to live in the outer city. He couldn't even live in such a small house. I didn't see you take out the house deed." Little Jing Kong felt wronged. He spread out his hands and said, "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao was looking for a house in the outer city. I don't have one in the outer city." His words were like a country bumpkin asking a rich friend for a punitive expedition. "Why didn't you lend me your car last night?" The rich friend said, "You said you could lend me a Xiaoli." "I don't have a Xiaoli. I only have a Ferrari." Goover sighed. "Jiao, I admit defeat." Xiao Heng's teeth hurt even more. He changed from Zhao State to Yin State. Was his landlord still the little monk in front of him? How much did he owe the little monk in his previous life? The little landlord stuck out his chest and shook one of his little feet proudly. "I'll rent it to you at a cheap price. 500 taels a month." Xiao Heng's body trembled. "Little monk, you're raising the price." While they were fighting with wits and courage, a horse carriage slowly came and stopped beside Gu Jiao and the other 2. Then, the window was opened and Second Master Jing stuck his head out. "Jing, Lulang, why are you here? Oh, who's this little devil?" Little Jing Kong angrily glared at him with his hands on his waist. "You're the little devil. Ah, I remember now. You're that. During the 3 days when Gu Jiao was in a coma after the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander, Second Master Jing accompanied Duke and to visit Gu Jiao at the State Preceptor Hall and met little Jing Kong. However, little Jing Kong was wearing the Academy's uniform at that time and looked like a little scholar. Now that he was dressed like an ordinary young master, it was hard to recognize him. "I'm not that. I'm Jing Kong." Little Jing Kong seriously corrected him. Second Master Jing laughed. Yes, 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 that's your name. You even saved the little commandery princess. You're a little hero." "So much nonsense. You're even blocking me from seeing my daughter. Today, I want to beat up my stupid brother again." Dukin's eyes were as sharp as knives. However, Second Master Jing and his eldest brother had no tacit understanding. Gu Jiao walked over and looked through the window. When she saw Dukin, her mood suddenly became very good. When Dukin saw Gu Jiao, he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. After knowing that Gu Jiao was looking for a house, Dukin proposed to let her live in the Duke's mansion. "Oh." Gu Jiao hesitated. Seeing her frown, Dukin dipped his fingertips in water and continued to write on the armrest. "The Duke's mansion has protectors. It's safer than living outside. He wrote you, not you." As smart as Dukin was, he had already guessed that Gu Jiao wasn't looking for a house for herself at this juncture. She was living well in the state preceptor's palace. There were few places in Chengdu that were safer than the state preceptor's palace. Second Master Jing took little Jing Kong to catch cicadas on a big tree on the street. Xiao Hung and the guarantor discussed the matter of renting a house under the shade of the tree. Only Gu Jiao and Dukin were in the carriage. Gu Jiao considered the possibility of living in the Duke's mansion. Dukin continued to write. "It's also close to Lingbo Academy. It's convenient to send that child to school." Gu Jiao looked at the words on the armrest and was stunned. "I didn't mention little Jing Kong. How did you know that he wanted to live there? You're as smart as the state preceptor." Seeing Gu Jiao's adorable look, the smile in Guogong's eyes almost overflowed. He couldn't make any expression. Otherwise, the corners of his lips would reach his ears. He wrote, "There will be delicious food and drink every day. There will also be many guards and endless money to spend." At this moment, Dukin was a bad guy who was trying to coax children. Gu Jiao widened her eyes and asked, "But didn't the Duke's mansion give away all its wealth?" "You earned it again." Dukin wrote with a smile in his eyes. The look in his eyes seemed to be saying, "Your adoptive father is just an ordinary little business genius." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said seriously, "It doesn't matter if it's money or not. I just want to cultivate a relationship with you." Dukin laughed in his heart. Gu Jiao wasn't a pretentious person. She didn't say that if they went, they might bring danger to him. She was Dukin's adopted son. Dukin's mansion had been involved in this dispute for a long time. Or it could be said that Dukin's mansion had never gotten out of this dispute. From the moment Dukin used up all his wealth to collect the bodies of the Xianyuan family sons, he had already announced his position to the entire Yin kingdom. Gu Jiao told Xiao Hung about Dukin's proposal. Xiao Hung always felt that Dukin had a father-in-law's hostility toward him. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have agreed so easily. But when he thought of the little monk's ugly little face, he felt that Dukin's mansion wasn't that hard to accept. He would never admit that he was stingy. 500 taels a month. Xiao Hung paused. There's also the Inner-City Talisman Festival for Madame Nan and the others. I'll think of a way. Gu Jiao said, "Oh, there's no need." Dukin said he can get it. Xiao Hing felt like he was shouted at. He didn't even have a chance to show off in front of Jiao Jiao. Why do I feel an indescribable sense of crisis? Was it too late to change his mind and rent the little monk's house? After the accommodation was settled, Gu Jiao decided to go back to the inn. Little Jing Kong wanted to go with her, but he was dragged back by Xiao Hung. Xiao Hung said obnoxiously, "You're now my little follower." Little Jing Kong went crazy. Bad brother-in-law is not cute at all. In the inn, old Master Ming finally woke up. He stood in front of the wash basin with his messy hair and looked at the reflection of his pig's face in the basin. There were 10,000 black wind kings galloping in his heart. Who beat up this chess saint? He couldn't remember what happened last night at all. When Gu Jiao came to the inn, they all got up and gathered in old Master Ming's room. Master Lu didn't dare to say that he was the one who hit old Master Ming, so he shamelessly pushed the blame to the guards and men of sacrifice of the Han family. Old Master Ming was successfully led astray and made a mark on the Han family in his heart. Gu Jiao told him about her plan to move. In the afternoon, Duke N's mansion will send the inner-city talismans to the inn. We'll move in at night. So fast. Gu Yin was surprised. It'll take half a day to get the inner-city talismans. The inner-city talismans were not a small matter. Generally, the government office was not qualified to issue talismans to people from other countries. Even if it was, it would take a few months. Gu Jiao said, Dukin said he has a way. After saying goodbye to Gu Jiao, Dukin immediately went to deal with it. Although the talismans were tricky, there was a family that had the privilege to issue them. That was the Mu family. Old Master Su was the governor of Sheng City and had a good relationship with Honglu Temple, who was in charge of foreign affairs. Dukin asked Second Master Jing to invite Mu Qingshan over. After Gu Jiao left Tianxiong Academy, Mu Qingshan rarely went there. He had been living in the Su family these days, so he came over quickly. Dukin, you look good, Mu Qingshan said. I'm much better than before. Dukin rode on the armrest. Mu Qingshan stood beside him and looked at the words on the armrest. He couldn't help but be amazed. A living dead who had been in a coma for 3 years had recovered to such a surprising extent in less than 3 months. Gu Jiao participated in the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander as Duke N's adopted son. In the end, Gu Jiao won. In other words, this strong opponent was sent to the field by Duke N. However, Mu Qingshan didn't have a grudge against Duke, and because of this, he didn't even ask why Duke N adopted a young man from Zhao country. They got along with each other as usual. Duke N continued to write, Qingshan, to tell you the truth, I have a request. Go ahead. Duke N wrote his request solemnly on the armrest. He knew that this matter was very abrupt and difficult to handle. However, it was an emergency. Mu Qingshan's method was the fastest way he could think of. What do you want it? Mu Qingshan asked. This was a promise. Although he knew that Mu Qingshan wouldn't refuse his request, he still heaved a sigh of relief. He wrote, Today, the sooner the better. It took at least 10 days to half a month for a local to apply for the Talisman Festival in the inner city. It took a month for people from other countries to get it through the examination of Honglu Temple. After going through all the procedures, it would be lucky to get it in the 3rd month. Okay, I'll bring it to you before dinner. Mu Qingshan agreed, almost without hesitation. He didn't ask who Duke N was doing it for. Duke N wrote, Thank you, Qingshan. Mu Qingshan said, I promised Yinin that I would take good care of you. Duke N looked at Mu Qingshan's back and sighed in his heart. Since Gu Jiao and her family were going to move in, the miscellaneous people in the manor naturally had to leave. What did you say? In Mu Ru Xian's courtyard, her personal maid looked at manager Zhang in disbelief. My young mistress is living well in the Duke's manor. Why does she want to move out? Steward Zhang smiled and said politely, Miss Mu has been in the Yin Kingdom for so long. I'm sure you're homesick. The High Duke's condition has improved, so he doesn't dare to force Miss Mu to stay in the residence. His words were beautiful, but didn't they mean the same thing? Please take care of it. Manager Zhang took the brocade box from the servant behind him and handed it to Mu Ru Xian. This is a token of appreciation from the Duke. Although he has already paid the consultation fee, since Miss Mu wants to go back, he has also prepared the travel expenses for you. The maid was furious. Who said my young mistress wants to go back? My young mistress hasn't become the daughter of the Duke's manor yet. Mu Ru Xian's reaction was calmer than the maid's. Actually, this wasn't the first time the Duke had expressed his intention to let her go. When the Duke was able to write freely, he had tactfully expressed his thanks to her. But at that time, the Duke didn't give her enough face in front of third person. It was she who didn't want to go. Coincidentally, the second madam had accidentally sprained her waist when she went to pick flowers. She thought the second madam had stayed in the name of treating her waist injury. Mu Ru Xian said, There's no need to rush. The second madam's waist injury hasn't healed yet, Manager Zhang said with a fake smile. The manor has already invited a doctor for the second madam. She doesn't dare to force Miss Mu to stay and let Miss Mu suffer from homesickness. No matter how thick-skinned Mu Ru Xian was, She couldn't act shamelessly in front of a few servants. She said, "Then I'll pack up tonight." Manager Zheng smiled. "The carriage has already been prepared for you. It's just at the entrance. The guards have also been selected to escort you back to the Chun Kingdom. Of course, if you want to enjoy the Yin Kingdom's local customs, they will also follow you and wait for your orders." Muru Xian's face burned. How was this rejecting her? It was clearly driving her out. Muru Xian said with a calm expression, "I still have some private matters to attend to in the city these few days. Once I've settled down, I'll send the address over. If the Duke and the second madam need anything, you can come find me at any time." "That won't be necessary." Muru Xian took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. She said, "Please wait for a moment. I have some things, 17 or 18 capable maids swarmed in, waiting for orders in an orderly manner." "Yes." Muru Xian dazedly said the last word. She didn't want to speak again for the rest of her life. Less than an hour later, Manager Zheng politely escorted Muru Xian and her servant to the carriage. Muru Xian looked at the Duke's manor that she had stayed in for half a year. She was still somewhat unwilling. Outsiders only knew that the Duke had spent all his wealth for the Xian Yuan family. But only those who had stayed in the Duke's manor knew how much wealth the Duke had accumulated over the years. Since ancient times, scholars were lofty and didn't like the stench of money. However, the Duke of Yin was different. He wasn't a greedy person, but he understood the importance of money. He could afford to let go of his status as a scholar. The more time they spent together, the more Muru Xian admired the Duke of Yin, and the more she wanted to become the apple of his eye. It was a pity that she had worked so hard for so long, but all her enthusiasm had gone down the drain. Muru Xian opened her mouth. "I haven't had the time to say goodbye to the second madam." Manager Zheng decisively waved his hand. "Goodbye. See you again." Chapter 792. Muru Xian was so angry that she almost fainted. She didn't understand what was going on. She was obviously getting along well with the Duke, but the Duke suddenly changed his attitude and asked her to leave. Did something happen? Or did someone put a bad taste in the Duke's mouth? When the carriage was about 10 feet away from the Duke's residence, Muru Xian looked at the Duke's residence for the last time. Who knew that she would see a few carriages from the Duke's residence, with the leading one being the second Master Jing's carriage. The second Master Jing didn't need to get out of the carriage to return to his own home. The manservant respectfully opened the main door for him. The second Master Jing was bored in the carriage, so he lifted the curtain to take a breath of fresh air. With this breath of fresh air, Muru Xian saw the figure of a young man beside him. Muru Xian's pupil shrank. "It's him, Xiao Lulang. Why is he sitting in the second Master Jing's carriage?" The carriage slowly entered the Duke's residence, and the two carriages behind it followed closely. Muru Xian didn't see who was sitting in the carriage behind them, but that wasn't important. All her attention was on Xiao Lulang. In an instant, a message suddenly flashed through her mind. Humans were a strange species. It was obviously the same thing, but due to different states of mind and expectations, it would lead to different conclusions. Muru Xian recalled her situation in the Duke's residence. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the Duke's relationship with her was very harmonious. It was only after this Xiao Lulang from the Zhao Kingdom appeared that the Duke slowly distanced himself from her. The Duke's attitude towards her took a nosedive after she had a big fight with Xiao Lulang at the entrance of the Grand Preceptor Hall. But at that time, didn't the chess sage of the 6 countries support Xiao Lulang? Xiao Lulang didn't suffer any losses. Muru Xian thought that they would have a big fight. In fact, Gu Jiao was too lazy to argue with her. I didn't even bother with her. She was the one who jumped up and down. Old Master Ming couldn't stand it anymore and directly came out to humiliate her. As for saying that the High Duke got along well with her, that was purely a figment of one's imagination. The High Duke used to be in a coma and was like a living dead. How could he get along with her? The High Duke's attitude towards her plummeted, not because he knew what happened at the entrance of the State Preceptor's Hall, but because the High Duke could right now. He had wanted her to leave for a long time. The first thing the Duke wanted to write when he woke up was, "Muru Xian, dismiss her. However, he didn't have enough strength, so he only wrote a single Mu character. Jing Sheng, that simple-minded person, mistakenly thought that the Duke was worried about Mu Ru Xin. Second Madam had also misunderstood the Duke's intentions. Coupled with the unrealistic dreams of her maidservants, she completely believed that she could one day become the daughter of an aristocratic family in the Upper Kingdom. The maidservant asked doubtfully, "Miss, who are you looking at?" The carriage had already entered the High Duke's residence, and the door was closed. There was no one outside. Mu Ru Xin put down the curtain and said softly, "Xiao Lulang." The maidservant also lowered her voice. "Is he the High Duke's adopted son?" Mu Ru Xin frowned. "Adopted son? What adopted son?" The maidservant said in surprise, Miss, you still don't know? The High Duke took in an adopted son, and that adopted son participated in the selection for the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. I heard that he won. In the future, the High Duke will have a son who can be a commander. Miss, do you think the High Duke's residence will be overturned?" Mu Ru Xion's face darkened. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that the High Duke took in an adopted son?" The maidservant lowered her head and embarrassedly grabbed her handkerchief. "Miss, you always go to Second Madam's courtyard. I thought Second Madam had already told you." Second Madam didn't mention a single word to her. She loved her so much and praised her as if she was the only one in the world. But in the end, she didn't even hide the news of taking in an adopted son from her. "Are you sure it's Xiao Lulang?" she asked coldly. The maidservant said, "I'm sure. I heard Second Master Jing and Second Madam talking about it with my own ears." Both of them were quite happy and said that they didn't expect that brat to be so capable. Mu Ru Xian was so angry that she threw the teacup on the table. Why was it that she couldn't become the High Duke's adopted daughter, even after working so hard for so long? While Xiao Lulang, that despicable and shameless person from a lower country, could become the High Duke's adopted son. She was the one who cured the High Duke. So why did Xiao Lulang take advantage of her? She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. The High Duke's residence occupied a large area. Under the old Duke, it was divided into East and West residences. The Second Madam lived in the West residence, while the High Duke lived in the East residence. At that time, the old Duke was thinking that after he passed away, the two brothers would live further apart so that there would be less unnecessary friction. This caused the Second Madam to die. The Second Madam was in charge of the High Duke's residence and had to run over from the West residence every day. Why was she so skinny? It was all because she was tired. Needless to say, Second Master Jing was just his eldest brother's little tail. He would go wherever his eldest brother went. Before they came, the High Duke had already discussed with Gu Jiao about her needs and arranged a courtyard with 3 entrances for her. There were enough rooms for each of them to have one room, and there was still some left over. The servants were also carefully selected and were very tight-lipped. The carriage stopped directly in front of Feng Courtyard. The High Duke had already been waiting in the courtyard for a long time. After Madame Nan and the others got off the carriage, they saw the High Duke sitting under the crabapple tree. He was sitting in a wheelchair, facing the direction of the door. Although he couldn't speak or move, his joy and welcome were written in his eyes. Master Lu brought Madame Nan forward and greeted the High Duke. "High Duke, I'm afraid we'll have to disturb you for the next few days." The High Duke wrote on the armrest, "We won't disturb you. My son's family is my family." My son." The two were stunned. "Didn't you know that Lulang was a girl? Are you addicted to acting like you have a son?" Gu Jiao didn't hide anything about the High Duke from her family. The only thing she didn't say was about Jing Yining. She didn't even tell the High Duke about this. "All right, since one of you is willing to be the father and the other is willing to be the son, then so be it. Jiao Jiao's adoptive father is very powerful." Master Lu looked at the words on the armrest and couldn't help but sigh. Because they were standing face to face, the High Duke wrote all the words upside down to make it easier for the two of them to recognize. "You're worthy of being the pearl of Yin Kingdom." Master Lu's voice was a bit loud, and the High Duke heard it. The High Duke wrote, "What pearl of Yin Kingdom?" Master Lu was embarrassed. This, Madame Nan smiled and explained, "It's a rumor in Jianghu." They say that you're talented and knowledgeable. You're also a celestial beauty. You're a literary star from the 9 heavens. So the people of Jianghu gave you a name, the Pearl of Yin Kingdom. The High Duke's legend when he was young was no less than Xianyuan Chang's. One of them was a scholar, and the other was a martial artist. They were the envy of all the men in the world. They were also the dream lovers of all the women in the world. You don't have to be so polite, the High Duke wrote. He was referring to the honorifics. They were both Gu Jiao's elders. They were of the same generation. There was no need to distinguish who was superior. The first meeting was very pleasant. Dukin was essentially a scholar, but he did not have the arrogance of those scholars outside. He was approachable, honest, and generous. Even Gu Yan, who was always picky, felt that he was an elder who was easy to get along with. Gu Jiao and Madame Nan went to distribute the rooms. The High Duke sat quietly under a tree. He asked the servants to turn the wheelchair around so that he could see Gu Jiao all the time. Looking at her made him very happy. It was as if he had regained something important that he had lost. His heart was filled to the brim. Gu Yan suddenly stuck out a small head from behind the tree. This is for you. Gu Yan put a small clay figurine on the armrest on his left hand. The High Duke wrote with his right hand, "What is this?" Gu Yan went in front of him and squatted down. He fiddled with the clay figurine on the armrest and said, "It's a greeting gift. I made it myself." After learning from Master Lu for so long, Gu Shaoshun had perfectly inherited his master's skills. Gu Yan had only learned how to play with clay. Gu Yan looked up at him and asked, "It's my sister. Do you like it?" It turned out to be a human. The High Duke was speechless. He almost thought it was a monkey. After tidying up the room, Gu Jiao had to go back to the master's hall. First, she wanted to see Gu Changqing's injury. Second, she wanted to pick up her grandaunt and son-in-law. The High Duke walked her to the door. Gu Jiao pushed his wheelchair towards the door. When they passed by an elegant courtyard, Gu Jiao asked unconsciously, "Whose courtyard is that?" The High Duke wrote, "Inin's. Do you want to go in and see?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. The servants put a board on the threshold to make it easier for the wheelchair to go up and down. Gu Jiao pushed the High Duke in. Although this was Jing Yinin's courtyard, Jing Yinin had died before she could move in. There were 2 swings in the courtyard and some orchids. It was very elegant and unique. After the High Duke showed Gu Jiao around the front yard, he went to Yinin's boudoir. This was the most exquisite and luxurious room Gu Jiao had ever seen. Even a random Eastern pearl used as a decoration was priceless. These things are, Gu Jiao pointed at the strange, small weapons on the shelf. The High Duke wrote, "These are gifts from Yinin's grandfather." Gu Jiao's eyes fell on a painting scroll. He also sent a portrait. "Can I see it?" The High Duke wrote without hesitation, "Of course." This portrait was sent with the sword and bow in the box. It must have been accidentally put in the wrong box. He wanted to send it back, but he didn't have the chance. The things in the box were sent by Xianyuan Li before he went to war. When they met again, Xianyuan Li was already a cold corpse. Gu Jiao opened the portrait and was stunned. Huh, wasn't this the portrait she saw in the study in the purple bamboo forest? It was a general wearing armor and holding Xianyuan Li's red tasseled spear. His face was empty. "Is this Xianyuan Li?" Gu Jiao asked. "No." The High Duke said, "Yinin's grandfather didn't have this set of armor. Xianyuan Li's most famous armor was his golden armor. He also had a few sets of silver armor and black armor, but it wasn't this set." Gu Jiao tilted her head. "Then who was this person? Why was he able to hold Xianyuan Li's weapon? Why did the state preceptor and Xianyuan Li keep his portrait? Could he be the 3rd little clay figurine in the peach garden with Xianyuan Li and the state preceptor? The very important person that the state preceptor mentioned, who was also a teacher and a friend. Dash. Chapter 793. There are novels with connotations that cannot be found online here. Regarding the military camp, Dukin was not very clear. It could be a general of the Xianyuan army. After all, there were many generals under Xianyuan Li. Dukin was a junior, so he did not know most of them. Gu Jiao put the portrait back. Old Master Meng did not live in the Duke's public house with them. The reason was that something happened at the chess manor, and he had to go back to deal with it. Gu Jiao was not worried about his personal safety, so she let him go. Duke sent Gu Jiao to the door. The door of the Duke's public house was open for her. Steward Zheng stood in the open space with a smile. Behind him was an incomparably luxurious carriage. The canopy was made of superior yellow pear wood. The top was inlaid with eastern sea pearls. There were 2 layers of hanging curtains. The inner layer was a bamboo curtain, and the outer layer was a broken jade bead curtain. It was said to be broken jade, but in fact, each piece was carefully carved jade, agate, and suet jade. 2 tall, white horses pulled the carriage. They were strong and strong. Gu Jiao blinked. This is... Steward Zheng walked forward with a beaming face and bowed respectfully to the 2 of them. "Hi, Duke, young master." He then said to Gu Jiao, "This is the carriage that I prepared for young master. I wonder if young master is satisfied?" Duke was very satisfied anyway. Only such a luxurious carriage was worthy of her. Gu Jiao thought to herself, "Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Won't I be robbed if I go out in this kind of carriage? Forget it. It seems like no one can rob me." "Thank you, foster father." Gu Jiao thanked Duke and was about to sit in the carriage. "Young master, please wait a moment." Steward Zheng smiled and stopped Gu Jiao. He took out a brand new banknote from his wide sleeve. "This is your small allowance today. Pocket money? 100 taels? So much?" Gu Jiao coughed lightly and asked Manager Zheng in a low voice, "Are you sure it's for a day and not for a month?" Manager Zheng smiled and said, "It's just 1 day." The High Duke asked young master to take a look first. If it's not enough, he'll give more. Rich and inhumane this was. Gu Jiao suddenly had an illusion. It was just like in her previous life, when the rich parents in her class sent their children out. Not only did they give them luxury cars, but they also gave them a huge sum of pocket money. The only thing missing was the sentence, "Don't come back until you've spent it all." Oh, so this is what it feels like to be a rich second generation. That's right, it's pretty good. Gu Jiao accepted the banknotes seriously. Seeing her accept it, a smile appeared in the bottom of Duke's eyes. Gu Jiao said goodbye to Duke and left in the carriage. Manager Zheng came behind Duke and pushed his wheelchair. He chuckled and said, "Duke, let me push you back to your courtyard to rest." Duke rode on the armrest. "Go to the accounts room." Manager Zheng asked, "It's getting late. Why are you going to the accounts room?" Duke wrote, "To earn money. Earn a lot of money for her to spend." Gu Jiao went to the state preceptor's palace. Her great-aunt and son-in-law were taken out for a walk by little Jing Kong. Xiao Heng was in Shang Wanyan's room. Zhang Dequan was also there. They seemed to be talking to Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao didn't go in. She went directly to the secret room at the end of the corridor. The small medicine box was always there. She could enter the operating room at any time. Gu Jiao hurried back to change the dressing for Gu Chongqing. When she entered the ICU, she found that the state preceptor was also there. The dressing had been changed. As he woken up, Gu Jiao asked, "No." The state preceptor said, "Have you finished?" Gu Jiao nodded and said, "Yes, I've settled everything." The first sentence was an answer, and the second sentence was a voluntary explanation. It didn't seem strange. But from Gu Jiao's mouth, it was enough to show that Gu Jiao's trust in the state preceptor had reached a higher level. Gu Jiao stood in front of the bed, looked at the unconscious Gu Chongqing, and said, "But I have a doubt in my mind." The state preceptor said, "Go ahead." Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "I just thought of it on the way back to the state preceptor's palace." According to the information brought back by the emperor's grandson, Imperial concubine Han thought that concubine Wang Xian framed her. The Han family should take revenge on the Wang family. Why do they hurt my family? If it's to pull the crown prince down, so many days have passed. The Han family's reaction is too slow. The state preceptor didn't show any surprise at her doubts. Obviously, he also noticed something. He didn't directly give his thoughts, but asked Gu Jiao, "What do you think?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm thinking, is there a mole among the 5 people of Imperial concubine Wang Xian?" They told Imperial concubine Han about Shang Wanyan's fake injury to frame Imperial concubine Han and her son. Imperial concubine Han then told the Han family. Or dash. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao with a meaningful look. Gu Jiao received the look from him and slightly frowned. Or, there is no mole. The Han family took the initiative to attack, not for Imperial concubine Han, but for dash. Speaking of this, an idea flashed in her mind. I will take over as the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. The Han family wants to use my family to threaten me and force me to give up the commander position. You're not too stupid. The state preceptor said coldly, then turned to the medicine cabinet and took out a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine. You won't go smoothly in the Black Wind camp. You'd better be mentally prepared. I know, Gu Jiao said. You go to your work. The state preceptor lightly said, don't you still have something to do? He suddenly became so cold, more and more like a godfather. Is he my godfather or not? If so, I can bully him back. In her previous life, her godfather's strength was too high, so she was always the one who was beaten. Why are you looking at me like that? The state preceptor noticed Gu Jiao's gaze that was full of bad intentions. Nothing. Gu Jiao's face didn't change as she withdrew her gaze. You don't know martial arts, so you're easy to bully. Don't let me find out that you're my godfather. Otherwise, I'll beat you up before I recognize you and get back at you for what you did to me in my previous life. Xiao Lulang. The state preceptor suddenly called Gu Jiao, who had already walked to the door. Gu Jiao turned her head. What's the matter? The state preceptor said, if, and I'm saying if, Gu Changqing wakes up and becomes a cripple, Gu Jiao said without hesitation, I will take care of him. Gu Jiao still had to send her grandaunt and son-in-law to the Duke's residence, so she temporarily left this matter to the state preceptor. However, just as she stepped out of the secret room, the state preceptor's foot came to the bedside. On the bed, Gu Changqing's eyelids moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. It was just a simple action of opening his eyes, but it almost used up all his strength. The entire intensive care unit was filled with his heavy breaths from the oxygen mask. The state preceptor calmly looked at Gu Changqing. Are you sure you want to do this? Gu Changqing used all his remaining strength to nod. After Mu Ru Xian saw Gu Jiao outside the Duke's residence, her uneasiness reached its peak. She firmly believed that it was that person from Zhao Kingdom who instigated her relationship with the Duke of An Kingdom. A truly capable person would disdain to put down their status and use flowery words. However, that person from Zhao Kingdom curried favor with the chess sage of the Six Countries and the Duke of An Kingdom. It could be seen that he was a flatterer. Mu Ru Xian hated herself for being too virtuous and disdaining to use underhanded means. Otherwise, how could she let a person from Zhao Kingdom take advantage of her? The more Mu Ru Xian thought about it, the angrier she became. Since you did it, don't blame me for doing it 15 times. Mu Ru Xian found an inn to stay in. She said to the guards of the Duke's residence who were escorting her, go back. I don't need you by my side. I will return to Qin country by myself. The leader of the guard said, but the Duke ordered us to safely send Miss Mu back to Qin country. Mu Ru Xian raised her chin and said, no need. Go back and tell your Duke that I appreciate his kindness. If I have the chance to visit Yin country again, I will definitely pay him a visit. The guards tried to dissuade her, but when they saw that Mu Ru Xian had already made up her mind, they didn't continue to pester her. The leader of the guards had Mu Ru Xian write a letter to express her intention to return to Qin country by herself. Only then did he lead the rest of his brothers back. Once the guards of the Duke of An Kingdom left, Mu Ru Xian called a maid to hire a carriage and left the inn by herself in the carriage. The Han family had been in troubled times recently. First, the Han family's disciples had met with mishaps. Then, the Han family lost the Black Wind Cavalry. Now, even Imperial concubine Han and her son had been plotted against and lost their positions as Imperial concubine and Crown Prince. The Han family's vitality had been greatly damaged and couldn't bear any more losses. How could it fail? On the main seat in the central room, old Master Han, who seemed to have aged 10 years, rested his hands on the handle of his walking stick as he spoke. Han Lei and Third Master Han stood on either side of him. Fifth Master Han was recuperating in the courtyard and didn't come over. In the current atmosphere, even Third Master Han didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disobedience. Old Master Han continued. Furthermore, why are all the men of sacrifice who are highly skilled in martial arts dead, but the guards are fine? It wasn't that they were fine, but they still had a life. The men of sacrifice had encountered Gu Jiao so naturally, none of them survived. As for the guards who went to the courtyard to snatch the people, they were only injured and knocked unconscious by Madame Nan and the others. Han Lei said, "The bodies of those men of sacrifice have been brought back." After the coroner examined them, he said they were killed by a spear. Old Master Han narrowed his eyes. Spear? Xiao Luleng? Xiao Yolong's weapon was the red-tasseled spear. Old Master Han couldn't think of anyone else who could kill so many men of sacrifice of the Han family in one breath other than him. Han Lei said, "He's not the real Xiao Luleng. He's just a person from the Zhao kingdom who took on Xiao Yolong's identity." Old Master Han coldly said, "No matter who he is, this person will definitely be a great threat to our Han family." During the conversation, the steward of the Han family hurriedly walked over and stood outside the door to report, "Old Master, someone outside the door is asking for an audience." Old Master Han didn't even ask who it was. He said sternly, "Didn't you tell him I'm not receiving guests?" Now that they were at the cusp of the storm, the Han family couldn't casually interact with people. The steward said embarrassedly, "That girl said she's a divine doctor from the Chun state and can cure the Crown Prince's injury." Chapter 794. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Today, Zhang Dequan came to inquire about Shangwan Yan's condition. According to the plan, Xiao Heng told Zhang Dequan that Shangwan Yan woke up for a while during the day and fell asleep again in the afternoon. Zhang Dequan was overjoyed when he heard this and hurried back to the palace to report the good news of Shangwan Yan to the king. When Wang Xian and the other 4 people in the palace heard that Shangwan Yan woke up, they couldn't help but panic. Originally, they still had a glimmer of hope, thinking that Shangwan Yan was just scaring them and wouldn't really dare to perish together with them. But now, Shangwan Yan's awakening was undoubtedly the last wake-up call for them. They must find something that could move Shangwan Yan as soon as possible and redeem their weakness in Shangwan Yan's hands. At night, after little Jing Kong was bathed by his bad brother-in-law, he climbed onto the bed and fell asleep after jumping twice in dissatisfaction. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng had a discussion. Little Jing Kong was now his little follower, so it was best for him to stay with him. After Shangwan Yan recovered enough to return to the palace, he would find an excuse to take little Jing Kong to live in the Duke's mansion. I said, "Let's go to Uncle's house and stay for a few days." Anyway, the Emperor's grandson didn't have many months left to live. His last wish would be fulfilled by the king. Gu Jiao felt that it was feasible. After the two finished talking, they went to her grandaunt's place. Gu Jiao had originally planned to pack up her great-aunt's things, but who knew that she would see her great-aunt sitting on the chair with her legs crossed and eating melon seeds. The old chancellor had a bundle in each of his hands. "Everything is packed. Let's go." Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. "You are too self-conscious as a son-in-law." The Han family even had their eyes on Marshal Annan. Songlan Women's Academy's Miss Gu was no longer safe. Gu Jiao called Gu Qingfeng and went to the Duke's mansion in the carriage. And Guoping usually slept early, but tonight, in order to wait for the 2 elders, he forced himself to stay awake until now. Gu Jiao didn't say much about her identity. She only said that her real name was Gu Jiao and that she was from the Zhao kingdom. She didn't mention anything about the Marquis's daughter or the Protector Commandery princess. As for Empress Dowager Zhuang and the old chancellor, she only said that they were her great-aunt and son-in-law. Anghua Gong was a noble in Shangwan, but since he cared about Gu Jiao, he would respect Gu Jiao's elders. The carriage stopped at the gate of Maple Courtyard. Dukin's gaze was fixed on the carriage. When Gu Jiao jumped down from the carriage, The entire night seemed to be lit up by his gaze. It was a kind of steadiness and joy that came from looking forward to seeing their child. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him and was carried off the carriage by Gu Jiao. The old chancellor went down by himself. Empress Dowager Zhuang, Jiao Jiao, you're so thick-skinned. Go by yourself. Butler Zheng pushed Anhua Gong to the two elders with a smile. Hello, old Master Hua and old Madam Hua. Anhua Gong rode on the armrest. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome you personally. Gu Jiao said to her great-aunt. Duke said that he welcomes you very much. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at her. I don't need you to translate. The little girl's heart was biased. Gu Jiao said to Anhua Gong, Great-aunt is very satisfied with you. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. How could she see that she was satisfied? You're siding with an outsider a little too quickly. Humph! Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted and walked into the courtyard with a strong aura. Gu Jiao took the bag from the old chancellor and sent her great-aunt to the decorated room. Great-aunt, what do you think of Duke? Empress Dowager Zhuang said expressionlessly, You didn't ask me at that time. How about Lulang? Gu Jiao blinked. The melons are cut. I'll go get them. She flashed out of the room. Empress Dowager Zhuang was angry and amused. She muttered carelessly, He looks better than your father in Lord Protector's manner. Great-aunt, great-uncle. It was Gu Yan's excited roar. Empress Dowager Zhuang had just secretly taken out a candied fruit. She was so scared that her hand shook, and she almost dropped the candied fruit. Gu Yan, you've changed. You weren't so noisy before. After more than 3 months, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun finally saw their great-aunt and son-in-law again. Both of them were very happy. But when they smelled the unconcealable smell of medicine and wine on the two elders, their eyes dimmed again. Are you hurt? Gu Yan asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand carelessly. It was raining that day. I fell. It's okay. It was very painful to fall at such an old age. Gu Yan's eyes were slightly red. Gu Shaoshun lowered his head and wiped his eyes. Okay. Aren't you fine? Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't bear to see the two children suffer. She pulled Gu Yan's lapel. Let me see your wound. I don't have a wound. Gu Yan raised a small chin and said. Empress Dowager Zhuang really didn't see a wound on his chest. She frowned. Didn't you have an operation? Was it to coax you? Gu Yan's eyes flashed, and he fell into Empress Dowager Zhuang's arms exaggeratedly. Yes, I haven't had an operation yet. I'm so weak. Oh, my heart hurts. My heart disease is acting up again. Empress Dowager Zhuang slapped his forehead. She was sure that this boy was alive. It's here. This is Mu Ru Xian's handwritten letter. Dukin, please take a look. Gu Jiao took the letter. She opened it and placed it on Duke An's armrest. Steward Zheng hurriedly ran into the courtyard and took out a lantern to light it. The letter clearly stated that Mu Ru Xian wanted to return to the country by herself. She had already disturbed them enough during this period of time, so she didn't want to trouble the Duke's family anymore. The letter was very polite, but if she was sent away like this, it would be difficult to explain to the Duke. If something really happened to Mu Ru Xian, the Duke's family would be blamed for not treating her well. They actually let a weak girl leave the manor alone and get killed on the street. Thus, the guard followed her for a while, hoping to make sure she was all right before returning to report. Who knew that they would follow her to the Han family? She went in? Gu Jiao asked. Steward Zheng looked at Gu Jiao and said, Young master, she went in. Our manor's guard said that she stayed in the Han family for half an hour before coming out. She then returned to the inn, took her luggage, and brought her maids into the Han family. She hasn't come out yet. Gu Jiao said faintly. It seems like she has a new thigh to rely on. Steward Zheng said, I think so too. I heard that Han Shizi's leg was crippled. She might have gone to be a doctor for Han Shizi. This person is really... In front of his little master, he swallowed the unpleasant words he was about to say. Let her be. Gu Jiao said. With her medical skills, it was hard to say whether she could cure Han Yi. The Duke didn't care about Mu Ru Xian's whereabouts. He wrote, Keep an eye out. There might be people coming to the manor to inquire about news. Steward Jing's brain was very flexible. He immediately understood the Duke's meaning. You think that Mu Ru Xin will inform the Han family? Say that the young master's family has moved into our manor? Don't worry. She won't be able to guess it. Even if she guessed it, I have a way to deal with it. Chapter 795. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. When Gu Jiao returned to Feng Courtyard after sending the Duke off, Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshun were forced to take a bath by her great-aunt. Her great-aunt's brain was buzzing. She finally did not have any energy to see anyone else. She closed the door and went to take a bath. Her great-uncle returned to his room. It was obvious that he had gone to wash up. Only Gu Qingfeng's room door was left ajar. There was no sound coming from inside. Gu Jiao went up to take a look, puzzled. No one would believe it. Gu Qingfeng was wandering around the room like an idiot, admiring every table and chair in the room. His eyes were full of disbelief. It was like a curious baby entering a magical paradise. Gu Jiao was confused. I know the Duke's residence is good, but you are the son of the Marquis. Your quality of life is not bad. Is there a need for this reaction? A normal person would not disturb Gu Qingfeng at this moment. But Gu Jiao was not a normal person. She was not a normal person at all. She pushed open the door with a crash. Gu Qingfeng was shocked by this sudden movement. He did not have time to retract the novelty and intoxication on his face before a layer of awkwardness floated up. That was a silly expression that Gu Jiao would not forget even after 10 years. What are you doing? Gu Qingfeng came back to his senses. He straightened his expression and asked Gu Jiao angrily. Gu Jiao strode into the room. She looked at the furnishings in the room and then looked at the embarrassed Gu Qingfeng. I should be the one asking you that. What are you doing? Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed. I can't just look around. Gu Jiao hit the nail on the head. Not only are you looking, you are also touching. Gu Qingfeng choked and retorted fiercely. I'm not allowed to touch. Gu Jiao thought about it seriously. That's not it. Gu Qingfeng secretly sighed. Gu Jiao continued to ask, but why did you touch it? Do you have some weird fetish that no one knows about? Gu Qingfeng exploded. What do you mean by weird fetishes? What's wrong with touching it? Gu Jiao thought about it seriously and concluded, not really. Gu Qingfeng took the initiative and said, why aren't you going back? Was it good to stay in her brother's room in the middle of the night? Do you think you're really a man just because you're dressed as a man? Gu Jiao frowns and corrects him. Don't be rude. Call me granduncle. Gu Qingfeng, you still haven't forgotten about becoming sworn brothers with my grandfather? I forgot all about it. Gu Qingfeng hurriedly pushed her out. All right, hurry back to your room. Aren't you going to the barracks in 2 days? If you don't rest well and go out looking listless, do you want others to laugh at you? After Gu Jiao left, Gu Qingfeng decisively closed the door and bolted it. Then, he came to the table, looked at the small ornaments on the table, and let out a long sigh. Why was it like this? Because he didn't expect it. In Zhao country, he had a home after all, and this feeling was not obvious. But after coming to Yin country, the loneliness of being in a foreign land was vividly displayed. When Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yin lived with everyone else, he could only lie in the unfamiliar Tianxiang Pavilion. He also felt lonely, sad, and lonely. Later, when he went to the State Preceptor Hall, he replaced Xiao Heng to go to school at Kanglin Women's Academy. He could only hide in the dark. Even his elder brother could lie in his own intensive care unit, but he could only quietly sleep in a room that didn't belong to him. After leaving in the morning, he couldn't leave any trace of himself in the room. It was as if he had never been there. He was a shadow. Everyone's shadow, except for his own. He thought that this time, he would just hide in one of the rooms. But it turned out that was not the case. This room was for him, not for Kanglin Academy's Gu Jiao, not for Tianxiang Pavilion's Chang Jing, but for Gu Qingfeng. Suddenly, he had a sense of belonging that was seriously accepted and no longer looked at this family as an outsider. As Gu Qingfeng thought about it, the rims of his eyes started to sting. Suddenly, Gu Jiao poked her small head in from outside the window. Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's body shook, and he carelessly wiped his eyes. He didn't turn around and very coldly asked with his back to the window, "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao threw something over. He caught it with his hand, and it was a medicine bottle. "What is this?" he asked. Gu Jiao said, "Medicine, apply it once in the morning, and once in the morning apply it thinly." Gu Qingfeng was puzzled. "Why do I need to apply medicine?" Gu Jiao said, "The slave mark should have grown after so many days, and you can apply the medicine. If it hasn't fallen off in a month, you will have surgery." Gu Qingfeng's heart was fiercely rubbed again. So this girl remembers. She remembers everything. Damn it. Damn tears. It doesn't listen to me anymore. It wants to rebel. I can't stop it anymore. Gu Jiao left after giving him the medicine, but she quickly turned back and poked her head in to ask, "But why did you touch it just now?" Gu Qingfeng's tears beat the gong to retreat. "Damn girl, is there no end to this?" 2 days later, Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King to the army camp. The Horse King was also brought along. It was almost 3 years old, and it was time for it to receive training. The other Black Wind cavalry started training when they were young, and it was considered late. However, its talent was strange, and it wasn't worse than other Black Wind cavalry that had been trained at the same age. You can't be too sure. Gu Jiao glanced at the Horse King that ran off to chase after Butterfly, and her expression was complicated. The Black Wind camp was generally divided into the vanguard, assault, and reserve camps. If one person and one horse were to be counted as a unit, the actual number of units that could participate in the battle was no more than 25,000. In reality, it was even less because there was still the supply and reserve camps. However, the strength of the steel cavalry was astonishing, and it was the most invincible of all the soldiers. Under Xin Yuan, Li's leadership, there was once a glorious record of 20,000 Xin Yuan steel cavalry trampling over 100,000 Jin soldiers. This was a cavalry that struck fear into the hearts of all countries. Gu Jiao was wearing her own black armor on the first day of her appointment, and she wore a cold and threatening helmet. She carried a red tasseled spear wrapped in cloth, looking valiant and formidable. The generals of the various camps had already gathered at the Vanguard camp's training ground, waiting for the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. Gu Jiao looked at them from afar and said, their military posture is not bad. Under the scorching sun, wearing heavy armor, everyone was sweating profusely, but no one moved. These were the soldiers trained by the Xin Yuan family. Even after 15 years, they still maintained their excellent and strict traditions and military discipline. The young soldiers were now in their prime, the young soldiers were now middle-aged, and the middle-aged soldiers were now in their twilight years. Their white hair and beards fluttered in the morning breeze, and the wrinkles at the corners of their eyes were old, but their posture was straight and their eyes were firm. In these years, there were people who retired and new blood joined, but as long as this army was still there, the soul of Xin Yuan would never decay. There was a middle-aged man waiting outside the training ground. He was not wearing armor and did not seem to know martial arts. When he saw Gu Jiao riding the Black Wind King over, he smiled and went up to greet her. The Black Wind King's aura was too strong, and when it raised its hooves, the middle-aged man was so scared that he took a few steps back. Gu Jiao patted the Black Wind King's neck lightly. "All right, boss, enough is enough." The Black Wind King quieted down. As expected of a horse from the army, it even knew how to show off its strength. The middle-aged man wiped off his cold sweat and carefully went up again. He cupped his hands and bowed. "This humble one greets Lady Xiao. This humble one's surname is Hu Yang, and I am the advisor of the Black Wind Camp. From today onwards, this humble one will be under your command." Advisor? Secretary? That's fine too. Gu Jiao looked at the soldiers standing majestically under the morning light and asked, "Among those people, is there anyone who wants to find trouble with me? You better think carefully about how to answer." Hu Yang smiled awkwardly and looked back at the crowd. He tried to move closer to Gu Jiao, but the Black Wind King did not flip out. Only then did he move closer and whisper, "General Zhang Hu, he is Heir Han's trusted aide. You should be careful of him." Understood. Gu Jiao gestured for him to keep up, then urged her horse to move towards the soldiers. She stood in front of the crowd and bluntly said, "Where is Zhang Hu?" Zhang Hu, who was at the head of the first row, held a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. He arrogantly raised his chin and said, "I am Zhang Hu." Gu Jiao made an O sound and rode on the back of the powerful Black Wind King. She calmly said, "I heard that you want to find trouble with this marshal." Hu Yang, who was at the side, trembled. "Why are you so direct? You should at least say a few words." Zhang, who did not expect the other party to be so direct and could not help but be stunned. But in the end, he did not put this brat from the Zhao country in his eyes. If he was exposed, then so be it. He was not afraid of him. He coldly snorted and said, "So what if I am?" Gu Jiao calmly said, "Your courage is commendable." Zhang Hu ridiculed, "You're just a brat. Do you know how to train soldiers?" Gu Jiao faintly smiled. "Isn't it enough that you know? Otherwise, why would I keep you? Are you keeping it for fun?" "You." Zhang Hu choked. He had never seen such a brazen and shameless person. This brat was openly admitting that he did not know how to train soldiers. But what he said at the end made so much sense. The marshal did not need to personally train soldiers. It was the duty of the generals. Damn it. Zhang Hu raised the spear in his hand and pointed it at Gu Jiao. He coldly said, "If you have the ability, then don't use the Black Wind King. Fight with me." Gu Jiao found it funny and said, "I can control the Black Wind King. Can you?" Damn it. Zhang Hu choked on his own saliva again. He almost couldn't breathe properly. This brat did not play by the rules. Provocation was useless. Zhang Hu clenched his teeth and said, "I heard that you relied on sucking up to the House of Duke and the other aristocratic families. In the last round of selection, Mu Qingshun helped you. Taoist Qingfeng also helped you. That was why you had the chance to be the first to arrive at the Fire Beacon camp. So, sucking up to others is also your ability?" Gu Jiao did not defend himself. Instead, he asked, "Do you think you can suck up to others for free?" Zhang Hu scoffed. "I don't care." Gu Jiao calmly said, "On the battlefield, this move of mine is called subduing the enemy without fighting. Is the best strategy. You play tricks on Fifth Master Han. That is called all is fair in war. You went around stealing bamboo tubes to collect information. That is called looking at the big picture. KO. Zhang Hu failed to smear Ling Yun's name. Instead, he became Ling Yun's stepping stone. He was in a bad mood. However, there was still more to come. Gu Jiao sat on the horse and took out the Black Wind Camp badge from his waist. "My name is Xiao Lulang. I am the new marshal of the Black Wind Cavalry. Now, I will announce a new transfer. Zhang Hu has committed a crime. According to the military regulations, he will be removed from the position of the Left General of the Vanguard Camp and will be replaced by Li Shun. Right Deputy General of the Reserve Camp, Tong Zhong, will be transferred to the Assault Camp. Zhao Dangfeng will be the Left Commander of the Vanguard Camp. Wen Rinchong will be the Right Commander of the Vanguard Camp." A series of transfer orders were issued. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Han clan's power had been uprooted. There was no hesitation or apprehension. This new marshal was very arrogant. Sir. Hu Yang stood beside Gu Jiao's horse and gave her a meaningful glance. Gu Jiao looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Hu Yang whispered, "Li Shun and Zhao Dangfeng have both left the camp. Wen Rinchong. He went to forge iron." Forging iron was a more common way of saying it. In truth, Wen Rinchong had been transferred to the reserve camp to repair weapons and armor. All day long, he was either tinkling or mending. His status was as low as it could get. The last time Hu Yang saw him was a year ago. He felt that he was no longer the Wenrin general who made people tremble in fear. He was a blacksmith who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Everyone could spit at him and look down on him. These three generals were once the trusted aides of the Xianyuan clan. Wen Rinchong had one of his fingers cut off by the enemy in order to protect Xianyuan Zi. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said to Hu Yang, "Go and call him over." Hu Yang opened his mouth and said, "Ah, yes." Hu Yang quickly went to the blacksmith shop in the camp. There were armors and weapons waiting to be repaired everywhere. The fire in the boiler was burning fiercely. The room was so hot that it was difficult to breathe. A bearded man was waiting for the iron to be heated. He sat on a stool and picked up a needle and thread. He lowered his head and repaired the armor on his legs. He wore a leather glove on his right hand. One of the finger's sheaths was empty. Huyang excitedly entered the room. He almost fell to the ground from heat stroke because of the hot air in the boiler. He took a few steps back and stood outside the door. He shouted at the sweaty man inside, "Unwavering, your good luck has come. The new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry has taken office and issued a transfer order. You can return to the Vanguard camp. Or do you want to be the right commander?" "I'm not going," Unwavering said without raising his head. Chapter 796. Novels with inner content that can't be found online are available here. Huyang was puzzled. "No, but don't understand, do you? Han is gone. The Black Wind Camp is Master Zhao's territory now. Master Zhao appreciates you, so he promoted you on the first day he took office. Don't be so ungrateful." "I'm telling you," Unwavering said. "I said I won't go, so I won't go." "Hey, you." Huyang put his hands on his hips and was about to point at him when a soldier walked over boldly from behind. "Old Chong, is my armor fixed yet?" Unwavering didn't even lift his eyelids. He just pointed at the wall on the back left. "It's done. It's on the third shelf over there. Go get it yourself." The soldier pushed Huyang aside. Huyang was an advisor in name, but he didn't have much status in the camp. The generals of the Han family didn't need an advisor. They had their own aides. To put it bluntly, he was just a decoration, a soldier's salary. Huyang staggered and steadied himself by holding onto the wall. He glared at the soldier and gritted his teeth. "You little brat, don't you look where you're going?" The soldier took his armor and swaggered away without looking at Advisor who or Unwavering. Advisor who only stood in front of the iron shop for a little while, but he felt like he was about to be roasted by the high temperature. He looked at Unwavering, who was sitting next to the furnace. He couldn't understand how this guy could withstand the heat. Advisor who wiped his sweat with his sleeve and said earnestly, "Unwavering, you were a confidant of the Xianyuan family. You should know that even if it wasn't the Han family, you wouldn't have a chance to be put in an important position in any other aristocratic family. You're just lucky to have met our Lord Zhao." Lord Zhao dared to risk offending all the aristocratic families, and even His Majesty to promote an old subordinate of a Xianyuan family. "Don't tell me you're not moved at all?" Unwavering continued to repair the armor on his leg. "No." Advisor who was rejected by Unwavering. He turned around and complained about Unwavering in front of Gu Jiao. "That guy doesn't know how to appreciate favors." "I will take a look," Gu Jiao said. As the commander-in-chief, she had her own tent. Inside the tent were the commander-in-chief's guards, similar to the orderlies in his previous life. Gu Jiao asked him to bring the Black Wind King and the Horse King to the training ground. Then, she went to the blacksmith shop in the camp with Advisor who had intended to lead the way, but he was not as fast as Gu Jiao. "My lord, ma." Teacher who watched as Gu Jiao made a right turn and walked towards the smithy. He scratched his head and said, "Sir, you know the way. Have you been here before?" "Ah, right. Sir came to the military camp for the selection." "No, the selection was in the front. This is the reserve camp." "Forget it, I don't care." When Gu Jiao saw Unwavering was no longer repairing his armor. Instead, he was forging with a hammer. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on him. Due to the hot weather, his upper body was bare. His bronze skin was sweating profusely. Although he had not participated in the training of soldiers for many years, forging was still a physical activity. His muscles were very strong. Gu Jiao noticed that he was wearing a leather glove on his right hand. It was probably to cover his broken finger. Advisor who chased after them, sweating profusely. He bent over and supported himself with his hands on his thighs. He gasped for breath and said, Wenren, Chong, Lord Zhao has come to see you in person. Hurry and greet Lord Zhao." Wenren was not interested in the new commander-in-chief. He still did not look or hear. He waved the hammer in his hand and said, "Repair the weapons on the left." Repair the armor on the right. Gu Jiao looked at the piles of damaged armor on both sides of the courtyard and asked, "Do we need to register?" "No." Wenren Chong smashed the hammer again. A series of sparks appeared on the red-hot weapons. Gu Jiao asked, "Do you remember who these soldiers belong to?" Wenren Chong was finally impatient. He frowned and looked at Gu Jiao. "Are you going to repair them or not? If not, don't block my light." He did not finish his sentence. His eyes flashed with uncontrollable surprise. He had not expected the new commander-in-chief to be so young. Gu Jiao's official age was 19, but she was actually less than 17. Didn't she look like a young and immature teenager? However, the teenager was full of righteousness. Her temperament was calm and collected. Her eyes were full of killing intent and calmness. Alas, how can you say that? Advisor who was not as panting as before. He pointed at Wenren Chong and said, "Zhang Hu was punished for offending his superior. Do you want to be like Zhang Hu?" Wenren Chong lowered his eyes and continued to forge. "Whatever. Sigh. You." Advisor who was infuriated by him. Gu Jiao's reaction was quite calm. She glanced at Wenren Chong and said, "Then I'll ask you again tomorrow." Then, she put her hands behind her back and turned to leave. Wenren Chong looked at her straightened back and said lightly, "Don't waste your energy. It's the same no matter how many times you ask. I'm just a blacksmith." Gu Jiao did not reply, nor did she stop walking. She took Advisor Hu and left the place. Advisor Hu sighed. "Master, don't be angry. Wenren Chong has a bad temper. The Han family tried to rope him in, but he didn't know how to appreciate their kindness. Otherwise, how could he have been transferred to the reserve camp to be a blacksmith?" Gu Jiao nodded as if she had taken his advice. She asked again, "You said that Li Shun and Zhao Dangfeng were not in the camp. When did they leave? Where are they now?" Advisor who thought for a while and chose his words carefully. "They have been gone for 3 or 4 years. Li Shun left first, and Zhao Dangfeng left less than 2 months later. They used to be at odds with each other. As for where they are now, you go to the tent and rest for a while. I'll go to the training ground and ask around." "Okay." Gu Jiao went back to her tent. The tent was quite big. It was divided into 2 rooms by a screen. The outside was the meeting hall, and the inside was her bedroom. The luxurious furnishings in the tent had been moved away, but she could still see how luxurious the Han family was in the camp from the roof and the walls. The Xianyuan family had always been frugal. Although there were many fields and shops under their name, the money they earned was basically used to supplement the military camp. Sitting in the spacious tent, Gu Jiao felt an inexplicable sense of a familiar mission in her heart. Did I get used to Jing Yinin's identity so quickly? Master, I've got it." Advisor who panted as he walked into the tent. He bowed respectfully and said, Li Shun and Zhao Dangfeng are in a town outside the city of Shang." Gu Jiao asked, "How far?" Advisor who wiped the sweat from his forehead and answered, "It's not too far. If we take the shortcut, we can get there in about 2 hours." It was her first day on the job. She was not familiar with the work, so it was not a big deal. Gu Jiao said, "Come with me." Were they really so swift and decisive? Advisor who was stunned for a while before he reacted. "Yes, I'll go prepare the carriage." Gu Jiao stood up, grabbed the red-tasseled spear on the shelf, and carried it on her back. "No need. Ride the horse." But she did not know how to ride a horse. The Horse King continued to stay in the camp for training. Gu Jiao rode on the Black Wind King, while Advisor who rode on a Black Wind horse. Together with Gu Jiao, they went to Mount Qiushan where they were. Mount Qiushan was in a completely different direction from Tianxiong Academy. Gu Jiao had never been to the north of the city. She felt that it was not as lively as the south, but it was not desolate either. There was a cargo port in Mount Qiushan. Li Shun worked there as a coolie. There were people coming and going at the port. There were customers rushing to get on and off the ship, as well as able-bodied men working hard to move goods. Li Shun was very strong. He grabbed 3 sacks and carried them on his shoulders, while the others only carried one. Blue veins bulged on his forehead. Large beads of sweat dripped down like a waterfall onto the bluestone floor that was distorted by the scorching sun. They disappeared with a sizzling sound. Many able-bodied men were suffering from heat stroke. They sat weakly under the shadow of the cargo shed and panted. Gu Jiao could see that Li Shun was also suffering from heat stroke. However, he gritted his teeth and moved the 3 sacks into the warehouse before he could rest. He did not rest for long. Before he fully recovered, he walked toward the cargo ship again. Li Shun, Advisor Hu called out from his horse. Li Shun turned to look at Advisor Hu and said coldly, "You've got the wrong person." Advisor Hu said seriously, "I'm not mistaken. You're Li Shun. Wang Dezhu, come move the goods." A boatman on the cargo ship shouted at him. "I'm coming." He jogged over, sweating profusely. Li Shun, Advisor Hu yelled dryly. In the end, he could not stop him. Gu Jiao sat on her horse and looked in Li Shun's direction quietly. What was the situation back then? Advisor Hu said, "Sir, are you asking why he left the army? I heard that something happened to his family. His younger brother is gone, and his sister-in-law remarried with their child. He only has an old mother. He left the army to take care of his mother. But I don't understand why he even changed his name." "Where's Zhao Dengfeng?" Gu Jiao asked. Advisor Hu hurriedly said, "He's in a restaurant 3 miles away. His situation is better. He opened his own restaurant, and I heard that business is good." As he spoke, he looked around and carefully said to Gu Jiao, "At that time, there were rumors that Zhao Dengfeng had already joined the Han family and had been secretly selling information to the Han family. He also had a hand in the Xianyuan family's defeat. Everyone did not believe it before. After all, he was Xianyuan Cheng's most valued lieutenant. But you see, sir, Zhao Dengfeng and Li Shun both left the army around the same time. Li Shun became a coolie at the docks, while Zhao Dengfeng got a windfall and opened a restaurant. Sir, please take a good look at it." Gu Jiao said, "So it was the Han family who gave him the money?" Advisor Hu said in admiration, "Sir, you're wise. Let's go take a look." Gu Jiao said. Chapter 797. Zhao Dengfeng's restaurant was called the Crane Restaurant. It was quite famous in Mount Hill Town, so it was easy to find the way. Gu Jiao was wearing armor and riding the majestic Black Wind King. She looked like a general, but the birthmark on the left side of her face was a bit of an eyesore. When the waiter saw that the guests had arrived, he enthusiastically went out to greet them. "Dear guests, this way please." Advisor Hu asked, "Is Zhao Dengfeng here? My master is looking for him." The waiter did not dare to offend them, as they were dressed like officials. He smiled awkwardly and said, "My boss is not available for guests at the moment. Boss Zhao, please have another drink with me. Don't drink from her. If you want to drink, drink from me." A woman's pretentious voice came from one of the rooms on the 2nd floor. It sounded like there was more than one person. The waiter smiled awkwardly. Advisor Hu's face flushed red. He said angrily, "How dare you do such a despicable thing in broad daylight? You're too ridiculous." Whoosh! The window lattice was lifted. A half-undressed beauty slammed half of her body out of the window. She slammed so hard that people thought she was going to fall. Her shoulders were half exposed. Her cheeks were red, and her eyes were misty. "Which stinky man said that?" Was it you or—" Her pale finger pointed from Advisor Hu to Gu Jiao, and she smiled drunkenly. "Oh, it's a handsome little general. Come on, general. I'll have a drink with you." Advisor Hu could not bear to look. He dared to look if he was alone, but it was very awkward when he was with his superior. He quickly covered his eyes and turned his face away. Gu Jiao calmly looked up at the 2nd floor, but she was not looking at the woman. The woman huffed. "Am I not beautiful? Who are you looking at? Who said my Sanyang is not beautiful?" Accompanied by a teasing and drunken voice, a drunken, burly man arrived behind the beauty. One of his arms was propped up on the windowsill, while the other was placed on the beauty's soft and slender waist. His eyes blurred as he looked at the youth downstairs. Naturally, he also saw the Black Wind King beneath the young man. His eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled faintly and said, "Oh, which young master of the Han family is this?" I have never seen him before. Advisor who raised his eyes and shouted, "How dare you!" This was the new Commander Xiao of the Black Wind Battalion, the adopted son of Dukin. Oh, he seemed a little surprised. The Black Wind Cavalry has changed hands again. The Han family is really useless. Zhao Dangfeng. Gu Jiao looked at him calmly. Are you willing to return to the Black Wind camp? Zhao Dangfeng chuckled and said, I'm eating and drinking here, living a carefree and happy life. Why would I go back to the Black Wind camp? It's hard and tiring, and we might have to go to war at any time. It's like playing with your life. Gu Jiao was not angry, nor was she disappointed. She just stared at him without blinking. Her eyes were pure and clear, and they were filled with unyielding determination. Zhao Dongfeng's eyes stung. He stopped smiling and said coldly, If you are here to eat, this meal is on me. If you have other ideas, I advise you to leave. I, Zhao Dangfeng, do not want to have anything to do with the Black Wind camp in this lifetime. With that, he closed the window with a bang. You almost clipped me. A beauty complained from the second floor. Many commoners had gathered to watch. Even the guests upstairs and downstairs looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Advisor who coughed lightly and said, My lord, let's go back first. Gu Jiao nodded. Boss, let's go. The Black Wind King turned around and galloped towards the north gate. Advisor who urged his horse to catch up. My lord, you had a bad start today. Being rejected 3 times in one day was too miserable. It's fine, said Gu Jiao. Advisor who was stunned. The youth's expression was calm. There was no frustration, no disappointment, nor was he trying to be brave. Advisor who suddenly realized that the youth beside him was as calm as still water. He was so young, but his heart was so strong. Advisor who had seen countless people, but there were only a few who could reach the youth's level, let alone one who was so young. Advisor who asked, My lord, did you expect the 3 of them to reject you? No, said Gu Jiao. That means you're not an ordinary person who can endure silently. Advisor who wanted to say something, but Gu Jiao suddenly pulled on the reins and stopped the horse. Advisor who had no choice but to stop as well. He asked in confusion, My lord, what happened? Gu Jiao turned to look at the black figure in the tea shed behind her. You go back first. I won't be returning to the camp today. Yes. Although Advisor who was puzzled, this was his first day in contact with the new Commander-in-Chief. He didn't dare to disobey the new Commander-in-Chief's orders. Advisor who urged his horse back to the inner city. Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King to the tea shed. She asked the Black Wind King to stay outside the tea shed. She found a table and sat down. A bowl of herbal tea and 2 steamed buns, she said to the owner. Yes, sir. The owner of the tea shed filled a large bowl with 2 steamed buns and a bowl of herbal tea for Gu Jiao. This place was close to the relay station and the yamen, so officers often came and went. The owner of the tea shed had never been to the inner city, so he did not recognize the Black Wind Cavalry. He only thought that Gu Jiao was an officer from the yamen. Gu Jiao picked up the teacup and took a sip in silence. She looked like she was drinking tea, but she was actually observing a man wearing a cloak and a hood. From her angle, she could only see the man's cloak and hood. But when she entered the tea shed, she saw the man's face under the hood. He was wearing a golden half-face mask, revealing a white chin. The man had an unusual aura. Gu Jiao almost immediately concluded that he was a man of sacrifice. Gu Jiao also noticed that the man wore a black jade ring on his left thumb. The man drank a bowl of tea, left 5 knife coins, grabbed the long sword on the table, and left the tea shed. Not long after he left, Gu Jiao also paid for the tea and steam buns. Then she rode the Black Wind King and left. The Black Wind King had a keen sense of smell and had been specially trained. It was as good as a horse when it came to tracking people. However, the man was a master. Gu Jiao did not follow him too closely to avoid being discovered. But not long after entering the northern inner city gate, the man's aura suddenly disappeared. The Black Wind King sniffed hard, but could not find which way the man went. What's going on? Did he disappear into thin air? Or, Gu Jiao muttered. Suddenly, she realized something and pulled out the red tasseled spear on her back. A tall figure descended from the sky and kicked her red tasseled spear. She flipped down from the horse with her spear. The tip of the spear touched the ground. She used the momentum to flip and stabilize herself. Only then did she not fall to the ground in a sorry state. She held the red tasseled spear and looked coldly at the man in the black robe who landed on the opposite side of the street. This fork in the road was very remote. Other than two people and a horse, there was no one else. The man's robe fluttered. The hot summer wind suddenly had a hair-raising chill. Black Wind King? The man in the black robe looked at the horse beside Gu Jiao. His thin lips, under the mask, opened slightly. You are that Xiao Lulang. I am. Gu Jiao looked at him fearlessly. If I knew that you would recognize me, I would have greeted you at the tea shed, Lord Han. That's right. This man was the #1 master under Imperial concubine Han. And Han, you actually know me. It seems that the guy from the State Preceptor Hall has revealed a lot of information about me to you. The man in the black robe slowly walked towards Gu Jiao. His steps were very slow, but each step carried a terrifying, murderous aura. I didn't come out of the city today for you, but since you sent yourself to me, I have no choice but to take your life. Gu Jiao said, That's not up to you. The man in the black robe smiled faintly. You're young, but you talk big. Gu Jiao said indifferently. Aren't you also ugly? Dream on. You have a sharp tongue. The man in the black robe smiled and suddenly attacked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao felt a huge amount of internal energy pressing down on her body. Before she could break free from this internal energy, the other party's figure flashed in front of her in the blink of an eye and struck her chest with a palm. Gu Jiao blocked it with her red tasseled spear, but she was still sent flying by the man's palm. The Black Wind King rushed to catch her, but the man in the black robe didn't give Gu Jiao a chance to land safely. He flew over and slapped Gu Jiao into the air. Then, he jumped up again and stomped on Gu Jiao's abdomen. If this stomp landed, Gu Jiao's organs would rupture and she would die on the spot. In the nick of time, a gray figure appeared in the air and flashed under his feet. He carried Gu Jiao and knelt on one knee on the side of the street. He didn't continue fighting. He carried Gu Jiao onto the back of the Black Wind King's horse and rode the Black Wind King through the alley towards a crowded area. Gu Jiao spat out blood and spat out half of Liao Chen's sleeve. Liao Chen held her with one hand and held the reins tightly with the other. They ran for 3 whole streets before the Black Wind King stopped. Chapter 798. There was no one around, so Liao Chen jumped off the horse. Without Liao Chen's support, Gu Jiao lay weakly on the horse's back. She had vomited all the blood she should have vomited. She was just exhausted. Liao Chen took her pulse. Although he wasn't a doctor, he was very sensitive to the flow of energy as a martial artist. You're fine. Liao Chen was surprised. This wasn't very accurate. Liao Chen's definition of fine was that there was no need to prepare for a funeral. But Liao Chen was still very surprised. Was this girl so resilient? After taking 2 hits from a Hun, she only spat out some blood. I'm that strong. Gu Jiao lay on Black Wind King's back and said weakly. Yes, she was strong enough to survive 2 hits from an Hun, but it was hard to believe that this girl would say it. Liao Chen's gaze landed on her armor and battle suit. The fiery red battle suit looked like a cloak he had seen before, but he couldn't remember what the cloak was for. But the texture of the armor. He raised his hand to touch the armor on Gu Jiao's back. This is, Gu Jiao said. Hey, didn't anyone tell you not to touch girls? The king of atmosphere. The emotions that were surging in Liao Chen's eyes stopped abruptly. He looked at Gu Jiao speechlessly. Oh, you still remember that you're a girl, but you still dare to go against an Han. Are you crazy? He wanted to go against me. I was just following him. Gu Jiao stated the truth. Although she wanted to kill a Hun, she didn't want to be unprepared. Actually, she and Black Wind King were already very cautious, but in Hun's vigilance was clearly higher than expected. Speaking of which, she was lucky to have this armor. If not for it, she might have died in Hun's hands. This armor didn't seem to be made of ordinary dark steel. There should be some other material added to it. Not only was it incomparably tough, it could even withstand the attacks of an expert like an Hun. I'm already vomiting blood, but it's not damaged at all, Gu Jiao said as he touched his armor. Liao Chen glanced at her speechlessly. This girl looked very proud. Did she know that she had crawled back from the palace of the King of Hell? Forget it. If she didn't have this drive, she wouldn't have been able to do so many things. Liao Chen said, "He underestimated you this time. He didn't use his full strength to kill you." So she wasn't the only one who misjudged. To an Hun, not being able to kill her with 2 consecutive moves was already considered failure. Gu Jiao lay flat on the Black Wind King's back like a little frog. "You can't beat him either, right?" Liao Chan said seriously. "Of course not. This monk's power is boundless. It's more than enough to deal with a death warrior. I saw that you were injured and worried that you would die after the fight, so I hurried to take you away to find a doctor. But it looks like there's no need to find one." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." Liao Chen thought, "What's with that tone?" Gu Jiao said again, "What if you and Taoist Qing Feng work together?" Liao Chen said, "He won't be willing to work with me. He'll only work with an Han to kill me first." Gu Jiao pondered for a moment. "I've been curious about something for a long time. What did you do to Taoist Qing Feng? Did you steal his wife or dig up his ancestral grave? Why does he want to kill you so badly?" Liao Chen took off his wineskin, pulled out the cork, and took a sip. Children shouldn't ask about adults' business. "Oh, adults' business." Gu Jiao lay on her stomach. Her cheeks were pressed into a lump of meat, but she still pretended to raise her eyebrows. It was hard to look at her. Liao Chen took another sip. After a long silence, he looked at the moon and said, "It's not that I can't beat Han, I just can't kill him. There was only one person in the world who could kill a Han. That person was Shi Tian. Unfortunately, Shi Tian went missing during a mission. There was no news of him after that. Most likely, he was already dead." Gu Jiao said, "Speaking of which, why did you suddenly appear? You're not just passing by this time, are you? Monk, are you following me? Let me tell you, it's not right to follow a girl. Stalkers like you will be beaten up very badly in our country." Her voice became softer and softer, more and more confused. Liao Chen turned his head and saw that Gu Jiao had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Her vitality was strong and her will was tenacious. But she was not made of iron. She could get hurt, and tired. This girl had not had a day of peace since she came to the Yin Kingdom. The alley fell into silence. Liao Chen looked at the armor on her body and murmured, "Why is this armor on you? Did Dukin give it to you? How did you become his adopted son? Why would he give such an important thing to you?" His gaze fell on her squishy little face. Looking at her drooling appearance, he could not help but ask, "Who are you?" The sky was already dark. The Black Wind King silently found a place to let Gu Jiao sleep in the cool night wind. Liao Chen walked over and touched the Black Wind King's head. He asked, "You don't remember me?" The Black Wind King looked at him with a confused expression. Liao Chen stroked its head and said, "You're right. You haven't seen me. I've seen you. I was there when you were born." The Black Wind King began to smell the scent on Liao Chen. It was not a familiar scent, but it was not unfamiliar either. It did not make it feel disgusted. Liao Chen did not move. He allowed the Black Wind King to search for the scent of the Xianyuan family on him, but it probably would not be found. The Black Wind King smelled for a long time. Its emotions were not as rich as a human's, but after smelling Liao Chen's scent, it felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy and depression. Liao Chen reached out his hand with the string of Buddhist prayer beads and gently placed it on the Black Wind King's forehead. He whispered, "It's okay, it's okay." The princess mansion. It had rained the night before. Today, it was sunny after the rain. The air was clear with the smell of earth and grass. Princess Xinyang and Yujin sat in a room and tidied up old clothes. They were all Xiao Heng's childhood. The soft bed was covered with children's clothes. Yujin and Princess Xinyang sat on the edge of the bed at each end. Yujin picked up an old cotton cloth that had been washed clean and said in amusement, "This is the young duke's diaper when he was young. You really know how to collect it. You didn't throw away a single one." Princess Xinyang also could not help but laugh. Why would I throw it away? The princess mansion is so big. There's no lack of places to put things. Yujin smiled. You just don't want to. Princess Xinyang picked up a red doo-doo and said, this was from when he was 3 months old. He grows quickly. After half a month, he won't be able to wear it anymore. Yujin recalled. At that time, the weather was still cold. I remember that he only wore this doo-doo twice. Princess Xinyang said, it's just beautiful. After bathing, let him wear it to satisfy his mother's desire to see. The young duke is pitiful. Yujin folded the doo-doo and placed it in a box to the side. She then picked up a set of pink underwear. The young duke probably doesn't know, but when he was 1 year old, you dressed him up as a young girl, right? Princess Xinyang gently coughed. It was just for the eyes. Yujin put away the cute underwear and picked up a pair of tiger-headed shoes. Smiling, she said, this pair of shoes was personally made by this servant. Princess Xinyang pointed at the hat and blanket on the bed. There's also this tiger-headed hat and tiger-headed blanket. They were both made by you. They are Aheng's first birthday gifts. Yujin smiled. Princess even remembers. Princess Xinyang's gaze was gentle. Looking at the small shoes and clothes, her entire being emitted a motherly gentleness. I remember all of Aheng's matters very clearly, she said. Yujin said, speaking of the young duke's first birthday, this servant remembers that at that time, you wanted the young duke to grab a book. The young duke wanted the young duke to grab a sword. As a result, the young duke did not grab a single one. Mentioning this, Princess Xinyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. That's right, he grabbed Long Yi. Princess Xinyang's concept of raising children was completely different from Shang Wanyan's. Shang Wanyan had inherited the Xian Yuan family's tradition of raising children. She allowed children to be raised freely, hating that she could not allow Shang Wanqing to grow up wild. As for Princess Xinyang, because of her terrible childhood experience, she was especially careful after having Xiaohong. She did not leave Xiao Heng's side for even a moment. She did not allow him to leave her sight for even a moment. The only thing missing was tying Xiaohong to her belt. Before he was 1 year old, Xiaohong had never seen such a large scene. Suddenly being surrounded by a group of people, with his parents also being accomplices, he was frightened. Feeling wronged, he called out to Long Yi. Long Yi appeared. His little hand tightly grasped Long Yi's finger. Princess Xinyang suddenly sighed. Is Long Yi still like that? Yujin nodded her head with a dignified expression. Since Princess gave that thing to him, he just sat in the corridor in a daze every day. The story began when Princess Xinyang suddenly had the idea to organize her old belongings. When she was organizing her old dowry box, she accidentally found a jade thumb ring that had been sealed for many years. This was the thing that Long Yi had brought with him when he had just arrived at Princess Xinyang's mansion. He had accidentally left it in the room of Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang had intended to let Yujin return it, but she was suddenly interrupted by the people preparing for the wedding. At that time, the late emperor had passed away, and the emperor had decreed that she and Xiao Ji would get married during the mourning period. The entire Princess Xinyang's mansion was so busy that her feet did not touch the ground. In addition, Long Yi had never looked for that thing, so she had forgotten about the matter of the jade thumb ring. 20 years had passed, and if she had not found it while sorting out her old things, she might not have remembered this jade thumb ring for the rest of her life. Princess Xinyang sighed. How could I have completely forgotten about it at that time? Yujin comforted her. Mainly, at that time, you were not sure whether it was Long Yi's or not. All 5 dragon shadow guards had come to your room, and after they left, a jade thumb ring appeared on the carpet. So who would know whose it was? The reason why she was sure now was because Princess Xinyang had called all 5 of them. Other 4 people had no reaction to the jade thumb ring, and only Long Yi had always been staring at it. At this moment, Long Yi was sitting cross-legged in the corridor. The weather was so hot, and seeing that he liked to sit there, Princess Xinyang spread out a mat for him. Long Yi sat there for a whole day. When Long Yi had just arrived at Princess Xinyang's mansion, Princess Xinyang was unable to distinguish between him and dragon shadow guards. But now carefully thinking about it, Other than her insufficient understanding of dragon shadow guards, there was another important reason. That was Long. He was indeed a death soldier. As for why he had randomly entered Princess Xinyang's mansion, it was probably because he didn't remember who he was. So, when he saw death soldiers with the same aura as him, he thought that he was also one of them. He saw that their mission was to protect her, so he mistakenly thought that this was also his mission. Perhaps it was time for Long Yi to find his true identity, as well as to complete his true mission. Gu Jiao directly slept for 2 hours, and when she opened her eyes, Liaochen was already gone. Gu Jiao slowly sat up, then rubbing her sore neck, she said to Black Wind King, "It's already so late. I'm sorry. I made you carry me for so long." She turned over and dismounted, then stretched her muscles and bones. Soon after, she led Black Wind King to the side of a nearby well, then borrowed a wooden bucket from a commoner who was fetching water from the well and washed the bloodstains on her body. When she returned to Duke's mansion, her wet clothes had already dried. No one could see that she had vomited blood or was injured. She entered the mansion as if nothing had happened. Little Jing Kong had come today, and the small noise of him and Gu Yin could be heard in Feng Courtyard. In the corridor, Dukin sat in a wheelchair and played chess with Old Chancellor. On the rattan chair beside him, Great Aunt was holding a small jar and eating candied fruit. And in the courtyard, Gu Shaoshun was learning a new mechanism technique from Master Lu. Master Nin was still obsessed with making poisons, and Gu Chengfeng was dragged to be the referee for Little Jing Kong and Gu Yin, making the two loudspeakers quarrel with each other. Gu Jiao stood at the entrance of Feng Courtyard, and what she saw was such a scene. Everyone seemed to be doing their own thing, but in fact, they were all waiting for her. Everyone just didn't say anything. Each of them was protecting her in their own way. Gu Jiao's pain and tiredness seemed to disappear in an instant. She held Black Wind King's hand and walked into the courtyard as usual. Han family. Mu Ruxin determined the treatment plan for Air Han. Old Master Han, Han Lei, and Third Master Han were all in Air Han's room, waiting for Mu Ruxin's diagnosis. Mu Ruxin said, "Air Han's hamstring has been cut. If he wants to recover, he must be reconnected, but he has missed the best opportunity for surgery. The wound seems to have healed, but the part that should be reconnected is not reconnected. The plan I'm going to use sounds very dangerous, but it's the most practical and effective." "What plan?" Han Lei asked. Mu Ruxin looked at the handsome Air Han on the bed, then turned to the three of them and said, "Cut his hamstring again. I'll operate on him and reconnect it." Third Master Han said in disbelief, "Are you serious? You want to do it again? Are you sure you want to save him and not kill him? You aren't a spy sent by the Anghua Prefecture to our Han family, are you?" Old Master Han looked at Mu Ruxin with a gloomy gaze. Mu Ruxin hurriedly said, "Third Master, you misunderstood. How could I be Dukin's spy? I don't have anything to do with him. I just said that the reason I came to your manor is to seek a bright future for myself. You give me the status of a Shangwan citizen, and I'll cure Air Han. We don't owe each other anything." Old Master Han said, "This old man has never heard of such a treatment method. Miss Mu, are you sure you can do it?" Mu Ruxin said arrogantly, "This kind of surgery is just a small illness similar to typhoid in the hands of my master, Divine Dr. Luo. I'm not talented, but I've followed my master to perform a few surgeries on hamstrings." Han Lei thought for a while. "Father, I still feel that it's inappropriate." "Grandfather." On the bed, Air Han, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "Grandson is willing to try." Han Lei frowned. "Yeah, if you mess it up, there'll be no hope for your leg injury. I've been thinking of a way to beg His Majesty these past few days, asking him to issue a decree for Imperial Preceptor Hall to treat you." Han Yi shook his head. "Father, you should know that Imperial Preceptor Hall won't treat me. Moreover, the Crown Prince and Imperial Concubine have repeatedly angered His Majesty. His Majesty is too lazy to care about the Han family. Let's do as Divine Dr. Mu said. When can we do the surgery?" Mu Ruxin said, "We can do it now." "Ah, that's right. I suddenly thought of something." Everyone looked at her. She smiled and said, I was living well in the Dukan residence when Dukan suddenly used my homesickness as an excuse to end my treatment by his side. Coincidentally, on the same day, I saw Xiao Lulang move into the Dukan residence. I don't know if there's any connection between the two. Han Lei said thoughtfully, Xiao Lulang is his adopted son. It's understandable for him to move into the Dukan residence. Mu Ruxin smiled faintly. But why did he send me away? That's the most suspicious point, isn't it? Han Lei asked. Xiao Lulang moved into the Dukan residence alone. Mu Ruxin sighed. I'm not sure about that. There were 2 carriages behind him. As for what was in the carriages, I didn't see it. Han Lei came over and whispered in old Master Han's ear. Father, could it be that Xiao Yolong's family members have hidden in the Dukan residence? No wonder our people couldn't find them, even after searching everywhere. Old Master Han lowered his voice and said faintly, Don't worry about that. We'll send someone to inquire about it later. The most important thing now is Yi Er's injury. As he said that, he crossed his hands and placed them on the handle of his cane as he looked toward Mu Ru Hexen. Then I'll ask Miss Mu to operate on this old man's grandson. However, this old man will warn you first. If anything happens to this old man's grandson, Miss Mu will pay with her own life, in the dead of night. After sending off the last trumpet girl, Gu Jiao could finally enjoy her bed. She lay on the soft bed and looked at the pearl-covered canopy. The place where she was injured by an Hun was aching. She massaged her shoulder with one hand and put the other behind her head. You hit me so hard. One day I'll put you in a sack. In the end, she was too tired. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. She hadn't had a foreboding dream for a long time. She used to think wildly that perhaps the things that were foreboding in her dreams had really happened before. After she came to Yin country, everyone's fate had changed. So, she would never have that kind of dream again. But tonight, she dreamed of it again. But it was different from other people's dreams. For the first time, she saw her own ending in her dream. Chapter 799. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet. When Gu Jiao woke up, there was still blood in her eyes that had not faded. The bloody mist in the dream seemed to have spread to the room. Even the white pearls on the curtains had turned into blood-red agates. The suffocating and nauseating smell of blood filled her nostrils. Broken corpses were lying on the beams. Drip, drip. Drops of thick blood dripped on her expressionless cheeks. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Someone seemed to be calling her. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong climbed onto the bed and shook her shoulders. Jiao Jiao, why are you ignoring me? The blood-dripping corpse was blocked by a tender little face, and everything in the dream came to an abrupt end. Gu Jiao blinked and completely woke up from the nightmare. She looked at little Jing Kong, who was looking at her worriedly with his eyes wide open. She answered calmly with a hoarse voice, Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong took a deep breath. I was just worried about you. Gu Jiao lay flat on the soft bed. She raised her hand and hugged the little guy. I'm fine. Little Jing Kong suddenly got a loving hug and was very shy. Her little hands covered her reddened little face, and her little feet swayed as she had nowhere to put them. Jiao Jiao really likes me the most. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, you're hugging me a little too tightly. Hee. He was almost out of breath. Little fool, why did you come? Why did you come to collect my corpse, even though you knew it was a trap? Jiao Jiao, let's go home. I'll take you home. The young man's blood-soaked body tightly protected her in his embrace, just like how she had hugged him when he was young. His eyes were red from killing, and his back and legs were filled with arrows that glittered with cold light. His hot blood stained her path to the Yellow Springs. He put her on the bamboo raft to return home, but he himself fell down by the river that was engulfed in the flames of war. Great Yan's youngest god of war had fallen. After breakfast, Gu Jiao went to the Black Wind camp as usual. She first went to the various training grounds to take a look. All the generals were seriously training their soldiers, and the Black Wind cavalry were also accepting their mission without complaint. Little Shi did not stop messing around even after defeating more than a dozen horse trainers. It was so energetic that even 10,000 horses despised it. Even the explosive training that horses were most afraid of was quickly addicted to it. The well-behaved horses were thrown into chaos by it, and the training ground became a scene of a large-scale car accident. In the end, it was the Black Wind King who suppressed Little She with force. Only then did Little She obediently go back to training. However, it seemed to be obedient. When it brushed past a Black Wind cavalry, it raised its hooves and kicked the horse's butt. The horse was speechless. How could it be so despicable? The price for its despicable behavior was that Little She was taught a lesson by the Black Wind King. In the end, it could only limp to the training ground. It was very miserable. My lord, teacher who ran over energetically. He had learned his lesson today, and he had a feather fan in his hand. He fanned Gu Jiao with a smile and said, "Why are you here so early? The sun just rose not long ago." "I'm here to take a look," Gu Jiao said. Teacher who smiled and said, "When you issued the transfer order yesterday, it was like a thunderbolt that corrected the Black Wind Camp's bad habits. The generals that you promoted are all in awe of you. So how could they not train their soldiers seriously? You don't have to worry about it." Some of the generals that she promoted were old subordinates of the Xianyuan family, and some were new blood that joined later. They trained their soldiers seriously not because they respected her, but because the Black Wind Camp's military discipline and traditions were like that. They were strict with themselves, and they were strict with their subordinates. Now that she had a title, it wasn't that they really respected her, but that it was their duty to obey her orders. Teacher who saw that Gu Jiao's expression didn't change at all, so he couldn't help but wonder if he didn't flatter her in the right place. He said with a smile, "It's so hot today. My lord, you should go rest in the tent." Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and said, "I'm going to find Unwavering." After saying that, she turned around and went to the reserve camp. Teacher who couldn't stop her even if he wanted to. "Ah, my lord. Oh, I need you to do something for me," Gu Jiao said before going to Wenren. The weapons and armors that were piled up like a mountain in the courtyard when she left yesterday were nowhere to be seen today. It seemed that Wenren had repaired them overnight. He was a very efficient person. Wenren was sitting in the room, repairing the armors that were delivered that morning. Gu Jiao walked over. Wenren looked up at her. Gu Jiao glanced at the shadow on the ground and said, "I didn't block the light." Wenren continued to repair the armors. "Do you need help?" Gu Jiao asked. "I used to be a doctor, and suturing is my specialty." Wenren frowned. It seemed that he was a little impatient with this young man, but he didn't know how to drive him away. He had no choice but to say indifferently, "No need." Gu Jiao sat down on the threshold, resting her elbows on her knees and supporting her head with one hand. She looked at him and said, "I went to see Li Shun and Zhao Dengfeng yesterday. What do you want to do?" Wenren frowned. "I want to win over the old subordinates of the Xianyuan family," Gu Jiao said without hiding anything. The Black Wind Camp that had been ruled by the Han family for more than 10 years was not weak, but the Han family had dismissed too many excellent soldiers. Many of the old subordinates of the Xianyuan family had left one after another. Wenren, Li Shun, Zhao Dengfeng, and Shi Zhongke, who had died in the battle, were the 4 fierce generals of the Black Wind Camp. Some people called them the 4 kings in private. Now, only Wenren was left, and he had become a blacksmith. If Gu Jiao wanted to restore the morale of the Black Wind Camp, she had to gather the old subordinates of a Xianyuan family. "There is no Xianyuan family anymore," Wenren said calmly. Gu Jiao said, "I ask you every day, do you want to go back to the Vanguard camp? If you don't, I will come back tomorrow." Wenren said indifferently, "How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? Even if you ask me for 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years, I won't agree." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "You mean you will stay in the Black Wind Camp for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, and never leave?" Wenren stood up and went to boil the boiler. "You should go." Gu Jiao stood up and dusted her clothes. "See you tomorrow." Wenren pulled the bellows and did not look back. Gu Jiao went around the camp again before returning to her tent. Teacher Hu also came back. Is it done? Gu Jiao asked. It's done. Teacher Hu had been in the camp for so many years, but this was the first time he was entrusted with an important task. He really showed his sincerity and efficiency. Gu Jiao weighed the money bag that Teacher Hu handed to her. She did not count it and just put it on her waist. Teacher Hu was overjoyed. Darren trusted him. He, Hu Yang, finally had a chance to stand out. Darren, how was your talk with Wen Rinchong? Did he agree to go back to the Vanguard camp? He asked with concern. Not yet, Gu Jiao said. Teacher Hu's face darkened. Why is he so uncooperative? Gu Jiao stood up and walked out. Teacher Hu was surprised. Darren, you just came back. Where are you going? Gu Jiao said, I'm going to finally Shun and Zhao Dangfeng. Teacher Hu thought of the experience of almost vomiting yesterday. He swallowed and asked, Then should I go with you? Gu Jiao said lightly, Come if you want. I don't want to come, but if you say so, how can I not come? Today, she went to see Zhao Dangfeng first. She had deliberately mentioned the two of them in front of Wen Rinchong to see his reaction. Wen Rinchong's reaction was very calm. Either he had never heard the rumor that Zhao Dangfeng had colluded with the Han family, or he knew that the rumor was false. From Gu Jiao's observation of Wen Rinchong, the former was unlikely. Oh, isn't this the officer from yesterday? Why did you come to my crane restaurant again? In a room on the second floor, Zhao Dangfeng was holding a beauty in his arms. He leaned against the window and looked at the young man on the horse. Are you here to persuade me to go back to the army? Who wants to go back and live a life of bloodshed? How about this, little general, you come to my crane restaurant and be the second boss. Teacher Hu was angry. He pointed at him with his feather fan and scolded. Zhao, how can you talk like that? Little general? This is the new commander of the Black Wind Battalion, Darren Shao. I already told you about it yesterday. Gu Jiao said, Boss? That's a good idea. Zhao Dangfeng looked at the young man who was led by the nose. Isn't that right? As long as you have enough money, I can give you half of the crane restaurant. Gu Jiao looked up at him. I don't need you to give me a share. I'll buy your crane restaurant. Zhao Dangfeng was stunned. Then he laughed. Do you know what you're saying? My crane restaurant is the best restaurant in town. Does your family have a mind? Little general. Before he could finish his words, the young man on the horse casually tossed him a token. He caught it with a backhand, and when he took a closer look, he was stunned. Gu Jiao asked seriously, Is this enough? If not, I'll send someone to get more. Dukan asked Steward Zheng to give it to her before she left this morning. She had never used it before and did not know how much money it could give. Zhao Dangfeng choked. He asked in disbelief, Mingyi Bank's master token. Who are you to Mingyi Bank? Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, young master, my family doesn't have a mine, but my family has a bank. Gu Jiao said to Hu Yang, Teacher Hu, stay here and take care of the paperwork. I'll go find Li Shun. Advisor who was still immersed in the huge shock brought about by this wave of operation. Was this the rumored inhumane tycoon? He said, this, Zhao Dangfeng said coldly, I won't sell it. Gu Jiao said, You said yourself that you wanted me to be the owner. You can't go back on your word. Zhao Dangfeng clenched his fists and sneered. So what if I go back on my word? Gu Jiao said seriously, I'll beat you up. Zhao Dangfeng was speechless. Li Shun was not at the docks today. Gu Jiao asked the nearby foreman and found out that he had probably gone to buy medicine for his mother. Where does he live? Gu Jiao asked. He lives over there. Sir, if you keep walking straight and turn east of the fork, you'll see his house. The people in that alley have all moved away. Only the mother and son still live there. It'll be easy to find. Thank you. Gu Jiao followed the path the foreman pointed out and successfully found a small, shabby courtyard. The courtyard door was ajar. Gu Jiao knocked on the door. Excuse me, is anyone home? No one answered. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then pushed the door open and walked in. The things in the courtyard were very old, but not messy. Water tanks, hose, chicken coop, they were placed neatly. The clothes on the clothesline were also neatly dried. They had been washed until they were yellow. Patches were made one after another, but they were very clean. Nyowazi, you're back? An old voice came from inside the room. Niuwazi? Li Shun's pet name? Gu Jiao walked into the central room and walked to the room on the right. Niuwazi, a blind old woman, was sitting on the ground. It looked like she had fallen and could no longer stand up. She tried to use her hands to support herself on a chair, but it was useless. Gu Jiao hurriedly walked forward and helped her sit down on a chair. "You're not Niuwazi," the old woman said. Although she couldn't see, she could still smell her son's scent. "I'm here to find Li Shun." Gu Jiao saw the old woman's vigilant look and added, "I'm his friend." The old woman touched Gu Jiao's armor, and the vigilance in her turbid eyes disappeared. She smiled and said, "Niuwazi's friend. He went out to get medicine for me. He'll be back soon. Sit for a while, I'll pour you some tea." Niuwazi was really Li Shun's pet name. Gu Jiao said to Mother Li, "You sit, I'll do it myself." Mother Li smiled kindly. "Okay, don't be polite. The tea is on the table in the central room." Gu Jiao went to pour the tea. In their house, even the teacups were cracked. There were only 2 stools. Other than that, there was no other furniture in the central room. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this house was bare. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen. The cupboard was empty. There were no leftovers. There were a few dried corn cobs and half a rotten pumpkin on the ground. There was only half a bucket of old rice in the rice jar, and there were worms all over it. Gu Jiao took the water to Mother Li's room. "Have some tea." "Io, you came in my house, and I even asked you to pour me tea. It's all my fault for being blind and useless. It's nothing. It's just a little money. It's only enough for 3 sets of medicine." At the pharmacy, the shop assistant impatiently said to Li Shun, "3 sets it is." Li Shun emptied his pockets and grabbed 3 sets of medicine to go home. When he entered, he clearly sensed that someone had been in the courtyard. A trace of vigilance flashed through his eagle-like eyes. He flew into the room. "Mother." His mother was sleeping peacefully on the bed, but she was startled by his voice. "Niuwazi, what's wrong?" Mother Li turned her head in the direction of the voice. Seeing that his mother was fine, Li Shun's expression relaxed. He carried the medicine bag to the bedside. "Mother, did someone come to our house?" Mrs. Li smiled and said, "That's right. Your friends from the military camp came by. At first, I thought it was those debt collectors again. In order to cure Mother Li's eyes, Li Shun had borrowed money from loan sharks. From time to time, debt collectors would come knocking. He also left something for you." Mother Li took out a bundle from under the quilt on the inside of the bed and handed it to Li Shun. "It's silver, right?" she asked in a small voice. Li Shun took it in his hand and felt that it was silver. He opened the bundle. Other than a pile of shining silver ingots, there was also a letter from the Black Wind Battalion. The letter explained the origin of the silver. It was his retirement pay. When the Han family was in power, someone pocketed 90% of his retirement pay. This was the retirement pay he deserved, as well as the interest that should have been paid to him over the years. Chapter 800. Over at the State Preceptor Hall, Shangwan Yin gradually woke up. From waking up once a day for a quarter of an hour, she could now wake up for more than 2 hours a day. The monarch had visited her twice. Wang Xianfei and the others were so scared that they couldn't sleep at night. They were afraid that Shangwan Yin would take things too hard and die together with them. After discussing with her family, Consort Dong Chun was the first to think of a solution, and this news was quickly found out by Consort Wang Xian's spies. Wang Xianfei followed suit. Almost at the same time, Yang Defei, who had been watching Wang Xianfei, also knew what she was planning. She also felt that this method was feasible. At first, Qin Shufei and Feng Zhao did not know what the 3 of them were busy with, but after paying attention to the movements of the 3 great families, they could more or less guess what was going on. At first, the 5 of them didn't admit it on the surface, but the more they investigated, the bigger the commotion became. They couldn't hide it any longer, so they might as well confess to each other. Therefore, at the end of July, the 5 imperial concubines once again gathered in the imperial preceptor palace. The eunuchs had been dismissed. Shangwan Yin sat on the chair and resisted the urge to hold half of the watermelon and eat it spoonful by spoonful. She looked at the 5 people sitting opposite her with a cold and world-weary expression. What are you doing here? As the most senior imperial concubine, Wang Xian was still the one to speak out. She said, Shangguan Yin, this queen knows that you don't want to die. What you said last time was just to threaten us. Look at these beautiful words. If Shangguan Yin hadn't been prepared, she would have been deceived by her and exposed her secret. Shangguan Yin slowly said, Since you think I'm pretending, then why are you still looking for me? You don't have to worry about whether or not I have something on you. Consort Dong snorted and said, Shangguan Yin, we watched you grow up and sympathized with you. So we were doing you a favor. Shangguan Yin faintly smiled. Oh, one of you is playing the good cop, and the other is playing the bad cop. You're setting up a stage here. Turn right when you get out of the door. Take care. Their faces and necks turned red from choking. Wasn't the previous Shangguan Yin a brute who only knew how to fight? When did she become so eloquent? Wang Xianfei said, Well, since we are here, we sincerely want you to trade with us. Since their words were useless in front of Shangguan Yin, they might as well speak frankly. Wang Xianfei then said, Shangguan Yin, you can disregard your own life and death, but can you also disregard the reputation of the Xianyuan family? Let's not beat around the bush about what happened to the Xianyuan family back then. It's true that the crimes of the Xianyuan family were imposed by the other aristocratic families. Do you want the Xianyuan family to be remembered for generations to come? Or do you want the Xianyuan family to go down in history and infamy? Make your choice. Shangguan Yin didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation because of these words. Wang Xianfei, now you are the one begging me, not the other way around. You'd better put your attitude right. Wang Xianfei clenched her handkerchief so tightly that she almost poked a few holes in it. She asked faintly, It seems that you don't want the evidence? Shangguan Yin casually said, It's just the evidence of a few aristocratic families. It doesn't mean anything. The 5 people secretly exchanged a look. What's the matter with Shangguan Yin? How can she guess that they only want to hand over the evidence of the other aristocratic families? They just want to protect their own families, and then pray that Shangguan Yin can be deceived and give them the evidence. Shangguan Yin put down the teacup in her hand on the table and said, Since you want to rehabilitate the Xianyuan family, then take out all the evidence. There are more than 30 crimes of the Xianyuan family, not one less. Don't challenge my patience, and don't think that you can bargain with me. Maybe tomorrow, I will want more than this. You, Chen Shufei, stomped her feet in anger. Such a result was not entirely unexpected. At that time, the worst-case scenario was that Shangguan Yin would ask them to gather all the evidence. Wang Xianfei suppressed her anger and said sternly, We can give you the evidence of our crimes, but you must also give us the written evidence of our crimes. That kind of thing is useless. I can give it to you at any time. 3 hours later, Xiao Hong and the old chancellor checked all the accounts, letters, and other evidence and determined that it was true. The 2 sides finished the transaction. Wang Xianfei angrily left. The evidence involved a wide range of people. If Shangguan Yin didn't see it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe. Even General Wei Wu is involved. The enemy can never hurt you. The real chilling thing is the betrayal of your friends and family. Shangguan Yin murmured, General Wei Wu is uncle's subordinate. He also taught Xianyuan Qing martial arts. Who would have thought that he would burn the Xianyuan family's granary for his own selfishness? Xiao Hong comforted her. It's all in the past. Such a thing will never happen again. Shangguan Yin restrained the melancholy in her heart and said to her son, This evidence should be enough to rehabilitate the Xianyuan family. Xiao Hong paused. Not yet. There is no evidence for the crime of rebellion, because the crime of rebellion is real. Unless the emperor is willing to admit that he schemed against the Xianyuan family and forced the Xianyuan family to rebel. But that was simply impossible. Xiao Hong said, How about this? Mother will take this evidence as your loyalty and filial piety to the emperor in exchange for the position of the crown princess. The rest is not urgent. When mother becomes the crown princess, We will find a way to take away the emperor's real power. We can still rehabilitate the Xianyuan family. Shang Wanyin nodded in agreement. I think it's good. When dawn comes, I will take this evidence to the emperor. The imperial palace. Just as the monarch was about to rest, Zhang de Quan quickly walked over. He glanced at the young princess who was sleeping soundly on the small bed and reported in a low voice, Your Majesty, Madame Han of the Cold Palace is clamoring to see you. The emperor coldly said, How many times does she want to see me? Zhang de Quan didn't dare to answer and only reported, Han said that she has a secret of the empress. This was the original words of the little palace maid. Zhang de Quan didn't exaggerate a word. When he heard that it was related to the empress, the emperor patiently went to the cold palace. Concubine Wan has now been demoted to Wanggaran and lived on the west side of the cold palace, while Han was imprisoned on the east side. The emperor went directly to Han's side. Although she was banished to the cold palace, Han still dressed herself up very decently to see the emperor. But so what? The emperor didn't even look at her. She sat on the shabby stone bench and said to the emperor with a smile, Your Majesty, this concubine has brewed tea. I don't know if Your Majesty is used to the cold palace's tea. The emperor frowned and said, What do you want? Han gently said, Your Majesty, you came here just for the secret related to the empress? Your Majesty didn't ask how this concubine has been living these days in the cold palace? Your Majesty is really cruel. Only when a man loves a woman will he take pity on her weakness. And when a person has no feelings for her, she can only moan without illness. The emperor's eyes became more and more impatient. Han did not seem to notice and said to herself, That's right. Your Majesty only has Xianyuan Hanyan in your heart. When has there been any other sisters in your harem? But even for the person he loved, His Majesty could still be ruthless. Your Majesty's heart only has yourself. The emperor impatiently said, If you have nothing to say, we will leave. Han poured herself a cup of tea. Before the empress died, she did tell this concubine her true feelings. She said that she regretted marrying Your Majesty. If possible, she begged me to think of a way to not bury her in the imperial mausoleum with Your Majesty. She did not want to meet Your Majesty on the road to the Yellow Springs. The emperor's heart fiercely trembled. He knew that Xianyuan Hanyan hated him, but he didn't expect her to hate him to this extent. Han sneered, Does Your Majesty's heart hurt? Or is it that Your Majesty does not want to believe what this concubine said? That's right. When has Your Majesty ever believed this concubine? Even this time, this concubine was clearly framed, but Your Majesty still chose to be blind. Until tonight, this concubine was waiting for Your Majesty to come and see this concubine. This concubine did not want to go to this step. Your Majesty, you forced this concubine. This concubine came to the palace with admiration for Your Majesty. All these years, this concubine hoped day and night to become a real couple with Your Majesty. What did Xianyuan Hanyan do? Your Majesty's harem was all taken care of by this concubine. This concubine thought that she had some weight in Your Majesty's heart. But in the end, I found out that Your Majesty was just unwilling to tire Xianyuan Hanyan. But that woman never looked back at Your Majesty. This concubine hated her. So this concubine had people kidnap Shang Wanyin. She was sold to the slave broker and became a slave. The emperor's heart fiercely trembled. It's you. Han Shi smiled and said, It's this concubine. The monarch was furious. He strode forward and grabbed her neck. I'm going to kill you. Han Shi was choked until she couldn't breathe. Her face turned purple, but she smiled ferociously. It's too late. Your Majesty, it's too late. You can't kill this concubine. As soon as her voice fell, a dark shadow fell from the sky and chopped the back of the emperor's neck with a hand knife. The emperor's body suddenly became numb. He let go of Han Shi's hand and fell to the ground in a daze. He saw the hem of a black cloak and a pair of black shoes inlaid with gold. Then his eyelids drooped, and he completely fainted. Chapter 801. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the capital of Yin Kingdom. The young princess ate too many grapes before going to bed and woke up in the middle of the night. She opened her eyes and said, "Mama, I want to pee." No one responded to her. She stayed on her bed for a while and couldn't hold it in any longer. She had to get up on her own. The young princess was a very shy little elder. She had stopped wetting her bed since she was 2 years old, so she decided to pee on her own. But with the thunder and lightning outside, she was a little scared. "Uncle, uncle!" She sat under the small mosquito net and called out twice, but no one responded to her. She really couldn't hold it in any longer. Her little face scrunched up, and she tried hard to hold back her pee. She slipped out of bed and walked barefoot on the floor. Eunuch Zhang. Everyone in the bedchamber seemed to have run out. She was the only one left in the hall that was illuminated by the flickering lightning. Her small body stood on the floor in a daze, like a pitiful little doll. Suddenly, a figure in a dragon robe walked in from the door. He was against the moonlight and was illuminated by the sudden lightning. The young princess was so scared that she shivered in front of her uncle, who was tall and majestic. She peed. There was a thunderstorm at night, and the temperature was much cooler in the early morning. Little Jing Kong didn't officially live in the house of High Duke. He only came over occasionally and didn't come last night. As usual, his great-aunt and Gu Yin slept in their rooms. Gu Xiaoshun and Master Lu woke up early to practice carpentry. Gu Xiaoshun's talent was amazing. Master Lu was no longer satisfied with teaching him simple craftsmanship. He began to slowly teach him various kinds of mechanism techniques. There were trustworthy servants in the courtyard, so Master Nin didn't need to cook. She went out early in the morning to pick herbs. The house of High Duke came over to have breakfast with Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshun, and Master Lu. Recently, there had been a continuous stream of people asking the servants of the High Duke's estate for information. There were also unknown people secretly loitering around the entrance of the High Duke's estate. It should have been Mu Ru Xin who had leaked the information, causing the Han family to be on high alert. Steward Zheng was already prepared. He had his subordinates collect the Han family's money while informing the Han family that they were on holiday. The High Duke has a few entertainers. They sing all day long in the backyard. In my opinion, I'm afraid that our High Duke's integrity will be compromised in his later years. Duke knew nothing about this. It was all Steward Zheng who acted according to the circumstances. Anyway, Duke had said that it was fine as long as they could fool the Han family. As for how to fool them, that was up to him. After breakfast, Duke sent Gu Jiao to the door, as usual. Of course, it was still Gu Jiao pushing his wheelchair. After Gu Jiao moved into the public house, he increased the intensity of his rehabilitation. The flexibility of his arms and body had greatly improved. In the past, he could only lift his wrist, but now he could lift his entire arm slightly. His legs also had some strength. Although he couldn't stand, he could sway slightly when he was sitting or lying down. In addition, his vocal cords could finally make a sound. Although it was only one syllable, it was already a huge improvement. The father and daughter came to the door. Gu Jiao grabbed the reins on Black Wind King's back and said to Dukin, "Godfather, I'm going to the military camp." Dukin, okay, take care on the way. Gu Jiao flipped onto the horse and was about to gallop away when she saw a battered figure stumbling over. The guards of the Duke Dingwa's mansion hurriedly stood in front of Gu Jiao and Duke vigilantly. It's me." The man was so tired that he lost his voice. He fell to the ground and gasped for breath. Eunuch Zhang. Gu Jiao saw his appearance clearly. She hurriedly flipped off the horse and came to him. She squatted down and asked him, "How did you end up like this?" Zhang Dequan's hair was disheveled and his clothes were messy. He even lost one of his shoes. He didn't have much strength left. He grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist with a strong will. "Lord Xiao, quickly tell the third princess and His Highness Zhang's son something happened to His Majesty. Last night, the king went to the cold palace to see Imperial concubine Han. It was related to Empress Xuanyuan's secret. So Zhang Dequan didn't dare to listen. He tactfully waited outside the courtyard. He didn't know what the two talked about. He just felt that the king had been in there for too long. Based on his understanding of the king didn't have any feelings for imperial concubine Han. He should have come out after asking. What was going on? He muttered in his heart and peeked inside weakly. It was this one glance that saved his old life. He saw a black-robed man descend from the sky and knock out the king with one palm. He wasn't the kind of person who would run away when his master died. However, knowing that he wasn't a match for the king and still rushing to die with him, that wasn't loyalty, but illness. He broke into a run. Perhaps the heavens didn't want him to die. There happened to be an imperial expert patrolling nearby. The imperial expert sensed the fluctuation of the expert's inner energy and used his light body technique to go to the cold palace to investigate. The two sides were probably entangled, which gave him the chance to escape. He originally planned to escape to the king's bedchamber to dispatch experts, but he was shocked to find that all the experts in the palace had been killed. He boldly guessed that when the king went to the cold palace to see imperial concubine Han, someone sneaked in and killed them. After killing them, that person went to the cold palace to report to imperial concubine Han and knocked out the king. He had never been lucky in his life, but tonight he had brushed shoulders with the king of hell twice. He understood that the palace was no longer safe, so he escaped the palace in the middle of the night. He didn't go to the state preceptor hall because he was worried that if imperial concubine Han found out that he wasn't there, she would definitely guess that he went to the state preceptor hall to find the third princess and the imperial grandson. He also remembered that Lord Xiao had moved to the High Duke's public house, so he decided to come over and to try his luck. After saying that, he fainted. Steward Zheng was dumbfounded. "Hey, eunuch Zhang, you should explain clearly what happened to His Majesty." Gu Jiao was silent. It couldn't be what she was thinking, right? Steward Zheng asked Gu Jiao. "Young master, what should we do with him?" Gu Jiao took his pulse and said, "He's fine, he's just tired and fainted. Carry him into the residence first. I'll go to the state preceptor hall." "Ah," and Guogong said. Gu Jiao turned to look at Guogong, and Guogong wrote on the armrest, "It's better for me to go. You go to the barracks as usual and pretend that you didn't see eunuch Zhang. If there's anything, I'll get someone to contact you." Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "All right." Steward Zheng hurriedly asked someone to carry the fainted eunuch Zhang into the residence and repeatedly ordered the guards. "No one is allowed to spread what happened today." "Yes." The guards responded, and Guogong went to the state preceptor hall and secretly brought Xiao Heng onto his carriage. When Xiao Heng arrived at Feng Courtyard of Guogong's residence, Zhang Dequan had been woken up by Nan Shinyang's acupuncture. Xiao Heng went to the side room to see him. In Gu Qingfeng's room next door sat his great-aunt, the old chancellor, and Gu Changfeng and Gu Yan, who were eavesdropping. Nan Shinyang was drying medicine in the courtyard. As she was drying, she approached the window of the side room. Master Lu was making crossbows, and as he did so, he came to the window. The husband and wife looked at each other. Zhang Dequan told them everything that happened last night and didn't forget to add his own thoughts in the end. "I felt that it was inappropriate at the time, but Your Highness Zhang's son must understand His Majesty's temperament. It's about Empress Xin Yuan. His Majesty can't not go." This was giving advice after the horse's back. At the time, he didn't expect Han Shinyang to be so bold as to murder the monarch of a country in the palace. "Did you hear what they said?" Xiao Heng asked. "Your servant didn't dare to eavesdrop, just..." Zhang Dequan recalled carefully. "There were a few words that they said quite loudly, so your servant heard them." Han Shi said, "This concubine also didn't want to go to this step. Your Majesty, you forced this concubine." Xiao Heng paused and asked, "Is there anything else?" Zhang Dequan scratched his head. And His Majesty said, "It's you. I'm going to kill you." That's it. It sounded like the monarch and Han Shinyang had a dispute. "What do you think, great aunt?" Xiao Heng went next door. Empress Dowager Zhuang hugged the candied fruit jar and snorted. "Love but can't have it, and hate because of jealousy." It was another concubine Jing, but she was even more ruthless. Concubine Jing also loved the previous emperor but couldn't have him. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to touch him and could only make things difficult for his women and children. As the saying goes, pick on a soft persimmon. However, she didn't expect Empress Dowager Zhuang to be a cactus. Empress Dowager Zhuang ate a candied fruit. Oh, this is how you deal with scum. Xiao Hong, great aunt, whose side are you on? Gu Chengfeng asked, since Han Shenyang has such a powerful expert by her side. Why didn't she make a move earlier? Why did she wait until she and her son were both deposed before making a move? As a man of steel, Gu Chengfeng couldn't understand Han Shenyang's actions. Empress Dowager Zhuang, as a woman who had been in the imperial harem for many years, could more or less understand Han Shenyang's state of mind. Han Shenyang already had a weapon to deal with the monarch. The reason she didn't make a move, other than considering the risk of the whole thing, was that she still had some feelings for the monarch. She hated the monarch, but she also hoped that the monarch would make her empress so that she could be the mother of the country and be a couple with the monarch to grow old together. Unfortunately, the monarch's actions chilled Han Shenyang's heart. Her original intention of calling the monarch to the cold palace was to give the monarch one last chance. As long as the monarch showed some feelings for her, she could wait. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. She never had a place in the monarch's heart. A woman who was serious about her career was the scariest. The Yin monarch was in for a hard time. On the other side, Steward Zheng, who went to the palace to inquire about the news, also returned. He reported the news to Duke and the others. His Majesty went to the court. I didn't hear anything happened. However, Eunuch Zhang, it was said that he was having an affair with a palace maid called you. He was worried that he would be punished, so he fled the palace in the middle of the night. Zhang de Quan, who had just walked to the door and heard this sentence. Zhang de Quan, His Majesty already knew about me and Qiu Yu having an affair. I went to the open road. His Majesty can't punish me. I can't run away because of this. Everyone's mouth twitched. You really did have an affair with someone. This matter was very secretive. Other than the monarch, Zhang de Quan didn't let a second outsider know. Zhang de Quan was so shocked that he forgot to be surprised when he saw so many people in the room, including 2 patients he had seen in the state preceptor's hall. He asked nervously, "Oh no, Qiu Yu fell into their hands. Qiu Yu is in danger." Everyone looked at him with sympathy. Zhang de Quan asked, Why? Why are you looking at me like that?" The old chancellor pushed the cup forward. "Drink a cup of green tea." Xiao Hong passed the plate of snacks in front of him. "Eat a piece of mung bean cake." Guyan opened his palm. "I'll give you a jade bottle." Zhang de Quan. The monarch was knocked unconscious by Imperial Concubine Han at night. In the morning, Concubine Han let him go to the court. No matter how one looked at it, something felt wrong. Judging from the matter of Qiu Yu and Zhang de Quan, the harem should be controlled by Concubine Han. But according to Steward Zhang's information, Concubine Han wasn't released from the cold palace. In short, Concubine Han used the monarch to do all this. Why would the monarch listen to Concubine Han? Did Concubine Han get hold of his weakness? Or was he controlled by Concubine Han? Xiao Hong said, "My mother went to the palace to see the emperor. Wait for her to come back and listen to what she has to say." After half a month of cultivation, Shang Wanyin had already recovered to be able to stand and walk. But in order to show her weakness, she still chose to enter the palace in a wheelchair. She went to the monarch's bedchamber to wait. However, what was strange was that the palace people didn't allow her to enter. She was the 3rd princess. Even if she was crippled, she could still lie in the monarch's bedchamber. How dare they stop her from entering? "What's your name?" "This princess has never seen you before." Shang Wanyin sat in the wheelchair and faintly asked the little eunuch in front of her. The little eunuch smiled and said, "This slave's name is Huan Shi. I was just transferred here." "Where's Zhang de Quan?" Shang Wanyin asked. Huan Shi smiled and said, "Eunuch Zhang was found to have an affair with a palace maid. He fled overnight. Now the one serving his majesty is Chief Yu." Shang Wanyin frowned and said, "Which Chief Yu?" Huan Shi said, "Chief Yu Champa." She seemed to have some impression of him. He used to serve the emperor, but he was not very favored. Why did he promote him? "What about Xiao Zhao?" she asked again. Huan Shi sighed and said, Xiao Zhao and eunuch Zhang are good friends. They were implicated and punished. They were transferred to the laundry room. Shangwan Yin asked a few palace people who were usually in front of the emperor, but the result was that they were not there. The reason was the same as Xiao Zhao's. They were implicated and punished. This kind of phenomenon was not strange in the harem, but the fact that she was blocked outside the door was unusual. After all, whether it was a newcomer or an old one, they should have heard that she was very favored recently. Shangwan Yin lightly said, "You blocked me outside. Are you not afraid that my father will blame you when he comes back?" Huan Shi kneeled and reported, "This is His Majesty's order. No one is allowed to enter without permission. This slave is also under the order. Third princess, please understand." In the end, Shangwan Yin didn't see the monarch. She went to the Hall of Harmony to find the monarch. Shangwan Yin was confused. What kind of medicine is this old man selling in his gourd? Did Wang Xian and the others betray me? No, I'm not afraid of death. They are afraid of death. Shangwan Yin left the palace with doubts. On the other side, Gu Jiao finished her official duties in the military camp and rode Black Wind King back to the Duke's mansion. Xiao Heng went to pick up little Jing Kong. The matter was reported by Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yan. When she heard that the monarch had an accident in the cold palace, Gu Jiao knew that what should come will come. In her dream, the monarch was also plotted against by imperial concubine Han in the cold palace. The person who did it was an Han. Under the control of imperial concubine Han and the Han family, the great Yin fell into a civil strife more terrible than 15 years ago. Jin and Liang took the opportunity to wage war against the great Yin. Under the internal and external troubles, the great Yin suffered a devastating blow. Not only did they lose 12 cities, but they also lost countless outstanding children of aristocratic families. Mu Qingchun died in battle. Qing Feng died in battle. The 7 sons of Xian Yuan died in battle. The Xian Yuan army, which had been exhausted by the 3 years of civil war, couldn't turn the tide and was eventually wiped out. In her dream, imperial concubine Han imprisoned the monarch 6 years later. She didn't expect it to happen so early. Gu Jiao stared at Xiao Heng. The monarch is no longer the monarch of the past. Xiao Heng looked serious. "What do you mean?" Gu Jiao didn't say how she knew. She just told him everything in her dream. He was replaced. The person who replaced the monarch was carefully selected by Lady Han. Not only was the appearance very similar to the monarch, but even the voice and habits of the monarch were deliberately imitated. This was the biggest trump card in Lady Han's hand besides an Han. That day, an Han went to the outer city to see this person. Xiao Heng didn't ask where Gu Jiao got this information. He trusted her, he didn't doubt her, and wouldn't force her to tell him things she didn't want to say. "I didn't expect imperial concubine Han to have such a chess piece," he said with a serious expression. Then the monarch, Gu Jiao, said, "The real monarch isn't dead." Lady Han couldn't bear to kill the monarch. She just imprisoned him. At this time, Lady Han didn't know that 3 months later, the monarch would die of illness in a cellar that never saw the light of day. She still lost him in the end. This was also the beginning of all the nightmares. Without the monarch to stabilize Lady Han and the Han family started a civil war. "We have to snatch the monarch back," Gu Jiao said. Chapter 802. In fact, even if Gu Jiao didn't say what happened in the dream, Xiao Heng also understood that the emperor can't fall into the hands of Han clan. They already had a falling out with the Han clan. The Han clan used the emperor's power to deal with them first. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng returned to the state preceptor's hall in the Duke Fu's carriage. When Shangwan Yin heard that the emperor was plotted against by imperial concubine Han, she didn't have any reaction. When she heard that the emperor in the imperial court was a fake, she didn't have much reaction. But when she heard Gu Jiao ask her where the dog hole in the cold palace was, she suddenly exploded. "What do you want to do?" Gu Jiao truthfully said, "I want to snatch the emperor." Shangwan Yan's face sank. "No, it's too dangerous." She firmly refused to sacrifice her own daughter-in-law's life for a scum father who killed her mother's entire family. In the beginning, he wanted to marry the Han clan. He wanted to raise the 10 great clans to encircle and suppress the Xian Yuan clan. But now, did he suffer a backlash? Xiao Hong said, but if the fake emperor abolished Jiao Jiao, it's also very dangerous. Shang Wanyin frowned. With Han clan's temperament, it's indeed possible for her to do such a thing. The fake emperor has just ascended the throne. Outsiders can't see the clues, but they themselves will feel a little guilty. Therefore, it's unlikely for them to do things that are very different from their original temperament. For example, they will touch her and Shang Wanqing. It's hard to say about others. Shang Wanyin asked her son to bring a pen and paper. She drew a map of the cold palace for Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng went there last time, but he was outside the dog hole and didn't go in. After you go in from here, you have to go around Imperial Concubine Wan's territory to reach Han clan's courtyard. But did she really hide the emperor in the cold palace? Are you sure? The News Little Nine heard. It can't be false. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Oh, that bird. Shang Wanyin no longer doubted. Xiao Hong looked deeply at Gu Jiao, but did not expose her. After dark, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng changed into night clothes, put on masks, and went to the cold palace under the cover of the night. Gu Qingfeng easily found the dog hole from last time. Gu Jiao was still wondering why Gu Qingfeng didn't directly take Shang Wanyin to climb over the wall, since his qigong was so good. But when she came to the corner of the wall, she saw the seemingly invisible silk thread and understood. Gu Qingfeng whispered, "The silk of the snowfield silkworm is incomparably sharp. If you accidentally bump into it, you'll be cut into pieces. I don't know how high the highest silk is. I'm afraid that I won't be able to see it and will only have half of my body left when I fly over. Looks like we can only drill." Gu Jiao said, "I'll go over first." Gu Jiao crawled over after making sure there was no danger before letting Gu Qingfeng crawl over as well. The two stood up and brushed off the dust on their bodies. Gu Qingfeng said, "By the way, the king should know that Shang Wanyin likes to drill this dog hole, but he didn't fill it up and left it for Shang Wanyin to go out and play. He loves her so much. Why did he hurt her in the first place?" Gu Jiao lightly said, "You don't have to guess a man's mind." Gu Qingfeng looked around and said to Gu Jiao, "That master must be guarding Han Shi's side. I'll lead him away in a while. You go and rescue the king." Gu Jiao said, "Can you lead him away?" Gu Qingfeng patted his small chest. "I'm Zhao country's #1 thief, Fei Xuan. Don't think that just because my martial arts are not as good as yours, I'm not as good as you in other aspects. You should learn it well and watch how I lure him away." Now that there was no other way, Gu Jiao thought for a moment and seriously said, "You're not allowed to fight with him." Gu Qingfeng laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm a thief, not a robber. I won't fight with people. Escaping is my strength. But I'll say the ugly words first. If that person is really as powerful as you described, I may not be able to hold on for long. An incense stick. You only have an incense stick's worth of time." Gu Jiao nodded her head, "I know." Gu Qingfeng turned around and left. "Gu Qingfeng, be careful." Gu Jiao called him. "If you're killed by him, I won't avenge you." Gu Qingfeng curled his lips. "TSK, you have no conscience." Gu Qingfeng used his qigong to fly toward Han Shi's courtyard. Gu Jiao quietly followed and closely watched the movements in the night. To be honest, she was a little unsure. And Han was, after all, a very powerful expert. Would he really fall for Gu Qingfeng's tricks so easily? Wouldn't he have guessed that someone who didn't even dare to fight with him was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Even if Han couldn't guess it with Han Shi's palace scheming mind, would she fall for it? Han Shi wouldn't fall for it so easily. But Gu Qingfeng's luck was not bad. Han Shi coincidentally went to the cellar to visit the monarch, and Han guarded the courtyard alone. Gu Qingfeng concealed his aura. After coming to the Yin Kingdom, not only did Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao increase their strength, but Gu Qingfeng also trained his qigong to be stronger than before after getting injured in fighting. He silently waited for his chance. Gu Jiao's prediction was right. An expert like an Han wouldn't easily fall for the trick of luring him away, unless he wanted to kill Gu Qingfeng. Gu Chengfeng hid in the darkness for nearly a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, an Hun turned and went to the toilet. Now's the time. An Hun unbuckled his belt. At this moment, one's vigilance would be greatly lowered. Gu Chengfeng suddenly shot out 3 plum blossom darts. Fuck you, Master and Hun. Go be an eunuch and Hun. Gu Chengfeng had been secretly learning from Mistress Nan these days. And Hun's hair stood on end as he felt a strong, murderous aura. His muscles tensed up as he made a defensive response in a critical moment. Then he couldn't shout, and Hun, no way, the sneak attack didn't succeed. He can even dodge like that. What kind of pervert is he? Ah! And Hun charged towards Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng broke into a run. Damn it, how could he be so fast? Stupid girl. I can't hold on for more than half an hour, at most half an hour. Gu Jiao saw 2 figures flying into the night from behind the tree. She didn't dare to delay and quickly ran to Han Shi's courtyard. At this moment, Han Shi was holding an oil lamp in the cellar. Although it was a cellar, it still had all the furniture. It was just a bit simple and crude, looking more like a commoner's house. And the 2 of them looked like a couple from the commoners. The monarch had been drugged with bone-softening powder and was lying weakly on the simple bed. Han Shi sat on a stool beside the bed and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Your Majesty, don't blame this concubine. This concubine already said that you forced this concubine. The monarch looked at her coldly. This was the first time Han Shi had drugged the monarch with bone-softening powder. The dosage was a bit too much, causing the monarch to not only be unable to move, even his throat was numb. Han Shi smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. This concubine won't kill you. Han, sure. The monarch trembled as he bit out these 2 words. He never expected that this vicious woman would dare to imprison the Son of Heaven. This was even more shocking than the Xian Yuan family's rebellion. In any case, the Xian Yuan family had the backbone and the strength. But Han Shi was just a concubine in the harem. With the Son of Heaven missing, did she really think that no one would find out? As if she could see the mockery in the monarch's eyes, Han Shi faintly smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. No one will know where you went. In fact, no one will find out that you went missing. The monarch looked at her with a face full of caution and confusion. Han Shi smiled meaningfully and said, Last night, Your Majesty came to this concubine's cold palace to sit for a while before returning. This morning, you went to court on time. In the afternoon, you gathered the military officials to discuss important matters. At night, you went to your own palace to read memorials for 2 hours. The monarch's expression changed. He stuttered, You? Han Shi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Yes, this concubine found someone to replace Your Majesty. Your Majesty didn't expect this, right? This concubine called Your Majesty to the cold palace to give Your Majesty one last chance. If Your Majesty had only said that you believed in me, I wouldn't have done it. In truth, I also considered giving Your Majesty a goo or drug, but those things will harm the body. This concubine's heart aches for Your Majesty and can't bear for Your Majesty to suffer. The monarch's heart was filled with disgust. Why didn't he find out earlier that this poisonous woman was a lunatic? Han Shi took in the monarch's disgust. Her smile disappeared, and she coldly said, Your Majesty, no matter how much you hate this concubine, no one will come to save Your Majesty. Your Majesty, take care of yourself. After saying this, she stood up and left with a cold face. Not long after she left, a small figure quietly flashed into the cellar. The monarch looked at the person who suddenly approached the bed with vigilance. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Jiao knocked him out with a stick. Monarch. Then, Gu Jiao directly carried him on her shoulder and fled with a whoosh. Chapter 803. It was a dark and windy night. Gu Chengfeng was being chased by an Hun. He knew that an Hun was powerful, but he wasn't weak either. Why was he getting closer and closer? It was already abnormal that he was getting closer and closer. Under normal circumstances, no one could run more than 10 feet away from an Hun, but Gu Chengfeng had already circled around the palace. but he couldn't hold on any longer. He was about to smoke. Forget it. Let's get out of the palace first. Gu Qingfeng jumped out of the main entrance of the harem and ran in the direction of the exit. And Hun chased after him relentlessly. Gu Qingfeng didn't expect to get rid of him now. If he could lure him out of the palace in the opposite direction, he could buy more time for that girl. Gu Qingfeng brought out his reincarnated energy and ran amok in the night. Finally, he leaped up and stepped through the last gate of the outer court. At this moment, an Hun was less than 20 feet away from him. Oh no, I can't hold on any longer. Please don't get caught. My martial arts skills are not enough to even fill the gaps between an Hun's teeth. However, there was a saying in the world, what you fear will happen. Just as Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and was about to break through his limit, an Hun came behind him and grabbed his collar with his bone-cold hand. Gu Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He was someone who had experienced the Battle of Yuegu City. He had fought with the Chun army for 5 days and 5 nights, but he had never felt that he had really stepped into the palace of the King of Hell. It was as if the hand that grabbed him wasn't a death warrior's hand, but the ghost claw of the King of Hell. I can't die, I can't die. I haven't lived long enough. I can only use my last move. The seemingly complicated and numerous thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. With a swish, he took out something from his bosom, and Hun thought that he was going to assassinate him with a hidden weapon. Who would have thought that through the other party's back, he saw the other party use something to wipe his mouth? What move is this? The next second, Gu Qingfeng turned his head and pouted his red lips. He leaned towards an Hun affectionately. Trojan horse and Hun. Fuck. And Hun's breath stagnated, and his meridians started to circulate in reverse. The true qi in his dantian was extinguished as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on it. His breath was blocked, and he fell down with a clatter. In the process of falling, he threw Gu blazing hot lips Qingfeng away in disgust and horror. The all-powerful Lord and Hun had never been so frightened before. What kind of shameless opponent was this? Back in the day, he was also a very decent little wind, but the group of people in the courtyard, no, not to mention the people, even the horses were not decent. He was influenced by the company he kept. However, an Hun was an Hun after all. Even though his soul had been sent flying by the lightning, he still relied on his strong instinct to recover his inner energy the moment he landed. He struck the ground with his palm and borrowed the force to do a somersault in the air before landing firmly on the ground. As for Gu Qingfeng, he borrowed the force of him throwing him out just now and disappeared with a whoosh. In the night, a certain someone's annoying voice could be heard. Thank you, Lord Hun. And Hun did not chase after him. He knew the force of his throw. If he chased after him, he would be too far away from the palace. He turned and returned to the cold palace. Just as he entered the courtyard of the cold palace, he saw Han Shi angrily walking towards him. Where did you go just now? The king was taken away by someone. And Hun said calmly, I know, I will get him back. After Gu Jiao carried the king out of Han Shi's courtyard, she went straight to the dog hole that led to the outside of the palace. As the king was knocked unconscious, he could not drill the hole himself, so Gu Jiao could only stuff him in, who knew that the king's body would get fat and he would be stuck in the dog hole. Gu Jiao frowned seriously and kicked his dragon head, kicking him over without hesitation. After that, Gu Jiao crawled over herself. She did not know how long Gu Qingfeng could delay, but it was best that she did not waste any time. She carried the king and sprinted towards the planned location. There, the Black Wind King was already in place. However, things did not go as she wished. Before she could run a mile, an Hun caught up with her. She saw with her own eyes that an Hun used his sword to cut open the snow silk on the wall and jumped over elegantly. He was indeed an expert. His skills were amazing. Gu Jiao could not escape from a Hun alone. Now that she had to carry the king, she was no match for a Hun. What was Gu Qingfeng doing? Had it really been a quarter of an hour? Gu Qingfeng. It was clearly the king who was stuck in the dog hole for half a day. Gu Jiao felt that she was doomed, and Hun's murderous aura was approaching her quickly. However, because she was carrying the king, and Hun did not kill her, he only wanted to snatch the king back. Gu Jiao threw out 3 black fire pearls. and Hun's eyes narrowed. He paused in midair and turned around to avoid the pearls. He lightly tapped his foot and landed on a tree. The black fire pearls landed on the ground and made a series of explosive sounds. Gu Jiao felt a toothache. Shouldn't an expert like you catch hidden weapons with your bare hands? Why are you dodging? And Hun pulled out a long vine from the tree and threw it at Gu Jiao. The long vine wrapped around Gu Jiao's slender waist. Gu Jiao was pulled over by a strong force. She had two choices. She could either surrender and be captured by an Hun together with the monarch, or she could throw the monarch down. And Hun would abandon her to save the monarch, and she would take the opportunity to escape. She did not want to die. However, she would not give up the king that she had already captured. She immediately pressed down on the dagger at her waist. However, before she could pull out, and Hun slapped the dagger out of her hand. This guy. In the nick of time, a figure suddenly appeared from the side and cut the long vine in half. Gu Jiao and the king fell to the ground. The person holding the sword blocked in front of the two and said through the veil, "You guys leave first." It was Yi Qing's voice. Gu Jiao looked at Yi Qing, who was dressed in black, and then looked at the 4 men of sacrifice that came with Yi Qing. She roughly understood that it was the state teacher's palace that made their move. "Be careful," Gu Jiao reminded. "I will." Yi Qing flew up with her sword and attacked and Hun together with the 4 men of sacrifice from the Imperial Preceptor Palace. Gu Jiao took the chance to grab the king, who had fallen to the ground, and ran. Behind them came the sound of weapons clashing. The whole street seemed to be filled with killing intent. The eldest disciple of the state teacher's palace and the 4 men of sacrifice were a terrifying force, but to say that they could kill an Hun was still impossible. Set up the formation. Trap him. Under Yi Qing's order, the 5 of them formed a formation and surrounded Hun. And Hun coldly looked at the 5 who came out of nowhere and sarcastically curled his lips. "You think you can stop me with just a few of you?" Yi Qing coldly said, "Whether I can stop you or not, you'll know once you try. Or are you scared? That's right, you colluded with the deposed concubine and imprisoned the king. You have committed a crime worthy of all 9 generations of your family. If you're willing to surrender, then maybe I'll consider letting you go." And Hun coldly laughed. Stalling for time? Useless. As soon as he finished, and Hun's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qing. His speed was too fast, to the point that Yi Qing could only see a blur. Before he could react, Yi Qing had already been sent flying by an Hun. And almost at the same time, an Hun used the remaining qi in his body to send the other 4 men of sacrifice flying. And Hun's goal was to take back the king, so he didn't waste too much energy on Yi Qing and the others. Yi Qing fell onto a roof, covered his chest, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, he escaped so quickly. Xiao Lulang, you can only rely on yourself from now on. Achoo! Gu Jiao was running just fine with the king on her shoulder when she suddenly sneezed out of nowhere, stepped on something slippery, and fell flat on her face. No way, right? Was someone talking about her again? Xiao Lulang, this name is poisonous. Gu Jiao got up with a black face. Just as she was about to grab the king and continue running, Gu Qingfeng used his qinggong to catch up. "Hey, are you okay?" Gu Qingfeng asked her. Gu Jiao, with grass all over her body, shook her messy hair. "I'm fine. Yi Qing and them are coming. I don't think they can hold them off for too long. You take the king and leave. We'll split up." Letting Gu Qingfeng lure and Hun away was because only he could do it. Now, letting Gu Qingfeng take the king away was also because only he could take him away. What Gu Jiao didn't say was that she sprained her leg from the fall just now. Gu Qingfeng frowned, but Gu Jiao took out a bone whistle. "Black Wind King will come get me. Hurry up and leave." The reason why she didn't use the bone whistle before was because she was worried about exposing her location and attracting the Black Wind King, and Shi Yi attracting an Hun. Now, there was no other choice. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. "I know what you want to do, but this time, you're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.